Thank you. All right. Yeah. We like to kind of move on and fall into another groove out there, y'all. We like to do this one for all the young ladies in the house out there. All right. Yeah. A tune called While I'm Alone. Baby, baby, baby. Baby, baby, baby. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, Lord. Do you love me, baby? Do you love me, baby? Then why you wanna go and leave me all alone? Ooh, baby. We're back, folks. My lover, baby, sugar, my lover, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh. Don't you want me to love you, baby, 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 baby. Ooh. La 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 da da la 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 da. Oh. I guess the weekend's over now, and you'll have to make your way. Had a ball of dynamite right from the first day. Tell me that you'll come in just as soon as you get home.
Who's in the building?
To pacify my heart while I'm alone.
So,
I don't like being alone. Oh. Things we did this time of love we've never done before. Made some changes in my head. I don't feel the same no more. Tell me it's not make believe this feeling that you show. To comfort me, my love, while I'm alone. I don't like being alone. Oh, dip, dip, dip. Dip, 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 dip. Oh, just think the times you left before and they're burning up inside. Something I can't see no more, not for my foolish pride. Please be with me all the time when you're not home. To pacify my heart while I'm alone. I don't like being alone. Hey, I don't like being alone. Can't stand being alone. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. right now, baby. Who I miss you, baby. And all the time, you know I don't like being not alone, baby. Don't you leave me, baby. Baby, can't you see that love?
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing tonight? Oh, yes. Woo! To everybody out there, don't worry. The Faulkner Man's here. Yeah. How's everybody been? Been a little minute since I live streamed. But I think it's kind of funny that lately we've been hearing about entitlement issues with women in the modern day. And I think it's interesting for the most part. I really do think it's interesting. I'll tell anybody, fuck all that. Truly fuck all that. I've noticed when people look at black men and say, hey, I need, what are you offering? Hold on for a minute, folks. I'm back. I'm like, what are you offering? For some odd reason, we want to offer little to nothing. And when I mean little to nothing, I really do mean pretty much nothing. It's to the point where your entitlement is not even funny anymore. It used to be comical, but it's not even funny. You're actually dead ass serious that you want a man to take over your life. He has no command of it. And he's supposed to pay everything. Where did they do this? What magical fairy tale place do they do such fuckery? And what a lot of women fail to realize is this one notion. This one notion that holds precedence against them all. When men figure out their lives are a lot easier without taking the stress of family, women, bills, you played yourself. And here's where the play yourself factor kicks in the most. The men who would even think about doing that, you want nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing to do with that guy. I'm listening to Mr. Z's live stream last night, and you had a chick whine and cry about black men when she was married to a white guy. Why should we be punished for all the iniquities of all other men? Bigger question. Give us one reason why should we care? Well, we don't have a black community. Okay. It's not like we were ruling in that bitch, were we? It's not like we were getting any benefits from being in the black community. It's not like we were actually in charge of that community. So the hell with it. In my heart of hearts, if I get nothing out of it, I just say the hell with it. Let's think about this. We're coming into an economy that's been annihilated by this last presidential administration for 4 years. Whether you agree with the motherfuckers or not. Look, what do we get out of taking a burden on when we're getting less money, or to be correct, the American dollar does not stretch as far as it has years ago? Give us one reason we should take on this burden. Give us one reason. I beg of you. I truly do. I think it's very asinine to believe in such folly. I believe it's not the smartest thing in the world to take on a burden, especially a burden of disrespect. Especially a burden of disrespect. I think a lot of you are crazy to still consider this place habitable. And I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I'm not trying to bash anybody, but one, I listened to some of these first time smoking a cigar in probably a week or two, by the way. I'm listening to a lot of these so-called dating experts giving some really, let's just say it, fucked up advice to women. Talking about, well, date them all, sis. Well, here's the beautiful part about you dating them all, right? If you choose to do that route. Men who are very pragmatic, by the way. Men will say, okay, you can date them all, but we're going to treat you like we treat you. You're not going to be favored. You're not going to be looked as beautiful. And even if you are pretty, guess what? Nobody has a problem putting you in the host sphere. Okay? Nobody has that goddamn problem. Just like I don't have a problem with women putting a dude under good dick category. Is that where you put him? That's where you put him. I understand. But let's tell the truth. Can you truly afford to make demands in a market where there's simply less of me and more of you? Can you? And if so, let's look at these fun factors, shall we? Let's look at these fun factors. If there's 2 million more black women than black men, wouldn't it benefit you to prove yourself different from the rest of the pack? What do you bring that's different from any other broad out there? If it's nothing, I get it. I totally get it. But when we're in a climate where the birth rate has become lower and lower, we don't have enough to replace. Bills are becoming higher and higher. What do you do? If men literally say, I can enjoy life without you, what do you do to challenge that? Oh, yeah, you could move to Japan because, hey, Japan's paying motherfuckers to have babies over there now. Japan is paying motherfuckers to have babies. But I do agree with you, AL. Most likely it's too late. And this ain't hatred. This ain't, well, man, this messed up. Nah. This is real shit. If you want a black community and black men have been looked at as less than, disrespected, convince that man why he should believe you. Tell him, what does he get out of you? If all he receives from you There's a bunch of problems and wet ass. Oh, oh, you just stop kicking the chair, man. Stop kicking the motherfucking chair. You already know what Kaya did. Kaya just showed how much hatred you biddies really have for each other. And all she did was make cooking videos and dance in them. You're mad because, let's just tell the facts. A younger, prettier version of you, or what you wish to be, for many of you, has the audacity, I mean the goddamn audacity, to get up there and say that she would cook for a man. Oh. It gets even better, folks. My man says she's on VH1 now. Thank you. See, I'm going to say something for y'all. I'm going to say something for y'all that y'all probably never figured out. Look, when the gynocracy comes and blows people up and say, this man's a woman hater, he's misogynistic, even though he's telling me to get the man I want, I should be in better shape and be nice. Have you noticed that everybody, what's up, Afro National? Embrace villainy, AB. I want you to realize this, AL. Adrian. I want you to realize this. Every time the gynocracy hates on somebody, that person blows up like nitro. I think it's pure comedy, don't you? And if you don't think so, you should. You should. I mean, if you want to be honest, the cat's out the fucking bag now. The cat's out the fucking bag. They already know who we are. They already know the message. What happens when you have a million more Kayas? What happens then? What happens when there's a million more Kayas? They said Kevin Samuels was your last hope. Honestly, I think he was John the Baptist. He was probably the last saint. Kaya is your last hope. She just made 1 million subscribers. This is the reason why you fail. Several million years ago, the dinosaurs were the dominant species of the planet. Nothing can fuck with them. But you know what killed the dinosaurs? Their inability to adapt and overcome. Think about it. in your community where the average woman is overweight, well, 80% of them, and all of them have filthy attitudes. Not all women, all black women, but all of these women, tend to be out of shape and fugly looking. Tend to have some really fucked up attitudes. And what's going on in that thought process is to a lot of men, I don't want this anymore. I want better. And one thing about men, if they sing better, they're going to go get better. I'm not that type of person who would tell a woman or a man to settle. But you can get all the degrees, you can get all the accolades, you can buy the house. Notice that's not what men ask for. Notice that's not what men care about. Notice a lot of people don't like it. They want to make up all kinds of excuses. They don't want to date dark skinned women, which we know is a lie. I can't find a man on my level. You were never looking. You want a man that's so superior to you that anybody with a smidget of intellectual prowess would say, why would he fuck with you? Why would he fuck with you? You got all these damn kids. You got about 2 or 3 kids that's going to get on his nerves, and he doesn't want that. All Star G, what's up? He said, Charles, I've noticed that no man over 40 in this space has actually told younger men to get a black woman. I think you should get a black woman. I will say it. I'm over 40. I'm 42. Just not in this country. Just not in this country. You're going to get a black woman? Brazil, Africa, maybe Mexico. I don't really think you should fuck with I don't really think you should fuck with the country. I want you to think about this shit, right? I want you to think about this, right? It's coming to the point where to get a viable wife, you're gonna have to go out of seas because they don't know what the hell they're doing here. Why am I gonna work 40, 50, 60 hours a week for somebody who doesn't fuck with me? For what? And it gets very interesting when you talk to not the women, not the young women, but the women who are like in their 30s and 40s and 50s on why they're not married or divorced. It's always the guy's fault. They're never a participant In the story, he's a good dad, but he's not a good husband. I said, okay, okay, that's cool. That's cool. But let me ask you this one. Did you seek counseling? Did you talk to people who were married longer than you? No? Then why not? Why not? And shout out to Afro Dasher for the $10 holla. Woo! See, here's the biggest question nobody ever asked a woman. You feel me? Did your brother, did your father, did the men of your community talk to that man before you were interested? Have you ever went to other men to say, okay, this is the guy I'm interested in. Would you like to speak to him? No. If you haven't went to counseling and this guy puts you in situations as they claim, I mean, I had one chick tell me that she married a dude because of good dick. And I have to ask this question. Should I trust your judgment? Shout out to CB for the $15. Should I trust your judgment to be alone with another man if you're my sister, my niece, my daughter, or whomever? Because we got to put cognitive reasoning, excuse me, in effect. Because if you're saying you're getting married, I can understand. Well, I can't even understand you getting pregnant because of good dick. Because you still have the choice of carrying the baby or not in these United States, last time I checked. But when you're over there saying, well, I got married because of good dick, that means you're lowbrow too. You're just a fucked up individual as well. And don't give me this bullshit excuse of we don't have any positive men in the community. Because what you see as positive in a man, other men don't see. If good dick got you to marry them and got a baby out of you, then don't ask me to give you what good dick couldn't provide. Sorry. Sorry. That's that's stupid. That in the nutshell says you're not a fully developed adult capable of making decisions. Not only is your decision making pretty fucking trife, not only is it pretty trife, but we have to ask ourselves truly, if you left the man that you made a conscious decision to say bring his genetic code into the next generation of children, what can you possibly in the fuck ask from another man when it comes to taking care of his children? And by the way, many of you don't even want to have children by the men that are fit. It seems like the homosexual, in some men's eyes, are winning. In mine, I won't say that he's winning. I will say, why did you not require much from him? And the excuse I usually will get, well, I was young. I didn't know any better. I had another chick. Married at 23. My mom was married at 23. Married with the guy for 10 years. Parents were bickering in and out of his life, according to her. And the reason why I say according to her, because there's three sides to every story. Her side, his side, and the truth. But you know, chicks don't even like that saying now because they think their side is the absolute gospel. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and sometimes Acts. Do you actually know any black women that's an asset and not a liability? Define asset and define liability. If a black woman can find me business, i.e., example, my security firm, she will be an asset. If a black woman can introduce me to people who can make my needle go forward within my economics, she's an asset. What's an asset to me may not be an asset to you. If a woman can raise proper children, that's an asset. Do I think a woman who cooks and cleans is an asset? Not necessarily, because I can do that myself. But I think it's an asset if she does it willingly, without being told to do it. See, that's the part where a lot of motherfuckers fail. It's not what I tell you to do what makes you an asset. Somebody need to put this in the chat. This is one of those Faulknerisms. It's what you're willing to do without being told makes you an asset. If she's thoughtful, if she has the foresight, just like you have the foresight to look out for her, if you have the foresight to move her away from the curb when you're walking down the street, when you have that foresight, that's what counts. Because here it is. Here's the secret, folks. What many men call an asset It's just somebody biding their time. For example, shout out to my boy, Chill Adonis, and thank you for showing up a couple of months on my channel. He did a expose about Travis Hunter, and he was breaking it down point to point, tip to tip. His girlfriend and the reasons why she is or is not an asset. Number one, the greatest asset a woman can be is not fuck up the brand. Your family name is a brand. Somebody put that in the chat. Your family name is a brand. When I was at the Northern District with the Baltimore Police Department, guess what? There was a certain brand or a certain idea or ideology that came with the name Faulkner. Just like if I told my boy France was a damn good officer, still is. So is Jason Lee, still is. Guys like that, when you say their name and certain ideals pop up in your head, you're like, whoa, if I was a sergeant lieutenant and I knew these names of these people, that brand is going to speak for them before anything else does. So your name is your brand. It should be your ideology. When a lot of these people come out and say, oh, she's embarrassing him. Of course. I can tell you why now. Dark-skinned man in the South. He's from Florida. Had a chipped tooth in high school. Had a really broad nose. And you goddamn know, a lot of those chicks in Florida were teasing him, even though they don't see him the same way men will see him and see him as this ultra athletic, demigod. They don't see him the same way we do. Think about it. He's like a fucking demigod. He's that damn athletic. But guess what happens? She only gave a fuck about him when her friends told her who he was and what he was about. She claims, oh, I just don't date cheaters. Really? Really? You don't date cheaters, huh? You really don't, huh? You get up there in newsreels and you pretty much tell people the business that should not be theirs about how much you didn't even find him attractive. How much you didn't even want to deal with him. I think that's funny. I think that's hilarious. Then, on top of that, you didn't even keep it funky for my boy and let him know that you're from the stripper hoe tribe. But this is the saddest part about growing up black in America. You're supposed to be forgiving of all these types of fucking people because you're what did Dr. T say? You're a concuserve. Your rights and opinions matter not. You don't have a right to anything. You don't have a right to be respected. She doesn't even understand that she's the one fucking up the money. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? She doesn't even care. Many of you know why. Many of you know why. Because of that selfish ass nature. If the attention ain't on me, then it ain't worth it. And that's pretty much what it is, folks. If it doesn't benefit me, then it doesn't matter. You don't have to agree with a damn thing I'm saying right now. But I'm going to ask you the same thing I'll tell anybody else. Prove me wrong. Be so goddamn diametrically opposed to what I'm saying, but yet prove me wrong. You know why you won't? Because you can't. And I always ask this question to a lot of women. Would you want your son to marry a woman like you? So why isn't mom or anybody, any of the females of his family, putting them on game? Because you ever notice black women don't put their sons on game for shit. Never put their sons on game. You will actually commence your son's failure. You will actually agree to that bullshit. You will actually be an accomplice to his destruction. I, for one, I think it's eternally fucked up. I think it's eternally fucked up. I really do. And I'm going to let you know how much it is fucked up. You will see that woman being the carbon copy of you. and your son will catch all types of hell, and you will do and say nothing of it. You won't have none of the men talk to him. You won't have any of his father. You won't have his father talk to him because you enjoy this shit. You enjoy the misery that that bitch is going to bring because you wish you could do it to his father. Let's just keep it funky. If misery loves company, then this is a book club. And I got to blame some of the men too. Because you'll see this guy. You'll see this guy making the mistakes you made. And won't say shit. Won't say shit. And the worst part about it is, with Travis, young Mr. Hunter, if you will, he's been told. I like to quote the great Deion Sanders. If I'd have had a Brittany Renner talk to me when I was playing, when I was coming up, I'll be $15 million richer. But how many women talk about the predatory nature of women to guys like that? I appreciate that, AL. They don't talk about that predatory nature. What you mean predatory? Will try to use your sexuality to gain an advantage and a foothold in this man's life. And there's so many women who will watch this young man stumble. And I mean fucking stumble. Fucking stumble. And have this chick in his goddamn life. To do what? Nothing but to destroy him. Slowly but surely. Of course, it'd be less prey. Why are you calling that girl predatory? When a woman doesn't fuck with you for who you are, but what you are, that's predatory as fuck. Let's just keep it a factor. Predatory as fuck. And the sad part about it is she has patience. She's going to wait until what? That rookie contract runs out. He's going to be a top five pick at least. And that's just minimum. He's going to be a top 5 pick. And whatever team he lands, he's going to be an attraction. But this is the hubris of chicks like that. She thinks the world came to see her. Au contraire, mon frere. Au contraire. See, one of the biggest problems is that a woman who's an asset is not afraid to take a back seat to make her man shine or to let him shine. Especially if she knows this motherfucker's the bread and butter. But let's tell the truth. How many of these motherfuckers are coming up with mothers to tell them the truth about these chicks? Well, you should say something about the fathers. Two things about that, right, sweetheart? Number one, when we try to get the kids to the fathers, you're the number one opponent for getting them to the fathers to school them on this shit. Number two, you always take the side of the wayward bitch. I've seen it with so many of my friends. Mom will call that chick all kinds of bitches. But guess who mom still talks to? Even my mother does this shit. Talk to my exes. Even your own mother in this gynocentric world has no loyalty to you, but she'll have a loyalty to a bitch that made your life a living hell. And by the way, this is an ex I have no children with. Why are you talking to this chick? And you got to realize this. Loyalty for men is not the same thing for women. It's not looked in the same way. What's up, Snowman? One of the things y'all need to keep to your minds and skulls. When you're looking at loyalty, she's not loyal to you. She's just loyal to the game. Never was loyal to you. An asset knows what they're good for. People always say, well, how do you know she's a good asset? You know. Does she give you, number one, more blessings or headaches? If she's giving me more hell than anything else, throw her back. But you know what the biggest problem is? Like a Travis Hunter? A lot of you niggas Think you can't get anything any better than this miserable bitch here. You know I'm telling the truth. You know goddamn well I'm telling the goddamn truth. You know goddamn well I'm telling the truth. How you being so mean, Charles? I'm not being mean. I'm being truthful. A lot of you motherfuckers would let your sons be a sacrificial lamb than to really school them. I think that's nutty. I think it's absolutely nutty. And to allow that young man to go through that ordeal without saying a goddamn thing. Well, as Bay would put it, some niggas need to be bit by the viper. Because we think that all this spunky, sarcastic, off-putting, insufferable attitude, we think that's a good woman. And in actuality, what you've been studying was a failed woman. It's like a man It's like a man who never found a purpose in his life. A man who's a constant fuck up, not willing to learn. He's a detriment. We got away from that shit. He's a detriment. Why am I friends with people who, one, don't give a fuck about me, two, don't want to help me, three, don't want me to be better? There were some things that each one of my friends are probably better than me in, and I'm not ashamed of it. I love the fact that I have such cool ass intelligent friends. You know why? That makes me a better man. I make them better men. We're all supposed to each one teach one. But you know what happens in this community? We're jealous as fuck, conniving, destructive, You don't see that man as your brother. You see them as your enemy. Only reason why, for one good damn reason. If you team up, the gynocracy can't rule. If you team up, the gynocracy can't rule. I'm going to say it again for the niggas in the back that didn't hear me. If you team up, the gynocracy can't rule. Don't you get it? Don't you get it? What's the Bible verse where they say, who should I send? Send me, O Lord. I believe it's the book of Isaiah. Let me check real quick. Yep, Isaiah 6, chapter 6, verse 1. A lot of you are afraid to be sent. That's all. That's all. Stop being afraid to be sent. Stop being afraid to be sent. Stop being afraid to be sent. I'm going to say it again. Stop being afraid to be sent. I'll even read the verse for you. I hear the voice of the Lord saying, who shall I send, and who will go for us? Then I said, here I am, send me. Why are so many people afraid to be sent? Why are so many people afraid to be sent? You wonder why the gynocracy's winning. Not for long, but you wonder why. They're willing to invest in their speech. They're willing to invest in their rhetoric. They're willing to do what it takes for their narrative to be heard. They're willing. Stop being a pansy waste. Don't be afraid of what that bitch thinks. There's too many goddamn talented men in this space alone, not including all black men, for us to lose. As Red Fox would say, the best way to get on your feet is to get off your ass. A lot of niggas don't want to hear that shit, though. A lot of people don't want to hear that. Only group of people that think it's acceptable to lose. I don't. I pray tell, do not. I think you're an idiot to stand in the abuse that you're already in. I really started to really believe that, man. You gotta be a goddamn idiot to take that type of abuse and stay there. Now, if anybody want to add something in, here's the link. Let's talk for a minute. Hell, I'm looking for that. I'm looking for another troll to come on my post again. Come on, trolls. Where are you? You should use your own material. Stop biatching, nigga. Y'all could ask me questions if you like, too. By the way, what's up, everybody? It's A.L. Evans, that mother trucker himself.
Not one lie was told in everything you spoke. Not one lie was told, sir.
And I gotta put this out there because this been burning on my heart, too. Hold up. We gotta do my intro again. I gotta say this. I gotta put this out there. And I see this a lot in the cosplay and comic book cosplay community. A lot of you bitches get mad about guys finding you attractive. It's one thing if they're saying something rude like, okay, let me fuck. But when you're wearing scantily dressed shit and you're telling guys they should put their sexuality on hold, but yours is on full display, I'ma just tell you, Buttercup, stop being a fucking hypocrite because men find you attractive. That's the only reason half you broads even get the fucking subscribers or the viewers that you get. Let's stop the bullshit for 5 seconds, all right? Because I think it's always a victim mentality when it comes to these broads. Oh, he finds me attractive. So the fuck what? So the fuck what? But yet, when you have obviously unattractive women hitting on, or even trans women hitting on men who don't find them attractive, oh, he's being chauvinist, he's being a pig. Give peace a chance and some other shit. And then you bitches be like, and one of my favorite female cosplayers try to say, well, I'm not trying to be a pick-me. Well, here's my thing. Stop doing what you're doing. You don't like it, stop doing what you're doing. But you're getting so much money and admiration, and you already know if men weren't watching, you know goddamn well bitches weren't going to pitch in. Because we know one thing from watching the WNBA, bitches don't support bitches, do they?
Oh, hell no, they don't.
Bitches don't support bitches. But then you want to talk about being a pick-me. See, the problem is, the only reason y'all got a problem with pick-me's is because of what? You're not being picked. You're not being picked. Only time being a pick-me is a problem is when you're not picked. And that lets you know the gynocratic mindset is failing women, because you rather let women fail, be alone in this fucking economy, than to really go search out a man who could take care of her and their future children. Y'all rather have that shit. Y'all rather have that shit, man. And that lets you know about the so-called sisterhood. The sisterhood doesn't give a fuck about its own unless it benefits them, like I said before.
They mean us no good, Chuck. They really don't.
And this is the incredible part, right? The incredible part about this whole issue. Well, I don't like men making me feel uncomfortable. Don't be online. But you love the attention, you love the marketing, you love the money. Men are supposed to be quiet. You're supposed to do anything that men might find attractive. Guess what? If you're doing pole exercises, guess what? Fit women, men tend to find that attractive. Oh well, get over it. It's no different if I'm going to the gym and a woman might find what I'm doing attractive. At some point, you can't be disingenuous about this shit.
bro know when they be talking that damn shit, they talking about the men they don't find sexually attractive, and the ones that can't
Oh,
control
you
their
real low,
emotions.
Mel.
Damn, I hate Firefox. I don't know why I
You
can't
might
talk.
have something on. It's making you real low.
I
No,
can barely hear him,
it's the
bro.
browser. I got switch browsers.
But see, when it comes to sexual attraction, it can only be one directional, or as they call it, unidirectional or unilateral.
What's up?
What's up? But you could come out there dressing scantily in costumes. Some guys, yes, I think there's some guys who need to be respectful more than others. Cool. I get that. I get that. But at the same time, why are you complaining when this is how you make your notoriety and money? You gonna tell me you gonna trade that shit in? If I don't like the attention I'm getting from certain people, I'm gonna take myself out of that space. But because we know dick and attention is a drug, they're not gonna give it up. I don't feel your plight and your pity. Just like I'm asked, how many of these bros gonna feel bad for Travis Hunter? Well, what do y'all think about one, the Travis Hunter case?
You.
Yeah,
That
much
boy,
better.
that boy don't get far and the hell away from that woman. Whatever falls upon him, serves him right.
I think he was failed.
I had to listen to a podcast like it was 2 days ago or yesterday. I'm not gonna name no names, but he sounded real dumb and everything. They didn't realize that technically Travis Hunter's making a big mistake because he glorified a female that think that he was there for him since high school. Tried to tell him like no, she never liked him until he had a status.
No. And what's the one thing females want above, even above money?
A man with a status.
They want
Attention.
status.
No, I pick attention before study. They go always got to have that attention.
No. I mean, no. Women always gonna get attention, even if she ain't even trying. But you talking about to be with someone, see, a status is a whole nother level of power they want. Especially if they with a guy that got it and they can feed off of it. Yeah.
I'll give you that, Mel. I'll give you that.
This young boy and everything getting on a lot of dudes that's trying to warn him about chicks like that. I mean, there was a reason why I think that what was it? Was it that Brittany Renner to talk to the guys about chicks like herself? I forgot what it was. Even she tried to warn these dudes, man. Like, yo, she's like me looking for hoops, pumpkins,
I really believe Travis Hunter was asleep during that symposium that Deion Sanders put on, and he had
exactly.
her there to teach them. He had to be asleep. He slept. He straight slept through it. That's the only way. Because he hasn't heeded not one for a young man to be as talented, bright, and as smart as he is. He's dumber than a box of rocks when it comes to common sense.
Yep, exactly.
Well, even though tier really means money and mission when it comes to special operations. Baltimore police would be, compared to police departments around the country, would actually be tier one if we had to talk about the money and the training and the experience. Let's compare a rookie with 6 months on compared to the majority of the country, those 6 months he got more experience than a cop with 5 years on, maybe even 10, depending on the jurisdiction. So with the
Yep.
experience alone, you're gonna be pretty hardened. You're gonna be pretty wise to the to the course of the actions
Handles
because
the situations better.
because of the because it's one of the 14th largest city in America, and also the and when I first joined it, it was the seventh largest police department. It dropped down to 14. Now it's back up to number 8. You got to think about it. With that being said, the budgeting and here's what makes the budget even further. You have a SWAT team, you have a harbor team. SWAT in the harbor gets funding from Homeland Security.
Ooh.
So that's a lot of budgeting and a lot of money that comes into that place.
A lot of
You
resources.
remember what, like me and BGS pointed out, Baltimore to DC. That's where a lot of your from Baltimore, PG, Northern Virginia, DC. A lot of money flows through that fucking area. So I would put it if we had to go through the tier from missions, the most dangerous missions, the length of experience, training. I would actually put it tier 1 if I had to put it up there. Tier 1. Even just to the whole department, even though I got my major issues with the department, even I could go from the department and I have my majors issue with it from the length of experience alone, it's going to be tier 1 and the money being put into it. We as officers and whatever may not see it that way, but compared to 99% of the other police departments in the country, that's what it'd be. I mean, you could put a Baltimore cop, and would he suffer if he went to New York, Detroit, Chicago, LA? No, he'll fit right in. The only difference is he would just learn the colloquialisms. He would just need to learn the procedures and the 10 codes. That's it. He could pretty much be a cop anywhere on this planet, and that's why a lot of agencies try to pull from the Baltimore Police Agency for their police.
You think there'd be
Now,
other cops who could work just as good in Baltimore from other major cities?
huh?
You think there could, just like you said, like cops from Baltimore can adjust and fit right into any other cities police department? Do you think officers from other places, other major cities, that is, do you think they could fit right
So
in
it would have to
Baltimore?
be the only other officers I could see that fits comfortably would be in New York, LA, Chicago, or Detroit because of the level of violence, the level of calls, the grittiness of it. Like I couldn't get a guy who's in Montana and put him in any major city. That would be a fail. That would be a failure.
Mhm.
Just just from some certain level of violence, you'll see.
Yeah, I mean, people don't even consider the level of like PTSD among law enforcement, especially who they don't get like the adequate support and everything, and how much sometimes officers will take it for granted.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Now, I would tell you a lot of stuff about my thoughts on a lot of shit, but I'm trying to get y'all. What do y'all think about this? Well, I know I got ABs on Travis Hunter. What about yours?
First of all, the biggest red flag was when I remember was either compassionate callous or passport OG. They posted a picture of him with his girlfriend, and one of the things I noticed was a red flag was if you look at her ring finger on her left hand, she has a tattoo of a dollar sign. What does that tell you?
She married to the money.
Run!
She's married to the money.
Married
I
to the
got
most.
money on my mind, money on my mind, money on my mind,
I
money
was
on
thinking
my
more
mind.
I was thinking more like the OJ's, but okay. Money,
I
money,
was
money,
thinking more.
money.
I was thinking more of Ted DiBiase.
Everybody's got a price. Some may cost a little.
When you got
Some
a
may
hood,
cost a lot. Go ahead.
when you got a hood booger attitude, have a bitch. Hood booger attitude, having bitch, man. This is what I told a lot of niggas. I'm gonna be very candid with y'all, man. Very candid.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of bitches that I stopped talking to because my tolerance to their bullshit is so low. Old Charles, if you hang up on me, used to call you and cuss you the fuck out. You know what Charles did this week? He laughed at the
Block.
phone and was like, I didn't even block. Because what's going to be colder? You answer my block or I'll answer the phone and be like, who's this?
Oh.
And
I'll take
what's worse?
500, Alex.
Because I'm gonna tell you what. What's worse than me cussing you out is like I put on my Facebook. What's worse than insulting you is my indifference.
Mm-hmm. So ignore them.
Oh, who are you? Okay. Oh shit, I didn't have the names. I didn't have the number saved anymore. Okay, bye. You really did that. Yep. I don't tolerate disrespect.
Yeah, I've been dealing with that, a lot of that with myself lately.
And he doesn't negotiate with terrorists neither.
Damn right.
Nope. I'm sorry. You know what I do to terrorists? I usually kick the shit out of them.
And many of them have the thumb have the permanent stamp on their asses that says "Made in Baltimore, Maryland."
Yeah. Come with it, come get it.
Yerp.
That's
Did I
the
say it right?
fucked up part. You heard? Yeah,
Yerp.
shit. It's your.
Yerp. But going back to Travis Hunter thing, like when you guys brought up Brittany Renner, what did Dion say on Club Shay Shay? He said, "If I had somebody like Brittany Renner coming to my school, come to Florida State and tell me what the deal was, I would have been like 10, 15 million richer. I wouldn't have gone through 2 ex-wives and all the nonsense and everything, child support and everything. I would have been more
You
smarter
know,
with my game."
you know, if Charles Faulkner had an older Charles Faulkner, well, he did my father, so I can't really say that too much. If Charles Faulkner would have listened to his daddy a little bit more,
Mm-hmm.
Charles Faulkner would be in a world of a better place. Now, there are some decisions I had to make for myself, which ended up better than even my father predicted.
Mm-hmm.
But 85 to 90%, my father had a saying: if you find a bitch in the club, when you're done having your fun, you take her right back there and leave her there.
Ooh.
Now, Godson has a question for the panel. Is there such thing as a good woman in America anymore? I'm going to answer that very candidly. What's useful to you? What's good for you?
What was the good brother's name who passed away? No. To the no, no, no. No,
That was
no,
Bishop Bullwinkle.
no. I know you will remember.
See, here's the thing about a good woman. A good woman is a useful woman. A good woman is a thoughtful woman. What did I say earlier in the stream? Do I have to tell you to fix me a plate, or are you willingly going to do it on your own?
The
Do I have
latter.
to tell you to raise my kids properly while I'm out work? Are you going to fight me for my kids? See, are
Is she
women
gonna
in this
be?
country,
Is she gonna be encouraging or is she gonna be hindering?
is she going to give you inspiration to take on the world?
Alexa, play my latest greatest inspiration by Teddy Pendergrass.
To answer
Ain't
your
no more, ain't no more latest and greatest creations. No more inspirations. No. Cut it out.
my all-star G with his backup account. Okay. I really have to say, is that broad useful? If she ain't useful, what you doing with her? It's like
Yeah.
it's like the way human beings evolved. Okay? Have have we evolved to walk within a certain level of gravitational pull?
Mm.
Did we evolve very efficiently in walking in a certain gravitational pull?
Yes, we did.
Now, let's look at the women. Have they evolved to be the type of people you would call useful?
Reverend Bullwinkle again. Hell no. To the no, no, no.
Here to the no, here to the no, to the no, no, no. Listen, where's Snowman when we
Because
need him?
because really, if we look at it very candidly, what good are they doing you? And I'm not speaking ill of them. I'm just asking a question. What did Kennedy say? Don't ask what your country could do for you. Ask,
What you do for your country.
ask what you could do for your country.
Damn right.
I believe it was Patrice O'Neill who was more poignant when he said, in one of his post Thomas release comedy albums, he said, "My girl talks a lot of shit, and sometimes I just look and say, what do you really bring to my life, bitch? Tell me."
And
And he
really,
was drawn to that type of shit, apparently.
look at Patrice O'Neill. If Patrice O'Neill was still alive today, one, he would probably have 5 million subscribers.
And he would have fun with them trying to cancel him.
Yep. Number two, I would even bet that old Patrice would actually come to one of our channels. He would definitely be over to Kevin Samuels.
Not just that, he would have been a lot lighter. Because remember, he was somewhere between he was like at his heaviest 350 to 400 pounds. And he was 6'4", 6'5". The type 2 diabetes, hypertension, everything. If he would have managed his diabetes better, he would have been like at least 300, or 280. Been a lot healthier, and he would have been also very insightful, a lot more insightful. But that diabetes, man. That diabetes, man. That took
Shout out the
what it is.
electrician 480. One of the. God damn it! You know what? I got to give a special shout out to electrician 480. Man, when a brother be hurting for gas money, boy, you come in there like Jesus. Boy, you like Bruce Wayne to me some days. Thank you. I always appreciate you, my dude. I'm like this when it comes to this shit, man. I look at this place as a place of learning, a place of intellectualism. You get what I'm saying?
Where we all can be ourselves and think and go back and forth and build. It's exactly what Black Phillip was all about. Patrice said it best once. He had to check. What was it? It was Kat Foster when she was the third mic, and he had to cut. He had to check and say, "You see how me, Dante, Drew, and everybody are talking? We talk and build up. We help each other out. We get exchange information and we build up together. All you do is try to bring us down in order to bring yourself up.
Yeah.
You
I
don't.
want you
We
to
don't.
say, wait
We
a minute.
don't
I'm not
use
gonna
our
let you
language.
escape. Hold on, neighbor. I'm not gonna let you escape that one phrase that pays. Say it loud with your goddamn chest out. What did they say again?
We build up together. We when I learned when we trade
No,
exchange
no, 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 no.
information,
The part about we build ourselves up
we
together.
build ourselves up together. Unlike you, you don't try to build yourself up by trying to bring us down and use our words against us, which goes back to what BGS said when he played the Good Wife podcast stream about why women want to be lied to. Because if you be honest with them, they'll use your words against you in another argument or whatnot. Hell,
And I'm gonna tell you what's funny about that void you talk about, Indigo Flow. What's up, my Frankie Beverly fan brother? The void is supposed to be filled by 10 more people.
mm-hmm.
The void is supposed to be filled by 10 people. When Kevin passed, notice how many other channels came up
And bastardize this shit.
and bastardized it. And notice what happened when Kendra G thought she can easily do what this man did. And she got black pill very quick, didn't she?
She got a reality check. And it was hard because, especially when they asked her, like, how do you understand all this stuff? Or like Patrice would say about his girl, he said, she knows shit because I tell her shit. You only know so much, you don't expand on it.
You're not going to be an expert about men, especially if you're not a man. You're just taking advantage of the male gaze, if you will.
You got plenty of women out there who do that same shit, you know? A lot of these so-called dating gurus and whatnot. And some of them may have some insight, but there's something in there that lets me know you can't completely take it with. It tells me don't take everything at face value. You got to take everything with a grain of salt. That's why we still have in our generation critical thinking skills. We're encouraged to be skeptical.
Yeah, but part of
go ahead, Mel.
You know what I'm saying? But part of that also too is to apply the knowledge to see if it works. See, most of these dudes are just listening but complaining too much. But instead of taking the knowledge and see if it works, why don't you take some action? How much more complaining you gonna keep doing if you ain't taking no action? You just sitting back and saying, I can't, oh, blah blah blah. But you're not doing the work yourself.
Here's the part. Majority of your time should be in the development of you. Get in the gym. Get into some type of higher learning.
It's action.
Get into developing what you like to do, your hobbies, your goals. Write down your goals.
Exactly. It's action. Part of learning is you have to be doing. A lot of people just sit back and just take in, but they're not doing. You're not applying the action.
It's like people
It's
want to
just like
talk about game. Fuck a game. What's a game to a game master? I
yeah,
could create a game. If I want to go out with a chick, it should not be because that's the only way you should get her. If she's not willing to meet you at Starbucks, if it's warm, buy some wings, buy whatever her favorite glass of wine is, sit out at the park, or as I do, sit at the harbor. If she's
Ooh,
not willing to do that, you don't need her because she's looking to be seen. She's looking to be taken care of. She's looking for that free money date.
exactly.
that's why
There's
Ron Wills, the field marshal, once said this. Just like women, the old ball heads 90-day rule, we should have a 90-day rule as well.
I wouldn't even do that.
Huh?
You got 90-minute rule, 90 minute or less rule. I don't need no 90 days to figure you
No,
out.
but there's a point. There was a point in it because sometimes you gotta, with some people you gotta give them like some leeway.
No, no, I'm not
Hold
giving
on.
him 90 days.
Let him finish, Mal. Hold on. Let him finish. Then give your
Oh, I thought
response.
he was finished. I thought he was finished. Go
No,
ahead,
no,
go ahead,
no, no.
man.
But yeah, I know what you're trying to say, man. But sometimes we gotta remember, Oh, by the way, when you saw, by the way, Mel, what you mentioned about people just complaining and shit like that, or just responding, it's like T to the motherfucking K. Kirkland once said, "Motherfuckers listen to respond, not to comprehend." You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's one thing we got to deal with sometimes, especially when we have conversations, and that's what Patrice had to deal with whenever there was a female caller on the show. But like I said, sometimes, like you said, you want to do 90 minutes. I say 90 days in certain situations, especially if it's like somebody who might show some potential. You just need to see what they're about. If they're gonna give you that 90-day thing, you don't, even if they don't give you that 90-day thing, you got to do the 90-day thing about not spending no cash on them because you got to know if this person is worth it. You got
You
to know
got
if
to
this person is
spend
worth it, your
just
time.
less time spending money.
Yeah, you got to vet them.
First of all, if time is money, what's the most you ever been paid per hour for work?
Ooh,
I want everybody who's in the chat right now. What's the most you've been paid per hour for work?
$35 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
that's good.
Everybody in the chat, we doing some audience participation. I don't give a damn if you were paid $5 an hour. It's still getting paid, nigga. Shit, money's money. I want y'all to ask me the same question.
How much? Well, how much did you get paid? What was the most you got paid an hour? What was your best hourly rate?
The best hourly rate I ever had in my life was this year at BlurCon for executive
Ooh.
protection. $200 an hour.
God damn.
I wouldn't say. I get what you're saying, Charles. Yeah. I would twist. I don't use the concept of time is money no more. I use the concept of my value is money. That's what you got, Charles. Yeah, you know your value, your worth.
And that's damn good money. I'm not knocking anybody.
Exactly.
It's not my regular everyday, but I chose to do that because if you telling me I got motherfuckers who started Marvel and Disney movies, who started Star Wars and Black Panther, yeah, the price goes up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Of course.
but here's the point that I make. For me to put my life on the line to protect them, they had to pay a good sufficient amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
They're high value.
What do I get for the cost of my life to be with that chick? Okay.
It's surmountable because is she even worth the time?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Because
that's one thing dudes got to lay it on the females. Dudes is giving females too much of their time instead of reversing it back on them, making them work for your time.
That's why we walked away, Mel. They gonna learn. They gonna learn.
Hey, make them work for the D. I ain't working for the P. You work for this D. The D's more valuable than the P. You get what I'm saying?
24
I
hours
got
a day,
stories.
365 days a year. You absolutely right, Mel. You absolutely right.
Exactly.
I made it a point that when I got involved with one woman, I wasn't doing anything without getting protection, without wrapping it up. And I insisted getting tested, and she had no problem. She said, "All right, let's get tested." So yeah, now, there's been some condom stories I could tell y'all.
Because I'm gonna tell you one thing about making money.
Hmm.
That's 12 hours a day. Oh, trust me, electrician. You being a master electrician yourself, that's damn good money.
Mm-hmm.
If a woman don't fuck with you, if she don't, shit. When you put the title master electrician, and if a bitch don't act right, I know about 25 more without even thinking about who will.
I got the utmost respect for electrician 480. You want to know why I got the utmost
Wow.
respect for him? He's in the
Well,
same field. He's in the same field my daddy was in, and I know my daddy made good money. I
Hmm.
know he made good money.
God
yeah.
rest his soul. Wait, still alive or he passed on?
I remember this video when it was on Fresh and Fit when DJ Academics was on there, and I think it was probably afterwards when he had a group of girls. He was arguing with them and
Oh, I
stuff. And I
remember that.
remember when he was saying, "Oh, listen to me, I'm the leader and everything." I looked at DJ Academics like this stupid simp ass name make the biggest mistake right there already.
Oh, and that's
Having,
another. And
having to tell a woman I'm the leader and everything. You should never have to tell a woman you're the leader. She should already knows how by the way she responds to your leadership, to your presence. And if she's not responding that way, she doesn't see you as a leader. You leave her alone.
hmm
Yeah.
And that's DJ Academic's problem and everything. For you to actually tell a woman, I'm gonna lead you, I'm the leader and everything, you already failed.
But y'all do know he does suffer from morbid obesity, and therefore that leads to a whole bunch of idiosyncrasy and insecurities in his life. He's
Wait,
not gonna
how
be
tall is he?
well rounded enough to just stand
Exactly.
on his own square and hold his own as a man. He's dealing with too many
Exactly, Ayo. Exactly.
self-inflicted.
and shout
He
out
got
to electrician again because yeah, that the ability to do outside projects. Trust me,
mhm.
I have a big respect for truck drivers. You motherfuckers get your CDLs, which God knows, hell and high water you got to keep.
Mhm.
Then God forbid you become hazmat certified and all
Mhm.
other certifications.
I, I,
Class B, class
I
A.
tell,
They working independent.
I tell all drivers this. Don't get your hazmat. Do not get it. They do not pay you any extra for it, but you assume all the risk and liability if anything goes wrong. If
Mhm.
every trucker refuses to get his hazmat, all the trucking industry will cripple and fold, and they will start paying what a real driver is worth. But all these
Exactly.
fools keep accepting this bullshit. Talking about, well, if I don't get the hazmat, they won't give me a job, which is a goddamn lie. Because guess what? At the end of the day, they still need truckers. Guess what? You might not be able to work in the hazmat field hauling goods and services, but there are other goods and services you can pull. But they keep lying to these drivers 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. If you don't have a hazmat, you can't work. That is a lie. I got every classification endorsement I need on my CDL with the exception of hazmat. I literally had an instructor, a junior instructor, when I was going to truck driver school, argue me up and down, talking about, you're not going to get your license from here. You're not going to get your certificate. I politely walked back to that office to that head lady. I walked her up to the front where he was instructing, and I told her, please tell this man he's a cocksucking liar. Please tell him he is. He
Yeah.
told him,
Yeah.
sir, you are a cocksucking liar. And quit
Yeah.
telling students this. You're selling these students a false dream because that's what Snyder, J.B. Hunt, and all the other big companies told you. And you believe it. But guess what? A person who never does his research will be told a lot and he'll get along and go along with a lot. But real men, they go question everything in the world that goes on. And I am that dude. I question everything when it came to my field. No.
By the way, here's another
That's
cat
the
we got
key.
to get
That's the
props
key
to.
thing, AO. That's the big key thing. You question. You don't take everything and accept every no. You gotta always question also too. Everything. A
Yep.
lot of dudes don't question so much. It's like, yo, they're
Hey, by
afraid
the
to ask
way,
questions.
by the way, speaking of brothers, we got to give mad props to who deserves his flowers. ABM, because he's another cat, you know, who's like doing his shit. And he's also the master electrician, and he does a lot of contract work.
I mean, speaking of electrician, shout out to, once again, we're joined by the Honorable Electrician 480. How you doing, bro?
Hey, what's good,
Oh
man?
man, I'm good. What's going on, y'all? How y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
Oh, yeah.
All
Yeah, loud
respect
and
to
clear.
you, G. All respect to you. You working in the same field my
Oh, yeah.
daddy did.
Oh yeah, I heard you, bro. Yeah, man, it's it's been getting better and better by the year. I picked up a new gig with let's just say the big three, and well, I kind of put it in the chat, and yeah, things are going cool. So we just slowed down. So man, I'm gonna enjoy my time off until January 2nd, man.
Mm,
You lucky
Yeah,
motherfucker,
man,
you.
I'll drink that
Yeah,
egg.
yeah.
Drink that eggnog. Get under some comfortable breasts, comfortable ass. Enjoy your
oh
holiday.
yeah. Yeah, no question about that. That's no doubt. That's no doubt. Matter of fact, man, I just want to keep blowing my phone up, man. I'm like, I just want some time to myself right now.
Turn the
Mhm,
motherfucker off and just get some sleep.
mhm.
You know
Yeah,
what?
that's what I've
I
been
just
doing.
remember. You know what? I just remember something. Wait, electrician, you married, right?
No, I'm divorced.
Okay. All right. Even better. But ay. That hurt. But anyway, Chris Rock's Bigger and Blacker. At the end, what he said about why a lot of black men don't go home straight from work, because they gotta go home. Before they gotta go home, they gotta smoke some, they gotta drink some, they gotta hang with their boys, they gotta go watch the game, they gotta get situated before they get home and deal with all the talking that she gonna give him. As soon as he gets in the front door, blah, 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 he's like, wait, let me get something to drink. Let me take a dump. Let me do this, that, and third. How about you go in the kitchen and get me my big piece of chicken? Be
I
clan.
mean,
You don't have to go through that shit.
but see, here's the thing about that, and that's interesting that you brought that up, Neymar, is because you, it's something I was telling somebody the other day. We sitting there talking. Matter of fact, was a young lady at work. She kind of hitting on me, but I had to give her I had to feed her the black pill, a little bit of a black pill, just a little bit. I hate it pretty good. It's a black licorice, but exactly. So what I told her was, oh yeah. So she sit there and explaining everything about her life, and she's got a son, and she couldn't stand her kid's father. I said, and I broke it down to her. I said, well, why was you messing with him? You knew he wasn't you knew he was a buster. You knew he was a chump. You know what I'm saying? Before you mess with him. I mean, come on, tell me the truth. She's like, yeah, I did. I say, okay, so y'all got a kid together. So y'all should try. Y'all should try to work that out. That'd be very beneficial for your son in our community, because that'll be one less son that could actually rebound, because the father's in the house. That son can actually do, and perform greatly. And the thing is that when you got parents who just leave, things up to chances. I think one of the biggest mistake that not Generation X, but the baby boomers, what they did with their daughters, in particular with the daughters, and I think they were the first generation, is that they stopped teaching their daughters how to be wives. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They stopped teaching their daughters how to be wives and started teaching them how to be individuals. That's why women who are in their 50s and from 50 down, that's why a lot of them are single, because they've been teaching their daughters, and their daughters taught their daughters how to be individuals. So when you teach that, and then you inject feminism into it, you inject, this delusional grandeur, a delusion of I can do everything as a man and all that stuff. And when that reality comes crashing down, it's a mess. But going back to what you said, Neymar, it's in the training. How come that when you walk in a house, that your wife is going to talk to you like you her girlfriend? I ain't trying to hear what you. I mean, think about it for a minute. Think about it for a minute.
Know. I think about it. I think about it because I remember my mother was trained from a young age to be a wife, although I come from a different culture.
There it is.
But one thing I remember learning from her was I pick up certain traits from her. Does it make me feminine? I don't know. But but then again, when I was little, from the age of 5,
No, it doesn't make you feminine. It makes you smart.
Because from the age of 5, I had to learn how to clean because from the age of 5, I had to learn how to clean my own mess and everything. And when I got older, I started taking more responsibilities. Learn how to press my own shirts, everything from my mother. Although my mother looked at me funny because I'm right-handed, but I also want to do everything left-handed as well. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I want to be ambidextrous. It's like I remember when I was learning Muay Thai, when I was learning like boxing, Muay Thai, I would switch stance because I wanted to learn how to do it both stances as well. But learning from my mother what not to do, especially when my father came home. Like one thing I remember, like my dad, when he came home, one of the first things I would do, get the man a glass of water and get him his medication. Because my dad had like high blood pressure and everything. He looked at me and said, "Thank you, son. Thank you much appreciated." And I was like, "Do you need anything?" Nah. Afterwards, my mom would get him his lunch. He'd eat it. Afterwards, he'd take a nap. I'd be someplace else doing my own thing, or I'd be in my room, and that was that. I learned to leave my father alone. Talk to him when he wanted to.
Yeah, because like that sounds like how I grew up. You know what I'm saying? My mother was trained to be a wife. My father got lucky. He got really lucky. And my mom was born my mother was born in 1950. So, she comes from that era. Yeah.
My mom was born in 58.
Well, they took pride in being a wife. You ain't gonna outlight me. It's funny because it was an insult to women if another woman brought you a plate without her permission.
Yes.
And I'm gonna say this. This is one of the things I tell a lot of people, right?
Mm-hmm.
My father was lucky for his first wife, my mother, and his second wife now. When he was down and out, when he divorced my mother, he was down and out. His second wife held him down. Now he bought with his VA a $300,000 house that they've been in for years, and a nice little cul-de-sac in Baltimore County. So you gotta look at it. That's why I always say this. Somebody need to put this in time and memorial. A woman's trauma builds men but destroys women. That's why a woman's past is important, but a man's future is important.
Yep.
Well,
one will negatively or positively affect the other.
I think Mel alluded to the fact, and this is the biggest problem with the Black community. We look at everybody's community. Mm-hmm. Who are the leaders of their community? It's the men. Okay. This is in America. In America, we are the only community. Well, we are the only community where the women are looking for the gratitude and the glory, if you will, and to supersede the men. and don't realize that this is why your community is unstable. That's why you a lot of times, if what you, Charles, I send you a lot of stuff, and I call it the Gernocracy News Network because I call it GNN because
I like that. I just
yeah,
posted something in it. I love that name.
yeah,
That's
because I think because this is the reason why we have the problems that we have and facing now. Even the Native Americans, even though they were a matriarch society, Jewish Americans are a matriarch society, but they understand that, hey, in order to have a thriving and striving community, we got to build up the men got to the men need to be trained how to be, fighters, and the men need to, you know what I'm saying? And when you don't have that in the community, this is what you get. You get a mess. It's like Mel just said it. He just like, yeah, Mel was like, hey, look, check this out. When a dude got to tell you he the leader, that's a problem. Because it's either you follow what I tell you, you do what I ask you to do, right? And if you can't, you got to go. You got to step. I'll get somebody else who will. And it may not be the same. We may not be the same color.
I remember.
And the thing about it is man, we just, as black men, as we become successful, the more and more successful, we're going to have to expand our horizons. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. And that's the thing about it is because I'm going to give you the floor in a second, Mel. My bad.
I'll be after Mel.
I'm going to say this. I understand namers, but because I'm 42, everybody on this panel's above 40, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. We don't have the time, even if we live to be 150. 90 days is perfect for a guy in their 20s and 30s, not for a nigga who's 40 who does not have the tolerance anymore.
Exactly.
Right.
We see beyond that 90-day rule. BS.
Okay, I get it.
That's why you understand what I was saying, Namor. Like I ain't giving them 90 days and stuff like that.
Because I agree more.
I ain't giving you 90 days.
With the 90 days, with the 90 minutes, because
exactly,
bitch has been irritating me within a 90-minute conversation.
Bingo.
Oh man.
Like when the woman really into you, she don't need 90 days. That's what I was saying. She'll give you the pussy the same day.
Okay.
That same minute.
Yeah. I know. Me personally,
within 15 minutes, a female knows if she wants to fuck you or not.
Exactly.
Yeah. Man, I'm gonna say within 5.
Yeah.
Within 5 minutes.
Not 15, it's within 5 minutes.
5 minutes. That woman knows she want to jump your bone.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. That Charles was talking about all those chicks at that con. Was that con you were talking about? That they were trying to shame dudes for trying to highlight them. Yes. I'm like, yo, I'll never listen to chicks complain and everything like that because she's talking about specific dudes that she doesn't find attractive. If it's the dudes that she could find attractive and everything, sexual desire of, she wouldn't be saying all that shit. She would allow them to do what they want towards them because she knows that's the dude she wants to get the pussy to. The others she wants to control.
I already told you. I was talking to a chick who said she got married because of good dick. How can I trust your judgment?
I know somebody who is in that situation, and she's got 2 beautiful kids as well. But they knew each other when they were in high school. So yeah, it's a little different. Different races.
You ever notice? There's this show called Yellowstone, right? I seen scenes of that show also too online. Maybe you want to watch that show.
Okay,
that's a dope ass series.
Yeah, I'm watching this black podcast talking about it. How like, yo, you notice that show Yellowstone? They show the men in a masculine and the women in a feminine. Even that chick that be acting real gangster on that show. Y'all think I know what I'm talking about. When she around her husband, she act real feminine and shit like that.
Oh, you're talking about Biv and Rip.
We don't see that in our black shows. You know what they show in our black shows and everything.
They call that crazy bitch Beth. Her name is Beth.
Exactly,
Yeah,
best. Yeah.
Best
yeah.
and Rip.
But
Best
you
and
know,
Rip. He's talking
yeah.
about.
But you notice, like in our black shows, where they always keep showing our black shows, we have to be fucking street gangster, down low or low, whatever, emasculated. Like they never show that. And I think y'all mentioned about with the culture and everything. Yeah, it's beyond just not just shown on TV. We almost accepted that shit so much for so many years. Been indoctrinated.
You know,
Decades, man. What
No,
are you
deep
talking about?
outside.
Years?
We don't want that.
No. Let
hey
me.
Mel, hey Mel,
Oh, go ahead.
hey, check this out, Mel. I was gonna say, hey Mel, you know, a lot of times, man, I remember this book. I used to read this book called Plato's Republic, right? And I would say the 8th chapter is this chapter called an allegory of the cave. So let me break it down. So basically, Plato was talking to another this his young student, and he was basically asking him like, if you put these individuals in this cave, right? They never left. They was born in there. Their hands was bound up, and at night, what they would do, like the guards would make imaginations off the shadows of the walls, right? Like, oh, this is a
Images.
bird, or this is an animal, or this, right? So
Yeah.
let's just say that one of the inmates or one of the individuals who was in the cave, he goes out, right, and he sees the world. He sees the real world in real time, and then he comes back to him and tell all these people that have been arguing like, oh no, that's an eagle, or that's a this, or that's whatever. He says, no, these are just shadows. He said, man, don't you think they would kill him? He's like, yeah, they kill him because you took their reality. And the problem with us is that we just live in the allegory of the cave. You know what I'm saying? But if we manifest it, because again, when black women decided, actually before that, but when BGS talk about how the civil rights was mainly for black men, and how highly elite white women and the Paulie Murrays and things like that, they snubbed that shit out right in front of us, man. And so all we got is this act that we do. And the few of us that go around the world and see how the world is, I'm like, nah, brother, that's not your right place. Your right place is as the leader. These niggas out here were ready to kill you. They will kill you.
I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say this.
All right.
What is very funny is that power. I want somebody to put this in the chat. Power is when you can dictate to another person reality and they take it as truth.
Say it again.
Power.
Say it again.
Dictate to another person reality and they take it as truth.
See, all the gaslighters.
Like, share, subscribe. Donate if you feel inclined, if you're getting entertainment or knowledge from this. I try to give people some knowledge. It's funny how when a man stands on a square, he becomes one.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention an asshole. When a man stands on the square, he is the ultimate asshole to everybody else looking from the outside looking in.
Yeah, I'll pick it up when I put it down, right? When a man stands on his square, he becomes one.
Boom.
And I'm gonna prove it to you. When I told this chick I don't do the friend zone, she's like, "Why not?" I said, "What kind of would you respect me if you start talking about other men in my presence, or you're gonna look at me as your straight gay friend? You're gonna download onto me the complaints you can't tell him." And guess who's still gonna get that pussy at the end of the night? Guess who's still gonna get that Christmas gift at Christmas? Guess who's gonna get that other nigga party? Guess who's gonna get that birthday dinner? Guess who's gonna get that revealing clothing, that head game? All the attributes you bring, it won't be me. But guess who's gonna do the work? You know what? Everybody put a L7 woo in the chat because guess what? I'm proud to be a square as long as I get to stand on mine.
Alexa,
Mode
can
one, baby.
someone-
Mode one.
Yeah.
Get here to the L7 squares, baby. Get here to the L7 squares. Woo!
Yeah,
Man,
that's all facts, bro. That's all facts right there.
If I can
because as
piggyback,
soon as you put down a rule of what you won't do, that's when you start becoming square. Notice that.
yeah. By the
She
way,
doesn't like being told no. Why? Why? Because now she knows there's a limit. And this is the worst thing you could do to a motherfucker that doesn't know their limits. That's a dangerous person. Yes, I should know my limits and I should be able to surpass them like Superman and Goku, but I should know what the fuck my limits are. Guess what? If I take this offer to do security at this place or the customs, I got to get back in running shape. I know my limit, so I'm ready to surpass it. But to be honest with a lot of people, I can't do that for no broad. I got to do it for me. Least of which my son. I mean, most of which my son. That's my responsibility.
that's how a man
Not
stays
some,
righteous.
not some overgrown childlike adult. Like, what the fuck? Are you gonna? Because think about it. All these women who have children. Notice, black women have more children than black men. You think you're gonna be dealing with a chick heavy, and you're not gonna get a gift for their child? You're not gonna help them with clothing and all kinds of shit with their child? Can you pick the child up? Where's the father?
Charles, do you remember that was at one time everybody was making a stink on social media about that one guy who had a kid from a chick who had kids from other motherfuckers, and he took his kid to Mickey D's, and she gave him an attitude because of it.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that.
Yeah, that's the kind of shit you got to deal with. Like, yeah, look, that's my child. These other kids, they're not my responsibility. Where their fathers, since you're getting a check from them, where their fathers at. Furthermore, to bring it back, like what Mel was talking about, TV shows and everything. What's the common shows you guys see nowadays for black folk? Two Can Play the Game with Michael Jai White and everybody. Miss Pat, her show and shit like that.
Oh man,
I mean,
that show.
yeah. You go back. Mel, hold on, man. Electrician. Let's take it back to the early 90s. You had Living Single with Queen Latifah and everybody. You had that. But I remember Martin Lawrence's show, Martin. And one of the running gags you had was Tisha Campbell and Tichina Arnold's characters. Especially one gag, one thing that was a running joke was Tisha Campbell's character, Gina, not being able to cook. And whenever she did, it was so fucked up. There was one point where Cole once said, "You ever told her about Gina's cooking?" And she's like, "What?" And he looked at Gina and said, "He says it's so bad that the homeless give it back." It's so bad you gotta. How bad does it have to be that a homeless man wouldn't eat it?
That's pretty damn bad, bro.
Yeah.
But there again, she's a college educated woman and everything, and don't even have the basic necessities to learn how to feed yourself. You know what I'm saying? And those are those are life skills that you should be having as a child. You should. It's kind of like what you said, Neymar. My mother listen. I was washing my clothes and ironing my clothes, my own, and could sort them out by colors. And my whites has got to be hot. My color clothes is going to be in a cold cycle. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about it, I was doing that I was cooking for myself at 10, 11 years old.
Hell, I was when I was like 4th or 5th grade, no 3rd grade. I was packing my own lunch and picking out my clothes the night before. I had all my stuff, all my homework, everything done, and they were in my backpack, ready for tomorrow. Hell, my mom even checked and told me, "You got everything ready tomorrow?" But she would say, that's the thing, you got to do all that before you go to bed. Make sure you get everything done, and then you go have dinner and get everything done. Hell, my mother on certain weekends made it a point to help me with my homework if I had any homework. She was good with math. And if I was doing homework, you know what we're doing this summer? Given I come from
What was that?
my parents made it a point that me and my siblings, although the books they had were from Ethiopia, they made it a point that we had to learn how to read and write in our native language. Even though we were using the Ethiopian version, yeah, we had to learn. I still remember how to read and write. Although I don't write as much, I still read.
Okay.
It's just the times when when I read it, I'm just like I get kind of annoyed by certain shit. But the alphabet's a little different. The Ethiopian version, the Eritrean version is a little different. But learning that was important. Hell, when I was having problems with Arabic, she got a tutor, and immediately I picked it up afterwards. And I still learn how to. I still remember how to read. I still read a lot of Arabic, and it makes a lot of sense to me. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But the thing is like But the thing, like I said, we will learn how to be sufficient. Our moms taught us how to be sufficient. Hell, some of the stuff she taught me became useful when it was time for me to go into the military because we have national service where I'm from. And I learned because a lot of the boomers, they learned how to cook. A lot of the guys, they had to learn how to cook, and we learned how to laugh whenever we fucked up in cooking. Because it was a way we could just deal with it because we learned from our fathers the same thing. And but like I said, like you said, what I said about Gina Arnold's character, Gina from in Martin. There was that one episode where Martin was sick, right? He caught a cold and he was out, but with the man flu. And you see her in the kitchen trying to chop a whole chicken with a meat cleaver on the kitchen counter, and she don't know what the fuck she doing. Yeah. It was just hilarious just looking at that shit. And then, Pam, of course, Tina Arnold's character Pam comes in and said, "What the hell are you doing? I'm trying to make chicken noodle soup." I mean, I said, "Don't you know how to cook?" I said, "No, that's why I hired what's his face to do the cooking for me." See, right there. I mean, you got to ask yourself, how many women, Gen Xers and even millennials for that matter, took home ec? Hell, I remember another show. Robert Townsend had a show called Parenthood. They also talked about the oldest child, the daughter. She didn't know how to cook right, and she was flunking home ec. How do you flunk home economics?
Man, we don't even have home ec anymore.
Exactly. They took
the
that
problems that they had. I remember as a kid, when you remember that blue card they gave out when you pick out different home economics, trade, and everything. Mm-hmm. But those who live in New York know what I'm talking about. But when you pick them like next year, you never ever took those classes. Most of these schools don't teach home ec because they ain't teaching home ec in the school. Period. They ain't gonna have those classes.
And you wonder why.
Yo, Mel, what year did you graduate out of high school, Mel? From out of New York?
2000.
Okay, so I graduated in 91, right? Yeah. And we had home ec. Yeah, we had home ec. But about 94, 95, that's when all that shit got shut down, man. Exactly. All the body shops and all the stuff like that for the young people, all that got shut down, bro.
Unless you worthy of going to a specialized school to have that.
There you
that's
go.
The way you get it. But unfortunately, that's just as wrong right there. Like what? So a kid gotta be so specialized, have a certain grade point average on that shit to teach them home-based economics. I say this all the time. A lot of my parents. Do you remember half the stuff that you learned from school that's applied to now to you making money the way you're supposed to? Do you utilize it? No, nobody doesn't. We learned all this different crappy bullshit, and now we're adults and we don't even apply that shit and everything. They just now they decide to not even do no more. What I think it's Regents or SATs now, no more. All right. Just said they need to put important classes like financial literacy and home economics. That's the more important classes that these kids need. So when they grow up, they know that.
I'm gonna tell you something.
But you know, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, electrician.
I was gonna say it's funny because they took all that stuff out, but then they started putting in gender studies in the high schools. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? They started putting in.
Continue.
Go ahead.
Continue.
No, I was gonna say that's what they put in. There's a book called Feminist Classroom, and and everything you heard Kamala talking about on her campaign trail, on the news or whatnot, everything that she said, it reflects a lot what was going on in that book that I read. I only read like 2 or 3 chapters of it, and it was disgusting. You guys are more worried concerned about feelings and facts. I mean, feelings and not treating this individual or not treating that individual where, you're not teaching kids. You're not using the taxpayer dollars to teach kids how to make it in life.
Usable
You're
skills.
not yeah.
I mean, how many kids nowadays? Of course, they're going to say, "Well, we have online banking, so what's the point of learning how to balance a checkbook?" What?
Really?
Look, you hear what I just said? You hear what I just said?
Mm-hmm.
What's the point of online bank? What's the point of balance? Why do we need to learn how to balance? a
Even with
checkbook?
online
Because-
banking, you still got to balance.
Yes, I mean,
And not only that, you need to know what proper bank you need to bank your money in to get more for your buck and make it work for you.
here's
Good
where
luck,
I'm
man.
glad. Here's where I'm glad I grew up in another country, but I had I had immigrant parents, and Mr. Z can back me up because we had this kind of conversation a while back. Z's being Haitian and growing up in South Florida, our mothers would go clothes shopping, right? And they would take us with them when we were kids. And I remember now, I was in the Middle East at the time. Charles, KC in South Florida. Our moms knew how to haggle, and we learned from them how to haggle. Hell, I remember going with my dad sometimes, and I would watch him and observe how to haggle when it came to like trying to find decent pair of shoes or some shit like that in certain stores where they could haggle. Now, I can't use that haggling thing here in Norway, but what I did learn from my father, anytime we went to an electronics store, as I was looking for something, he was always asked 20 questions. Now, thankfully for me, being here where I'm at, we have the online store, just like with you guys. You guys could go to check out Best Buy or whatever electronic store chains websites. Go to the online store, you can look up whatever products you need and do the research, right? But it doesn't. But I always love to do the research there. But then I go down to a brick and mortar store, to one of their outlets. I go there, have a good rapport because I need to have a good relationship with some of the store clerks. Am I making sense to everybody in the chat? Am I making sense here?
Yep.
Am I making sense?
Yeah, you making sense, man. Come on.
Yeah, making
you got
sense.
it, bro.
So I'm going in. So yeah, just making sure. And I learned, go down there, have a good rapport with those people, and just like my father, always have a set of questions so you can know what you're looking for and what's the best product for what. Like in my case, getting a new cell phone, whatnot. I can't just buy a new cell phone willy-nilly for consumerism. No, it has to be useful, have a purpose, and it has to be a long-term investment, or at least 2 to 3 years of good use. And I have to understand what's the drawbacks, what's the benefits, and understand the importance of is this worth my dollar, or in my case, my kroner. So I had to learn how to do that. I remember grocery shopping, how to do that on a budget, and knowing where to go to get the best products here or there or whatnot. Which is why I make it a point. I go to 3-4 different grocery stores or supermarket chains because of the prices and price comparisons, and which is I can get under a certain budget. Not easy.
That's called being intelligent.
Yeah.
That's something that we lack. That's something we lack in today's world is intelligence. How to survive.
When I came here to Norway, Charles, the first year I was here, I was in a 3-bedroom apartment with 3 other dudes and my brother. Now, fortunately, we were all from the same country, same ethnicity, so we had the same mother tongue, and 4 of us had been in the military, so we were working like a cohesive unit. And one cat, I remember he was kind of trifling, but the one who was in the military, sometimes he would look at me funny because we had a system where we worked out who does what for what. Now, every Sunday morning, they would clean the apartment. I didn't have to do that, though. My job was something else. So one time, this one cat who looked at me and said, "How come he doesn't clean on Sundays?" And the most senior of us, the oldest, he looked and said, you know what Nema does? No. He does reconnaissance for us. He's the one who, whenever we need something to repair, we need some repairs, or need to replace the light bulb, whatever we need for the apartment, he's the one who goes out and finds out where he can get the best wood for the best prices. In fact, he even goes and gets it out of his own pocket, and we pay him back afterwards. It's also his responsibility to make sure the garbage gets taken out before pickup day. And if he can't take it over there, and both the glass and everything, he takes it over to the collection center, which is at a parking lot in a nearby supermarket. In fact, he and his brother, because they can converse also in English, they're the ones who usually have to talk to the neighbors in case we need something or need to sort some stuff out until we can all get our Norwegian proficient. Do you want to do with that? And he's like, no. Then don't be complaining when it's your turn to clean the toilets. At least Nema, when I still had long hair, at least he and another cat, when they're done using the showers, at least they had the decency to clear out all the hair out of the drain when they're done. And we all learn respect that way. God bless them. I miss those cats. I'm glad. I know that a couple of them are married now, got kids and everything, and they're good. Yeah, thank you, Detroit, for that link. But
so what is he saying about
work together?
So what is he saying about the black manosphere in general? Because I really want to. I'm going to look him up real quick because.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Andre if he's in the chat.
What up, though? Detroit 313. What's good, my guy?
$1 million. They don't let you buy a home. You can't automatically assign that to you being a black person. You can't buy one of those homes because the home started $1 million and you don't have it. Now, if you have $1 million and they're stopping you, maybe you can assign racism to that. I mean, I think you have to go to other things first before. I think a lot of times what happens is we leap right to racism right off the bat.
Can you give us a better example? Okay, such as we know that a lot of your wealth is tied to your people's homes, right? The value of their homes, right? So yes. how come when the assessment comes
He's
out,
taking one of the older videos
value is concerned because of a red line, even though it's maybe a better house.
Hey, Baltimore basically invented redlining. You telling me you got architecture? Well. Look who's here. We got Chuck, the cuck, the last descendant of the last plantation buck. I welcome.
Who's this goofy clown man I'm hearing, man?
What's good?
What's up? What's up, Cool and Bay? What's up, Cool
Who
and
the fuck is this nigga?
Bitch Mary.
What's good? What's good, Zaku?
What's good, pussy? What's good, pussy?
Oh shit! What show is this I'm on, man?
Panel instead of trying to rip off other people's material.
Bitch made like you, bitch. And you can put that in your pipe and smoke and go tell your mama I told you that.
Full ass up on the panel dude there. The league is
shut your whole ass up.
Why don't you come on my panel that I have live?
Dummy.
But you should already know that. Why should I be on a jackass's panel who takes everything out of context? But I understand if it's out of your league and intelligence.
Acorns that have more motherfucking substance to it than you, dummy.
Really? That's interesting. I don't try to go to, although I have gone to other people's panels, but I understand you don't know that because you don't come by and see my stuff, so
Is it anything that I can learn from when I view your information?
Motherfucker, that's the whole point. We don't
I understand.
we don't go to them kind of street bitch ass.
Why don't you come to my party? Wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. I've only come to your panel, and the first time I came to your panel, you kicked me off, and then the next time you try to have your
Eat a dick, nigga. Eat a dick.
Fuck out of here.
Trust me.
Well, he should have, you bitch made cup.
With you very easily. But the only time I kick off people on my panel is when you try to act like a child when we're supposed to speak man to man.
Trick.
Mark ass nigga.
You're the fucking coward. You're the fucking coward there. And just stroll.
Trust me. If you know my background, I'm the furthest thing from a coward. Now, I can't say the same for you because you don't understand what being respectful is. If you were respectful, even if you have a difference of opinion.
Matter of fact, not really. Yeah. When they try to act like a child when we're supposed to talk to a man. Unfortunately, my good sir, when I came up there, I talked to you straight up. I don't change the way I talk.
Yes, you did. You act like a spoiled brat.
I don't. You should know this about me by now at this particular point.
I know this about you, and what I do know is that I'd rather have a V8.
And it's furiously tight. Yo, he just
Ain't he getting a paragraph?
Furiously tight. Yeah, he is. Getting a
This ain't tight is like he's a, you know.
Trust me. Hold on, wait a minute.
The dummy doesn't know that I have speech function on a phone.
I'm the furthest thing from a coward. Now I can't say the same for you because you don't understand what respect is. Respect is something that is earned, my good sir, not given.
Actually, I've earned the respect that people give me. I can't say the same for you.
What you're referring to is Common Kirk Usaku. I want to talk to the dude that's piloting you. I want to talk to the dude.
Trust me, there's no battery in my back and no bitch in my heart. And there's no pilot in the brain I call a cockpit. I am the captain of my fate and the master of my destiny.
Big bro that's piloting you. You're malfunctioning. Anytime when you chew your motherfucking use, I need to talk to your pilot. Because you're malfunctioning. So
I need to talk to your maker because they need to send you back for factory reset.
Hello.
it's piloting you. I want to talk about that one. I want to talk. Yes.
Look like that guy.
He looks like he's a Zaku. A Zaku is from fucking Zeon. He knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Oh, Zeon built nigga. I want to talk to the dude that's piloting you, and I know it ain't Sharp ass novel.
Oh, brother. Didn't we just get finished talking about niggas like these?
Man, come on, man. I'm trying to tell you.
Because I know that
That's what he is.
It's gotta be. See, I don't need help.
That's a lie. You need plenty of mental help.
Get you trying to fucking use my line against you. That's the problem. You have no creativity, Chuck. I understand.
We have no creativity, but you're using our live streams. Get completely the fuck out of here.
That. Oh no, I don't. And you know that. Hold on. Let me just. I'm gonna put you guys right in the back.
Despite all that rage, you're still nothing but a rat in a cage.
I'm put you right in the back. So now, why don't you bring your overly built ass the fuck up on here?
Why don't you bring your big ton of fun ass over to my live stream that's going on?
And why don't you come up here with that weak ass?
Why don't you stop trying to use everybody else's material, you fucking clown? If anything, anytime, anywhere, you could have came on my live stream, but I'm remembering the reason why I kicked your bitch ass off.
Living his life of constant struggle each and every day.
I guess the only thing you really have a struggle with is stop putting on your mother's high heels. See, this is the Don't he sound like the original slave and shit?
That's Uncle Tom's first cousin, Chuck.
What's the name of the brother from Star Trek Deep Space Nine?
And he really wonders why. He really wonders why he got kicked. Here's the link, nigga.
I pretty much think he was.
And look who's in the live chat, Charles.
Chuck, the cuck, the last descendant of the last plantation buck, and now all your listeners are here.
Oh, you got these clowns in your fucking chat. No wonder you got the battery in your back. No wonder you're trying to make so much drama. I'm sorry. I'm going to let you hermaphrodites get all the fucking problems out.
So Chuck, what you trying to tell me is it's a whole super hermaphrodites on your ass right now? I know you don't need no backup because you like Black Superman. But bro, if you need backup, trust me and my 12 gauge, we got your back. And I'm
The only
talking
thing
about
that's stronger about you is your body odor, nigga.
Damn.
the way that nigga was humming and going on falsetto, like he sound pretty fucking.
You see this shit?
I do.
Oh, Chrissy, stop. Yeah, some of my bitch.
Oh, man. Oh, my God.
Exclamation point social.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You see these clowns? Niggas trying to be in a rat race, trying to be the number one rat. And this is funny, right? He's got Gabe A in his chat.
Even worse. And we know giving it bitch babe, some of my bitch, that some of my bitch is.
But notice nobody takes my material or Art New Styles material when I'm talking about Pete Hegseth. What about the time I did the school shooting over in Wyoming?
Yeah.
When I gave my analysis of it, right? But see, this is the reason why niggas don't grow. It's because of the simple fact of the matter that you rather fight than grow together. Crabs in a fucking barrel.
Chuck, they learned it from their mama. They learned it from their mammy. That's all they know.
That's if they know their daddy.
AL, you said it right. You said it right, AL. You said it right, bro. Say that again. Say that again. They learned
it from their mammies. That's why they some crabby patty ass, infant ass, hermaphrodite looking ass, some of my bitches. on bitches.
And they
Straight
try to
up.
say, oh, he
Straight
got
up.
Itching, digging the booty ass some old bitches. This is what them
This
niggas
is sad that I walked into this clown show. And look who's here. Oh. Here comes the special ed guy, Short Bus Gabe. How you doing, Short Bus Gabe? Did you finally get teeth that actually fit in your mouth, nigga? But see,
special ed panel is so.
Well, I thought it was for me. 44 nigga, the chat's there. You didn't click. Now, here's the fucked up part about this, right? Everybody wants to try to critique the Black Manosphere.
Yep.
But niggas like them wouldn't have content without it, would they?
Nigga. Ain't got a pot to piss in and a leg to stand on. Content.
Like I gotta understand this, right? I got truck drivers. I got master electricians. What else are some other? I have people with PhDs over here. People in
medical doctors,
local, state, and federal law enforcement over here.
Chuck, I loved you, but you disrespected me. You don't have truck drivers up here. Truck drivers are hand. You got an owner operator up here. Owner operator.
Oh, you got to forgive me for that, good brother. Owner operator truck drivers. I have accountants. I have men of good stature, people of military, high enlisted, people, military officers, warrant officers.
Shout out toward
firefighters, fire captains, some fire chiefs. I mean, sorry.
Shout out to
the earth ass heterosexual USDA stand up vertical and erect type me. That's who he's has over here.
Well, you got to be kind to the Brokeback Mountain niggas. I'm sorry.
No, Chuck. See, that's where you wrong. We're not supposed to be kind to them motherfuckers. We're supposed to eviscerate them every chance we get and do it with a smile on our face.
And see, this is the problem. I don't have to go down and knock anybody to get fucking any type of viewership or anything, right? See, you have all the special ed. See, it's kind of funny, and Gabe may wonder why he gets ran off every panel or every show that he gets on. He had to go find, the Young Justice or the Junior Justice League or the Young Avengers to hang around.
That's Debauchery Click 101. That's who he run with. Debauchery Click 101.
There's the funny part. He actually up here.
Oh, Tim came up? Tim came?
What's up, Special Ed Class 101?
No,
what's good?
That's your type.
How you doing, you cuckoy? How you doing, you cuckoy? How's your girl doing?
Oh, fuck, nigga. Who the fuck you coming up here saying some fuck shit like that, nigga? What the fuck?
Hey, Mel, how many people was in your graduating class?
Nigga,
where you learn your manners at, nigga?
Hey, Gabe, I know your girl misses me and everything. She's gonna come over for a 12 o'clock appointment D for me. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, yo, I think you should write that down. You seem like you had a little stutter in the middle.
I think we gonna videotape it next time. So you can watch it. So you can see how men
no woman, bro. You ain't got no woman.
Videotape it. Your phone doesn't even have a camera on it. You have an Obama phone. You out there struggling.
Tell me every night, yo.
Well, we gotta be. Wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute. We have to be kind to our guests here. Number one, we don't talk about people's wives because his wife is actually a blow-up doll, and we're gonna be kind to the blow-up doll. And
blow up doll.
And remember, Gabe, just because your blow-up doll nose is runny is not sick; it's full. Remember that.
Right.
We gotta remember this. So how have you
y'all just bored and wanted to restream somebody else's stream? Like what?
No,
what is
it's just funny.
Is it because BGS isn't over here, or is it facilitating you goofies? Like what happened?
Your stream.
You were just restreaming his stream. I heard
I
it.
actually was listening to it on the phone. I didn't restream it. So yeah.
But you were playing it on your channel though. Like, why are you
Because I
playing
was,
someone
like,
else's stream on your?
interested. Well, I was on.
Whoa,
the original channel. Why not?
playing
Because I was on the
your
original
stream
fucking stream,
on
the
his
Hebrew
channel, that
stream.
channel?
But
But it's
did you
not
say
yours.
anything? Wait a minute. Hold up.
It ain't
Did you
yours
say
either,
anything?
dumbass.
Did you say anything to him when he restreamed Art Stream? Did you?
Exactly.
No.
Teapot
Yeah.
sent no. Teapot sent it. Teapot sent it
Stop your
to Truism in
hypocritical
order to
ass
review.
up. Shut
I'm
up.
not being
No, you
hypocritical.
didn't,
Yeah,
man.
you're being
Teapot sent
lying.
it to
Because
You didn't.
Truism,
Stop
and he told
lying.
him to
Shut up.
review it.
you didn't
No,
say
you didn't.
shit.
Stop lying. Stop
You
lying.
That's
know
what
what?
happened. He sent it to
And
him.
we
You didn't
know
say shit about it,
people
so
who
stop being a
see it.
hypocrite.
I'm not
We
being a
know
hypocrite.
people
Teapot
who
told
see it.
Truism to review it because he knows that he reviews content and puts commentary
So,
behind it.
why can't I
This ain't
review?
about you.
It ain't
It's not
about you
about you.
either. So, how you
No,
been?
we were just discussing it.
How you
I've been
been?
good.
Now,
I've been
we're going to use
beautiful.
manners like grown men. How are you, Gabe?
How
I've
you
been
been,
great.
ma'am? How you doing, sweetheart?
Sweetheart, listen, flirt
Yeah,
with somebody else.
man.
Flirt,
I'm
flirt
talking to
with
you,
some
big
other
man.
man. Don't flirt with me. All
Any
right?
man I
I
don't
don't
respect,
go
I
that way,
treat him like
buddy.
a female. Yes,
wait a
yes,
minute.
ma'am. I'm
Wait.
talking to
Wait
you,
a
ma'am.
minute.
Wait.
I'm
If
talking
there's
to
a
you, ma'am.
man
Yes,
that
ma'am.
treats
Wait a
another
minute.
man like a
I
female,
don't
what
respect
we
bitch
call
made.
those
I do
individuals?
not respect bitch made. Therefore, I'm gonna always call you a ma'am, a bitch, and a sweetheart, and a hoe, because you always.
You should not
Hey,
treat
guess what?
men like
love
women.
we love our
That's
we love
questionable.
our L7s over here, man. We are happy
L7.
L7s.
What
But
is
the
L7
happiest
about me?
L7,
He's an L7 that never stands on the square, Chuck. That's the ironic part about it. The
What, we doing
irony.
riddles now? What are y'all talking about? L7 squares and what y'all rhyming? What you doing here?
you know what
What
an
we doing here,
L7
fellas?
you know what an L7 is. You've been called that shit all your life. So
No.
Yep.
stop that. Stop
Take,
that.
take
We're
your left
proud
hand,
of the L7
Never
over
been
here.
that.
right hand, make a 7 and put them together, and you'll get a block like you, blockhead.
Blockhead. Okay.
What is your
Real
purpose
mature.
here, Gabe? How are you? How's the family?
No, I just came up here. Yeah, my family has nothing to do with you goofies over here, so I don't
And
think
guess
that needs to
what?
be a
You
part of
can
a
go back
conversation.
and
Yeah, look your ass up here and shit like
Yeah,
that.
Man,
but
this
see,
nigga,
this
man,
is
for
the
real,
part.
man. I wish I could
You
meet
have
this nigga on the street for real. I ain't
You
gonna say no more.
gotta understand. You gotta
Make your wish
understand.
come true.
This is the part about being such a square who doesn't stand on one. You can't even take general courtesy very well.
I don't need to talk to you about how my family is doing. We're not
I
friends.
just said how's
What
the
you
family,
mean?
which is a general courtesy. Now
I don't talk
you're
about
the
I don't
one
talk
who
about how
actually
my family
gets
is
in
doing
your
with
house
people
and
who
dirty panties about it. If you
people
ask
have been
about my
people who
family,
have been
I'm
regularly
trying to
adversarial to
panties.
me.
Panties out of a bunch.
But if you don't want to be here, don't be here.
No, I just
Exactly.
came up to
No,
see how
you
the
just want
class
to be
was
You
doing.
came up
somewhere
to
where
get
you think you're the
roasted. That's what
smartest
you
person in the
deserve,
room,
dumbass.
and unfortunately,
No,
you're
no,
not.
no, 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 no. Wait,
You're
slow down.
not.
Like, come on.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I just
Right,
don't
cuz.
What the fuck is Tim really
What
doing
happened?
here? What the fuck is
Tell your
Tim
girl,
really
man, for
doing
real.
here?
12 o'clock is the night, man. Word. Shit.
What the fuck is Tim really doing over here? What is Tim
told you
really
my
doing
tolerance
over
is
here?
low. If I don't take that from a bitch I'm fucking, I'm not gonna take it from a bitch ass nigga.
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
And didn't I just tell you that my tolerance is fucking low?
Yep.
Eviscerate his ass, Charles. Eviscerate his ass.
Because I'm gonna tell you something about you. I'm already 3 seconds off your ass being rude when I was inviting you to my panel, but my grandfather passed. But a rude bitch ass nigga like you, oh, trust me. Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, here's the link again. Come up here because I want everybody to fuck off and cuss you the fuck out. But because I'm a better man than you in every way that it can possibly be, to the XY to the motherfucking chromosome, I told you I have to reschedule. But a bitch made nigga like you couldn't be respectful. So why? Because even when I was in Bertie County, Windsor, North Carolina, on the porch, protecting my grandfather's wife, shotgun, pistol, rifle, and all, being the man that my grandfather told me to be and taught me to be, unlike you, because I know you were raised by nothing but bitches. See, when I kept telling you, when you were on that stream, we were together, bitch, why you here? Fuck you. Why you here, bitch? You couldn't say anything. Until
nothing.
everybody puts you off. Have you ever noticed that everybody puts you off their fucking panel?
Everywhere he go, he get kicked off.
You are a fucking festering disease that needs to be fucking eradicated verbally.
In Webster's dictionary, they call that pariah and a fucking leech. That's what the fuck he is. He's a pariah and a leech.
You
what
are
was Steve me to call him, man? Steve me will call him a bitch ass.
This is the part. This is the part. No, I said wife. Understand the vernacular, the enunciation. So, you come over here, you're trying to be disruptive. You're using material of art new styles. Cool. You're trying to make fun of people who were speaking about redlining. But I notice people like you never have any growth towards the conversation or the people.
Period. Point blank.
Well, obviously you need a hearing aid because I said my grandfather's wife. And it sounds very similar to life, but instead of saying, okay, I got it now, you can't humble yourself.
What the hell?
Because this is the funniest part about it. Niggas like you only come here to do what? What did we say? You came to reply and not comprehend. But I understand you have the comprehension of a goddamn fruit fly. When you're over there in those shit-filled panels, wallowing in nothing but obsolescence. Think about it. I don't post shit about reviewing somebody else's shit like that. I actually speak on news, school shooting, security, military. I speak on a plethora of subject matter because over here we pride ourselves on being what, fellas? Multifaceted men and women.
Well,
you guys can't get but bitch about. See, over here, most of the guys that are over here are either 1 married, 2 divorced, or 3 long-term relationships.
Real shit that real heterosexual men experience and do and go through.
Let's be
every
frank.
day.
Let's be frank with these niggas. Everybody over here in my squad, we got more panties than fucking Victoria's Secrets. And over there in your squad with Gay Bay, y'all wear Victoria's Secrets.
Spring modeling session.
Well, you're acting so smart. If you enunciate correctly, I would have. No. Let's just say you made the mistake because everybody else heard me correctly, nigga.
Hold on, Chuck. Let me get this correct. This man tried to say you have enunciation skills problems? Oh, hell no. You the last motherfucker.
Last time I checked, fellas, I'm one of the most proper speaking monotone motherfuckers here. My voice is very distinct. So is that slight Baltimorean accent. So if you didn't capture the essence of what was stated, that's a you problem, not a me problem. Sorry.
Hit him with a yell, Chuck. Hit him with a yell. Hit him with a Baltimore yell.
And by the way, since you niggas don't like it, I know what to say. What does Ric Flair say, folks?
Woo!
Woo!
Take that to the bank. Oh,
put that in your pipe and smoke it, punk.
Oh, you don't understand the term capture the essence? Okay, we understand. You the short bus crew.
Mm-hmm. Low IQ thinking some of them a bitch. He is.
My man Hank Hill.
Boy, the low IQ speaking some of them a bitch.
You know what? Now on, I'm gonna call you niggas Bobbies. That boy ain't right. God damn it. God damn it, mother.
You know what, Chuck? You hit the head on the nail, goddamn.
I mean,
You called it Bobby. That boy is Bobby. Goddamn it, Bobby. Bobby, you're a disappointment, Bobby. Bobby, Bobby.
God damn it, Bobby. You
You're
bunch
giving
of
me a headache, Bobby. Go talk to your mama.
see. Let me. Y'all don't mind if I break this down. Do you AL? Do you electrician? Do you Bell? Do you
Break
Dater?
it down to a fraction. Please,
Do
please.
your thing, bro.
See, it's hard to speak to men who never had the admiration of women, of their mothers and their fathers. Hell, even my grandfather, my grandmother, my great grandfather, and my great grandmother, bless their souls, told me that they were proud of me. Even the mistakes that I've made, I came out still shining like gold when you niggas were still stuck in the sewers looking like turds. But see, you're trying to come over here in these live stream streets and try to fake like being respected. But this is the reason why bitch made niggas like you have to come here, because in your real life, you're being bitched. You're being bitched on the job. You're being bitched at home by your chick. Hell, even your kids don't respect you. For those of you who are lucky to reproduce, hell, majority of you clown niggas sound like you never even had sex before. Not saying
Sure.
sex is the end all be all, but here's the crazy part. We're talking about upper echelon things when all you had to do is just shut the fuck up and go back to where you came from. And that obviously wants to be under such rocks.
Chuck, what is gay? What is gay? Gay bay is gay. What is gay? Gay bay is gay.
All secretly, we don't want to put his business out there, but I respect him either way. Here's the crazy part. I'm retired and my son is on honor roll. Nigga, your child's supposed to do the best they supposed to. That's not bragging rights. My child's on honor roll as well. Oh.
No. Get that man a cookie. He wants a cookie so bad for what he said. Give him a goddamn cookie.
What do you want, man?
So I left and I came back and y'all was still talking about me.
Nobody's talking about you. Go away.
I hear you mentioning me.
Nigga.
Gay.
If I'm dropped one more time, I won't come back. Drop me one more time, I won't come back.
Tell you the same thing your wife
you
told
sound
you.
like you want to compare.
Go away.
What is gay today? What is gay? You are gay, baby. You are gay. That is gay. Everything you say is gay, baby. You are gay.
I'm gonna tell you the same thing your wife told you. Go away.
You see how they talk about it? They talk about it. And you gonna be, they talked about Jesus. They talked about his enemies. They talked about the world. Get over it, motherfucker. They talk about me. And so, to a real man, it's like water. It's supposed to run off your back. Words don't kill. People do, asshole.
The only thing you need to be corrected about is the fact that you need a hearing aid, because obviously you didn't hear correctly.
Absolutely.
This mic picks up things very crystal clear.
Mm-hmm.
It's your failure of comprehension. I mean, goddamn, you right, man. He's still stalking, man. Somebody put a fucking protective order out on Gabe. He's stalking, man. It's not my fault that he sucks.
No, Chuck. We don't do that around here. Real men, we don't put restraining orders on effeminate people. We handle our shit. We call shit out. We call spades a spade. And if you don't like it, that sounds like that's a you problem, ma'am, Jim, not a us problem.
Mm-hmm.
Worry about
That's
no
why I
fucking
said bitches gonna be bitches. I know bitches are gonna be bitches. That's why I call you bitches, because I call you by your proper terms.
bitch
You
made.
now, if you're gonna refer to me, please use my pronouns. Try and me, bitch.
Try, please. By all means. You will find that real quick. That meat is greasy. An elephant is head being a full grown bear will sit in the woods and wipe his ass with a furry white cat tail bunny. You goddamn right. Please try. Please. Go to be his huckleberry. Please. I dare you. I double dare you. I double triple dog dare you.
I come from a small city. I come from a small city. Please try it.
Wish a nigga wood community. Wish a nigga wood community. Hey, go right ahead.
Because I am above these YouTube streets, okay? See, the problem with you Negroes is this. Nobody really respects you. Nobody gives a fuck about you.
At all. One more time, Chuck, because he's on a short bus in the back of the class. Nobody at all respects you. Got to stay there for the slow people 2 or 3 times for it to remotely, minutely come in for them to comprehend.
Well, unfortunately, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes.
See,
I mean,
let me get back. Who was talking? Because I don't want to be rude.
that was me, but it's okay. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, talk, man.
Yeah, come on. He's not even worth our time.
Now let's talk about the subject matter we're talking about. You
If
know,
he comes
The subject matter I was talking about earlier was how, like, we were talking about, like, how we had to learn how to become self-sufficient growing up. Because we learned that, sometimes we can't rely on some people. It's a good thing our parents taught us to be self-sufficient. And they set
you
some
know what?
examples. Now,
Say that shit again, my dude.
I'm glad we were all taught to be self-sufficient by our parents.
You know, I don't have many regrets, and I'm gonna cut you off and let you finish.
Okay.
I apologize because we
Okay.
actually have manners over here. One of the few regrets, if you want to call it a regret, because I really don't have too many. I wish I'd have met your father, sat down and smoked a hookah or drank tea or something with your dad.
You know what? It would have been an honor if your father and your stepmother, your dad's second wife, or even your mom for that matter, had come to my parents. They came over to my family's house. They would have had like a traditional meal, or they would at least been like there and joined my mother and my father for traditional coffee. I took part in the traditional coffee ceremony.
I would have loved it. I would have loved it because even when it comes to AL's granddad, I would have loved to speak to the old soldier.
God, man, I've been.
Oh, Michelle would have loved you. He would have loved you.
I would have loved it.
Charles, that hit me. That hit me right there because I've been like, I've been thinking about my dad lately. Especially because I've been really stressed out with all some shit.
It gets that way because there's sometimes I remember why people take to other people's dads and stuff like that because it reminds them of theirs. And
yeah,
I always wondered why my friends always looked up to my dad because their dads weren't as close as me and mine, but they had the utmost respect for my father. They still do. And my dad, even though he would cuss and complain, he would still help you out. He never turned his back on somebody trying. That was his rule. I can't turn my back on somebody trying. And that's something that men know. That's something that men understand. And see, when people come over here trying to start drama, say that for your mama, as they say.
Yeah. I was guilty of that when I was younger. It took me a while to realize what the hell I was doing, but then again, my head issues being what it is,
It's
but I
funny,
own up to
right?
what it was. I own up.
It's funny, right, Namer?
Hmm.
When men like you and myself went to war, we couldn't take the time to squabble about petty, needless shit, could we?
No, but that didn't mean you didn't have that didn't mean you had bust ups within your own units. That didn't mean there were times where y'all would get on each other's nerves, and sometimes you had to go sort that shit out. And then both of y'all would have to answer then the CO would have to reprimand both of y'all. There was no Article 15 where I'm from, but you didn't want to fuck around and find out.
And guess what? If you've been to some units like me, you didn't get Article 15 all the time. I'm the last remnants of the old army. You settled your shit in the wood line. Motherfuckers take off their fucking blouses. We both privates now, motherfucker.
One of my best memories was because I was usually in the armory and whatnot, which was something I was glad for. But
Hold on for that thought, please. See, if you were using logic, notice I said it would be honorable to meet those men. Because men like that, if I'm meeting the men that they raised, and I'm humbled to know these men, greater men had to raise them.
hell, I mean, in my case,
because here's the crazy part.
all right, bring it.
You don't have to be here. You're just here trying to derail. But we're going to go back to what men talk about and let your little childish ass keep spewing shit in the background. Go ahead, Namer.
First of all, I will mention my thing in the military, but I will say this. I remember one of the most important things I did as a kid. I remember sometimes. Hang on. Sorry, drop my phone. Okay. I remember sometimes I'd head over to a certain cafe where my dad would hang out with some of his buddies. I was a teenager, and even when I got older. And I would do the same thing when I had to go see one of my uncles at their job or anything like that, or at a hangout spot. I made it a point to say hello to him, and then I would introduce myself to everybody in the group. And they'd be like, "Yo," and they would look at like, "Yo, senior, this your son? This is junior? How you been, young man? How you doing? And because it's respect, and a lot of them would look at me and said, like, you look just like your father and everything. I'm glad to meet you, young man. I'm glad. And there was people I knew from my childhood, and it was about respect and meeting each other's dads. And there were some guys I met whose fathers I've gotten to know pretty well. I had a lot of respect for them. Hell, there was somebody I knew in basic training, young lady, light skin. Got to know her pretty well, and I remember one time I went to go. I stopped by her parents' place because she was living with her parents, and we were just having a conversation. I remember her father saw me. I just stood up and introduced myself to him like a man. He said, "Good to meet you, young man. Good to meet you," because he was kind of surprised by my appearance, of course, but the fact that I was very cordial and I spoke my mother tongue, even though I had a bit of an accent with it. And I learned that respect about older men. I always have respect for older men like that. I mean, sometimes I would say the wrong thing inadvertently, but I learned how to be respectful to everyone and see how things are doing. And it was just important to know whose father's who. Sometimes when I'm swinging by someplace, or sometimes I was swinging by someplace, right?
Pause for a minute, Namer.
Okay.
Don't you ever disrespect a motherfucker on my panel who says he's about to cry when he talk about his late father. You disrespectful, dirty, ground level grub worm son of a bitch.
Okay, Charles.
Don't you ever disrespect anybody on my panel talking about their loved ones who went to the great beyond. I don't give a fuck if you're scared or not. But the one thing I will not do is tolerate total disrespect to men that are better than you. Get the fuck out of my panel permanently.
Do I have a wrench?
Whoever's got the wrench, I want you all to ban that bitch ass motherfucker.
Eviscerate his ass. Barbecue his ass in molasses.
I don't care if you have something to say about me. If you got to say something about people in the panel, that's just free speech. But when you're talking about people who are no longer here, that are men better than you and the great beyond, get rid of their asses.
Thank you, Kills. You were godsend.
Get the fuck rid of them.
Thank you. Thank you, Kills.
You don't do that
Also, just by all
disrespectful
means.
shit. Because here's the fucked up part, right? We don't do that. We don't do that.
I know
Go ahead,
people.
finish.
I know people who've lost family members due to human trafficking. Many of
Thank
them
you,
trying to
Kels.
make.
Kels, you're a real one. Thank you, Kels.
I love y'all, Carlos. You, All-Star G, shout out to you. Hell, All-Star G's, let's not forget, financial advisor. Dope brother right there. And like I said, like, I made it a point to just like respect everyone because, fathers, I understand how important they were. And there were times like I had to understand my father couldn't be there for me, but thankfully for me, I had my uncles and everyone else there with me. Some of my mom's younger brothers, especially. Hell, one of my dad's own brothers, his older brother, who still lives in our ancestral village, he would come visit us from time to time, and it was just a joy to see him. Between him and my father, he looked more. My uncle T looked more like our grandfather. And having to be around them and teaching me, because my uncle's country. I got no shame. I'm third generation urban, but I'm still country as they come.
Sure. If you went to Bertie County, Windsor, North Carolina with me, oh, you would have saw some country, boy.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that's interesting, But
And my condolences, Kel, man, because that's man, it's funny because my boy Vince, I'm gonna call him tomorrow. I didn't call him for a minute, and that was my brother in blue. We literally went to the academy together, kicked ass together, and used to go to places and grab all kinds of fine bitches together. He's remarried again with a beautiful wife. He has his daughter from his previous marriage, and he has a son with his wife now.
Yeah.
And
hey, I've cried on this stream a couple times. Charles had to help me when I had a panic attack one time.
Man, there's nothing wrong with men crying on a stream. Sometimes you gotta let it out. Okay, I remember I was hurt when Leon passed, and y'all helped me. I was hurt.
I still cry when I think about what happened to you about getting hit by COVID because we almost lost you, man.
Yeah.
I'm still haven't gotten over that sometimes.
I'm glad I did. I lost a lieutenant to COVID. Probably one of the best supervisors I've ever had. He was an Army captain, retired. Just retired from the department. Had COVID. He had 2 beautiful girls and a beautiful wife that loved him dearly. Oh, my heart fell. Oh, and he was a brother, man. Black man in charge.
Shit. My mom, I'm glad she didn't get hit with it, but I know there's a friend of mine, his mom back home in church, she got hit with it, but she recovered pretty well. But man, I asked my mom, how will you guys maintain over this? She said it wasn't easy, but even now she still has to take precautions.
It's like
I still take precautions. I still wear the mask, and I still get clowned and disrespected for it by some of these dumbass chicks out here. I live in a small ass town. Another way.
Shout out to my uncle Jesse Del Rio. First generation Mexican Indian American.
His name was what? Jesse?
Del Rio.
If he was
Army
Eritrean, Jesse would be Issei. His name would be Issei. Or Essay, as they would say in certain cases.
He was an Army Ranger, 75th Ranger Battalion.
How many successful
Biggest-
jumps under his belt?
Biggest fucking Mexican, 6'3", 265 pounds. Reminded me of my father, could do anything, could build anything, fix anything. Army Ranger. See, those are the type of men I was around. My dad's a Marine in Vietnam. Jesse was a fucking Army Ranger who went to Grenada.
Whoa.
With
You
the
ain't
Rangers.
fucking around. I mean, you don't fuck around. Grenada, other places like that. I mean, motherfuckers who went to Nicaragua, Central America, or who went to Panama.
Mm-hmm.
How about the Marines who were in Lebanon? They went through shit.
But guess what? That's the main thing. What does Cyrus say? Losing your father is akin to losing a piece of yourself forever. He's in the past iteration of you while you're in the future improvement variant. Both simultaneously their own man and one in the same. Boy, you should put that on a Hallmark card. Facts.
Thank you,
Kills even.
Cyrus.
Go ahead.
First of all, hold on. Cyrus.
Chuck, I need a second right quick. I need a second. I gotta get this out. I gotta get this out. Hold on a minute.
Oh, go ahead.
Shout out to Mr. S.L. Evans Jr., first love, the love of his life, gave him 4 children, stuck with him through 22 years in the United States Army, married and whatnot. God bless you to my beloved Bertha B. Evans, my grandmother. Today would have been her birthday. His birthday just passed November the 9th. Her birthday is December the 20th today. I don't like to use that 4-letter word that you can put an INGS at the end because those are cuss letters, but I only use them for 3 things: a birth, a death, or something meaningful. And this is meaningful. So I love you. I miss you. And not a day goes by, I don't think about your grandmother.
Yeah. There's no shame of men crying about things they love, people they miss, people they love. Hell, y'all heard me when I cried when we lost Leon.
Yeah, that was hard. Hell,
If there was such
man.
a man that I would put, Lord, take me, give him life. There's better men than me. Nobody, not even his job. And it was so surreal with my ex-girlfriend because they worked at the same job, which is ironic because I was a sergeant. I would have been his, if he still lived, I would have been his sergeant at the college.
Yeah.
And I remember when he dropped me off when I was going through classes and he said, I love you, bro. I'm gonna go get checked out at the hospital. I said, I love you too, man. Let me know what keep me posted. And when she called me, it was surreal. And I had to make the phone call to all the brothers. Shout out to Terrell Hall, Josh Hall, the 2 brothers. Terrell Hall was a lieutenant in the police department. Brilliant man, still a brilliant man. It's tough. I mean, he sparred with professional boxers and held his own.
Damn.
Tough guy. And when he cried, I mean, it was like the saddest song you ever heard. He cried. And I never heard him cry.
And the worst time I've seen people cry, I remember we're at funerals when they got the news about a loved one's passing, trying to make the journey out of Africa, trying to get to Europe. As fucked up as it was, I would say I'd always try to be positive and upbeat about one thing. I always say, at least they know.
At least they know.
At least they know what happened to them. At least somebody got message to them what happened to that loved one.
And I'm gonna tell you one thing, right? The only reason I didn't carry my grandfather's casket, you might as well say my step grandmother. She said, "I need you here. I need your strength."
That's right.
She helped me, and I had to walk her to see him. You know, the type of love we want from a woman was the type of love my grandfather got when he was gone. She knew the way he combed his hair. No, 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 no. Do y'all know how particular you have to know a motherfucker the way they like to comb their hair?
Mm.
She
I
kissed
still
him in the
remember that.
casket for 5 minutes.
I still remember that picture of you have of him with Peanut.
I even have a picture where he's standing next to the casket. Peanut asks, "Who owns all this?" Now he's looking at 350 acres. And he asked the question, "Who owns all this?" I said, "We do." Me and one of my cousins, we said, "We do." See, he's not buried in the cemetery. You feel me?
Y'all put him on family feud.
He's on family grounds. He's next to his father. He's next to his mother. He's next to his sister. And he's next to his brothers.
That's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing right there, to be buried right where they are.
He was buried on the grounds he was born. How many motherfuckers could say that?
Not that many.
Somebody put that in the chat. He was buried on the grounds he was born. He's buried on ancestral grounds. What's up, Shattered? I want you to think about that. If I'm half as great as he, as my wrestling coach Larry O'Neal Brown, and others who went before us, and people remember me, think about it.
Yeah.
I don't even like to bring up the time when my boy AL said, "I need your help." But we were there for him, just like AL was there for me.
Thank you, man. I love you. You know I do, man.
Well, you too. You pulled me through some shit. To
Like
be
I tell you,
buried.
we all we got. If you know we all we got, you
We
gotta
all
say
we
it.
got. We all we
You have
got.
to know it.
To be buried. Think about it. When your son, when you talk to your son, I didn't even cuss him because he had a 70. I said, "Kid, I know you're smart. You want to be a great boxer? The greatest boxer were great thinkers first." The proudest moment, besides his boxing, was when he turned to 72 in Algebra 2 to a 94 in less than 2 months.
Boom.
Do you know how much he had to study? And this is a child who they try to say, "Oh, he has a learning deficiency."
You proved them wrong.
Be the champion. See, people be like, "Why do you call yourself champion forever?" Champion forever is actually what you would call, what do they call that? A double entendre.
Mm-hmm.
Champion forever. If you win a championship, are you a champion forever?
Yes.
Forever. 1991 is when I became a champion forever.
But guess what? I won 4 championships. So champion forever means 2 different things. You're a champion forever. And what is a champion in your native tongue called, Namer?
I don't know if we have a word for it, but in Arabic, there's a word they have which is equivalent to hero.
What is the definition of champion? Let's ask Google real quick.
All right.
Definition of champion.
Here's the definition of champion. A person who has defeated or surpassed all rivals in a competition, especially in sports.
A person who fights or argues for a cause or on the behalf of someone else.
That's a champion too.
Or something that's greater than him or her.
But
I mean,
we forgot one of the biggest sayings that should be and shout out to this other guy who joined the panel who made a t-shirt out of this, and I'm going to need another one, this time in black. What do we say?
My brother, my champion, my savior.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Does that hit you deep when the first time I said that? Did that hit you deep?
that hit
Man,
deep,
bro,
man.
that was real, bro, because ain't no lies told, because that's all we got is us, bro. We know this for a fact.
Think about it. Even with a certain trolling motherfucker who I will not even name, when he came at the master teacher trying to expose, it's one thing if you came at the master teacher, but you brought his daughter and grandson in it.
That's cowardly.
Out of line.
I was knee deep in his ass.
That's pussy boy behavior. That's pussy boy behavior.
Oh yeah. Oh, for
And you
sure,
know what?
bro.
And you know what BGS told me? He sent me a text. Do you know what he put in the text?
What do you say?
Say it with me now. My brother, my champion, my savior.
Woo!
Some people talk about this shit, and then there's others who live this shit.
Yeah, bro. And when I was making that shirt, bro, you know, I was going through, because my people, we do t-shirt, we do design. And they was like, man, where you come up with this idea? I said, man, I didn't come up with that idea. I said, man, look, my brother Charles came up with it, and I was like, that was the realest shit I've heard in a long time, still to this day. And it's real because a lot of time, brother, a lot of brothers, that's where they get caught up. Like AL said, that's that pussy boy shit. They've been taught to go against their brother, not knowing that that's your brother. When all this shit is said and done with, like you said, champion, right? Mm-hmm. A champion is one that fight for who?
On the behalf of others or cause.
It's interesting y'all bring that up because
why do you think Superman is so loved?
Because he's a champion for everyone. He's a savior,
Right.
He's a key, and he's also his brother's keeper.
What did Superman say in the Chris Reeve movies when he rescued Lois Lane in the helicopter scene? When she said, "Who are you?" What was his reply?
I'm Superman.
No, he didn't even say that. He was so humble that guess what he said?
What?
Who are you? I'm just a friend.
Boom.
Wow.
That's deep, isn't it?
That's humility.
Just
right
a friend.
That's the reason why he's the greatest superhero of all time. Because he said, I'm just a friend. And shit like that. That's the reason why our fictional characters are so important. Because I remember rescuing a person and they said, "Who are you?" "I'm just a friend and you look like you need one."
Yep.
Chuck, speaking of superheroes, why you ain't never told me about Mr. Chris Cash? You know who Chris Cash is.
Who's that?
Wait, hold on. I know you didn't hit me with a response. Who is that when you all up in the anime? You know who Chris Cash is. Can you say the Black Incredible Hulk?
Oh yeah, the black one from the Ultimate Universe. Oh yeah, he's a mother.
Man, I just found out about him today. I've been waiting all day to ask you about Mr. Chris Cash. I'm like, why should they talk about Chris Cash?
In the Ultimate Universe, because you know that's separate from the main Marvel universe, he's the original Hulk, and he's a black guy, smart.
They say he was way smarter than Bruce Banner, and he knew how to control his thoughts in Hulk mode while he was in Hulk mode.
He was so vicious. He controlled all the fucking drug cartels in Central and Latin America.
Central and South America.
Yep, so South.
So was that technically is that technically multiverse? I ain't saying like multiverse, like new multiverse.
If you look at the books, it will be a different universe. It's in a different universe. He was a motherfucker because he controlled all the drug cartels. And remember, he still retained all the scientific knowledge of his past life. With the body and strength of the Hulk. That's a dangerous brother.
By the
That's
way,
that's a quantum champion, man. That's quantum championship.
Yeah. That's a dangerous brother.
By the way, we're talking Marvel, not DC here, folks. So let's get the terms right. But yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry.
But see, guess what? I'm not going to lie to you. When there's days I'm broke, did y'all know when I had my GoFundMe, did you know how many guys y'all funded to get their security, private detective, and their gun permits?
How many?
At least 7.
I hope the platoons work.
At least 7. And you got to remember, your gun permit in Maryland is $100 a piece. Your permit to carry is $100. Your private detective is what? $15. Your security, $15. So each person, when people were challenging me saying, I'm fucking up the money, I'm using the money, y'all funded 7 people to make $100 at a half an hour.
First of all, do
we got a Chinese troll in the chat right now? Do we need the snipers?
Hang on, let me look.
Sometimes that motherfucker.
Sometimes instead of the snipers, you need to get the rocket launcher.
Sometimes you just got to give a motherfucker what he's looking for. If he ain't man enough to get on the chat, snipe him.
Thank you, Detroit.
Ain't got nothing else better to do, man. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, and that's the craziest thing.
When we stop talking about the trolls and we talking about brotherhood, my brother, my champion, my savior. By the way, Shatter, I'm gonna need a 2X black, and I need them in bold letters. Because guess what? Next BlairCon, give me about 20 to 30 shirts from small, large, up to 3X. We're gonna make some fucking money.
Hey, Shadow, and on the back of them, you need to put in bold print, no lies told. No lies told.
That's some good shit. Hey, guess what? I'm a split the money with you.
We can rock with it. Hey, I'm down with it. You already know I'm down with it.
Because guess what? I ain't one of them niggas who worried about money. I had to tell one of my officers when he said, "Oh, I thought you trying to cheat." When I was like, "Look, whatever you make, just pay the company this much." And he was worried about it. I said, "Dude, you did executive protection, right?" He's like, "Yeah." He was worried about $100 you had to pay. You ended up making $2,000, and he apologized. Red Pill, Marine, get your ass up here. Get your ass up here. I even heard some news motherfuckers talking about, somebody was like talking about Louis Conyer, one of our brothers. Oh, who's that white boy up here? That nigga just as black as us. He can't help who his mother was. Obviously, his mother was a good person if they raised him. Shout out to the chat.
Can you put up what All-Star G just said? Holy shit. Niggas are networking and doing business.
Shout out to the Red Pill for donating the $10 hit. Guess what? I told him with a phone call, fuck them niggas. Because people forget in our black history, some of the biggest guys who were in our fucking culture were half black and had a white parent. But they rode hard for the cause. Fuck them. If they can't respect your blackness, fuck them. They're not a part of the blackness.
What about...
this nigga here. I gotta take this down. This nigga said mulatto bad as shit. What's up, Lewis?
What's up? People still talking about me?
No, I had to shut that shit down one time. Somebody tried to come up there with that shit. We just getting trolls try to troll us. How many times did you, me, and Bay was doing hardcore news, not talking about the gynocracy, but just doing hardcore news? How many times did we do that?
Too many. And we didn't even get the views that we deserve.
Exactly. I call it 3 the hard way. That's what I call it. And the funniest thing about it is, this is the funniest part. Shout out to Lewis. He made my intro. Shout out to Artisan MC. He made my outro.
Who did the graphics for your thumbnail?
I did.
Yeah, you were very accurate. Accurate than a motherfucker. You are creative. Who says Charles isn't creative right here?
We're all creative. Guess what? I am humbled to meet such a great bit of gentlemen. It feels nice to be around intelligent motherfuckers like myself. You know why? Because like this motherfucking Marine, him and my father would probably speak for hours about the Corps, what they liked and what they hated about it. And I'll probably be pushed to the side because I'm an Army dude.
That's right. We soldiers. Yeah, we soldiers.
Yeah. Yo, Charles.
Wait. Yeah.
Check your
By the
cash
way,
app, Charles.
Yeah. By the way, not no disrespect to Louis here, but there'll be one other member of that Corps we also have to mention who'll be who'll be just having that conversation with your father, man.
Who's that?
Master Sergeant Eric Ingham. That big unk over in Finland.
Oh yeah, with security forces when he was doing embassy duty, man. Them embassy. If you watch how those guys in the embassy train, those some motherfuckers. But go ahead, Lewis.
Check your cash app.
That's why I thank you for it. Thank you. I appreciate you, brother. And it's funny because I go over there, the dude has Art New Styles panel. And I'm like, you critiquing it, that's all great. I'm like, all I did was say woo, and you come up here attacking me on your panel. Y'all heard it. All I said was woo. I didn't make no disparaging remark till he came from my black ass. And I'm talking, and when I heard my voice talking about Baltimore invented redlining, which is true, the fuck you got an issue with it for?
What is the issue on that? Because I know Chicago, a lot of people talk shit. Chicago is right behind Baltimore with that because there's one of the most racist cities when it comes down to disparity as far as the redlining. Even to this day, even though they cry about being so liberal and all that, but that shit is racist as hell.
But you gotta understand something. When people be like, "Oh, you hate this type of people," how many times I told you about my uncle Jesse Del Rio? What the fuck do you think the last name Del Rio is? I said, but then my nephew, shout out to Ramsey, he came up for Thanksgiving last month. Guess who he's married to? First generation Mexican American.
Spicy.
And guess where he's stationed? He's stationed in Texas.
Ooh.
Oh no shit. Oh okay. Yeah, he in the right spot for that too.
So guess what? If y'all hear about me going to Texas and I'm wearing the hat and I got the boots on,
you gonna come in looking like Brass Reeves.
Y'all probably look at me like Bass Reeves and that bitch. I'll be like, yo, AL, where's your shot? Yo, Shattered. I'm over here at such and such. Come meet me. We having a drink, nigga.
You know what? You know what, Charles? You know what, Charles? I don't mean to be a bit of a dick when I say this, but
as long as you have one, shit, that's what it matters.
Hey. I'm glad, like Bernie Mac, I'm blessed. I'm big boned. I'm heavy structured. I'm hung low. If I pull my shit out, this whole room will get dark. But anyway.
Even though I'm blessed, it always reminds me of that joke Martin did on Talking Shit. He said it may not choke you, but it give you a mouthful.
he owned up to not having a big dick. He was like, said, I got a short, thick dick.
I think he's
Short,
at Fort
thick dick.
Hood. He's either in Fort Hood or Fort Sam. And if
Yeah,
you're
but
Fort
anyway.
Sam, good God, if you're singing,
It ain't Fort Hood no more, Chuck. It ain't Fort Hood no more. It's Fort Chavez.
Fort
Mhm.
Chavez.
I gotta
They-
find
they-
out.
Those crackers finally got tired of holding up a cracker name, a racist cracker name.
Yeah, they changed.
I hope.
By the way,
Let me put it to you this way: I went to Fort Benning for training. Now it's Fort Moore.
oh wow.
Now it's
Yeah.
Fort Benning, Georgia. Fort
We
Benning,
don't-
Georgia.
These old bases who changed names, all those people whose names were on those bases were racist, prejudiced, and white supremacy.
Yep, that's why I'm glad they changed it. Guess what?
Yo, there's a fort that
Why
comes
should we
to
name
mind.
the holiest of bases
Mhm.
for a bunch of people
Mhm.
that don't deserve it? Why should we name our fucking bases after militaries that lost and that were racist against the American way of life?
Yeah.
They
Charles.
say they say it's they what is the first thing they always say when they say that, Charles? They always say that is their lineage, and they say we lost but that's our lineage. I'm like, lineage, y'all lost.
Wait, isn't Bennett? Wait, Bennett's in Georgia, right?
Yeah. Now it's Fort
That-
Moore.
Georgia.
Yeah. Well, it should be called Fort Sherman.
It should be.
The
But they
Cubs
call it
Sherman,
Fort Moore now. We call it Fort Moore now because they changed it on them racist ass. Like, why the fuck would you name it after slave owners when it was black people? They actually named one of the bases, I forget, after a black man who fought the Confederacy.
They always get mad about that.
So wait a minute. Why can't you name some of them bases after Benjamin O?
Man,
Why can't you name some of them bases after fucking what's the general?
Which one? Black
hell,
Knight.
hey, Chuck, I'm gonna keep it real for you. My grandfather's brother, he retired 1-star brigadier general in the Air Force. Ain't nobody named the base after him.
Wow.
Why don't we have a base called General Colin Powell?
I'm still laying dead for that one.
They put Polk, that was Polk right there, right at Fort Johnson. That was another
Omar
one right
Bradley.
there.
At least, why not Bradley? Well, Bradley, at least he got named after a killer machine called a tank. At least the tank was named after him.
Here's
Yeah,
an example I
Bradley.
can bring up. Here's an example I can bring up. Alex Haley, who served in the Coast Guard. There's a Coast Guard vessel named after him. Back in '99, they had one named after him.
Man, I saw a damn Bradley the other day. I think it was in Ukraine, and they hit it with a damn drone on the top side, Charles. And this little ass drone, bro, took out damn Bradley. I was like, my God. I mean, I remember IEDs, but man, this drone.
You got to think the deadliest part about them drones is that they're developing weaponry where they're not even putting nukes or missiles. They're not even putting a payload on it. They're sending that shit like 25,000 feet per second. And it's so fucking fast that nothing on Earth can take it. They put a drone that shot a projectile that was so fast, it killed the driver, but everybody else in the car survived.
Mm-hmm.
It's so accurate and so fast. That's how they killed one of the top 3 guys from Al Qaeda. And I'm gonna tell you what. And I like to use the phrase from AL, and if anybody else uses it, I'm gonna call him a fucking liar and a cheat, because AL came up with Don Cheeto gets in office.
Yeah. That right there is owed to the honorable master educator, because once I said it, he loved it and he backed it up. Yeah, he said, what he said, yeah. AL told me that his name is Don Cheeto. You goddamn right, that's Cheeto.
Hey, remember the other day when I was telling you about they was actually sending them damn they was sending a half a mile of wall up to that auction, that Gov auction, Charles,
Mhm.
the other day. Guess what
Yeah.
just happened the other day? They
What happened?
just stopped Dan Patrick, which that's our Texas,
A lieutenant governor, bitch ass.
half a race is no good bastard, but a broke clock right 12 2 times a day. That motherfucker put a stop on it and say, well, Texas gonna buy all of it. Texas gonna buy all of it. Y'all better not sell another piece of that damn wall. We're gonna buy all of it.
And I'm gonna tell you one thing.
Texas gonna put that motherfucking wall up on behalf of Don Cheeto. That's guaranteed.
They started the auction off at $5. How you gonna sell four motherfucking sheets, 6 feet long, damn near 20 foot tall for $5 a piece? Man, they were that shit is crazy.
Say, but the government want to charge what, $350,000 for some toilet paper.
Yeah, that's he learning from Halliburton and his partner Dick Cheney. That's how they did it.
Oh yeah,
That's a scary thought.
And I'm gonna tell you what's even crazier, right?
This came from a motherfucker who was damn near impeached over a year ago. He was damn near inches from being impeached.
There's word that guess what? When Mr. Cheeto gets in office, he's talking about sending special forces to combat the fucking cartels.
Which should have been happening, but we can't do nothing with them because most of our people down here, sadly enough, and AL, you already know, they rocking with them.
Oh yeah,
rocking with them. That's why they lose.
Shattered. Let me sum it up this way. Based from an old Mexican TV series. The phrase is plata o plomo.
Hey, Charles, can I say something right quick?
That means either you're gonna take silver or you're gonna take lead.
Yep.
Damn right.
Which one you want?
Go ahead, Lewis.
For those who may be questioning me or whatever, unless you have donated more money than I have to a lot of these channels, shut the fuck up.
Talk your shit. Talk your shit.
And you know what, my friend? When it comes to anything in the world other than football, you goddamn right. I will step the entire fuck up. But when it comes to that sport I play, oh no, I'm talking that shit back.
Talk your shit,
bro. And I'm with it, bro. You know me like anybody, bro. I support, and I've supported brothers in and out, man. And you know what? It ain't nothing to get back off none of that, bro. I'm with you on that, bro. Look, I see you out here trying to make a difference, bro, because a lot of people ain't gonna get it, and they ain't gonna get it. That's cool with them. But I'm gonna
tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what. We need to give Lewis his flowers because there's a lot of people he put on point when COVID was happening of what was going to be pricey in the markets. You better stock up with this. You better stock up on that because you may not get it.
Hey Charles, Hey Charles.
Go ahead, Lewis.
I don't even want to bring this up, and it's not for bragging. Did I or did I not cash up your son money on his birthday?
Yes, you did, my friend, and he appreciate that. So guess what? There's times I cashed app to a lot of people, and if I wasn't able to cash app, I'm the number one motherfucker to tell people donate to your interests. Am I not?
All the time.
If I don't do it, I tell other people to do it. Hell, how many times I share people's shows? How many times I promote people? How many times I donated to people?
I mean, how many times you let people up that you disagree with and just hear them out? Don't knock them out. You know what I'm saying? Just let them talk their shit, and then hey man, it's okay. Let your interest, let your shit shine. I want to hear the bullshit because I've heard did you not hear what some of these rappers, and I don't even want to say name, but they saying the FBA now is a basically a black hate group. And I'm like, when did we start having this conversation? Really? FBA is a black hate group? Do we not need to get on La Raza? And we ain't even gonna go there.
So now they're using rappers to promote bullshit. Is this what I'm hearing?
Yeah, but I knew that fat nigga. I knew that fat nigga wasn't with us anyway when he tried to say that Puerto Ricans came up with everything on hip hop. But when he said FBA was a hate group, and I'm like, we just had a name.
No. Let's talk about this, right? Let's get real deep in the woods since you brought that up. Let me ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
In New York, when Puerto Ricans came to New York, when Hispanics came to Baltimore, when Asians came to the black communities, how many motherfuckers in the black community accepted them? How many black communities went to their businesses and made them money? Y'all don't even
money in that bodega all the time. The bodega, we always going.
Y'all don't even hire us in your businesses, but you send your kids to private schools. You don't even send them to our schools.
Hell no. They don't send them and own the money that we're bringing to them, and we ain't never turned them down. Puerto Ricans, and I tell them all the time, I was like, oh, Puerto Rican, oh, you a little light skinned, you think you ain't a nigga no more. And I'm like, look, you ain't nothing but a nigga that can swim and can speak Spanish. You still black. I tell people all the time, and I got Caribbean diaspora in my family. I'm like, bro, you still black? Where you think all the people came from? Jamaica, when they was doing the damn slave trade in Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? What do you think they was? Who do you think they was sending? Oh yeah, you know you got black people in South America diaspora. Yeah. But them black people, they act like they somebody different. No. That's the same people. That's the same people.
Are you talking about that Math Hoffa interview that Fat Joe was on?
Yeah, Fat Joe was talking about FBA as a hate group, but I'm like, what?
Yeah, he said that on Math Hoffa's show.
Well, y'all was supposed to light his ass up for that and give him some correction. I mean, we fuck with Fat Joe, but guess what? If you talking crazy, your ass do need to get a good stern talking to and get lectured and talk some shit because you speaking on shit that you don't know, sir. Frankly,
he been on it, bro, because he was saying that Puerto Rican shit. We know Puerto Ricans that did some breakdancing and some rapping. We ain't never took that nothing away from them. Man, Puerto Ricans is black anyway. But when you say that,
we miss them hang out with the tribe. So why is they crying?
Why is FBA a hate group? Do we go and say La Raza is a hate group? Now La Raza mean only for the race. So who is the damn race? Who's the race? La Raza mean the race, right? Who is the damn race? It ain't us.
Latinos. But here's the funny
we don't
thing.
say nothing about them, right?
They shattered. I remember, and I know this motherfucker is known to be a joke thief, but I gotta, admit what he said. Carlos Mencia. He broke it down. He said, Latinos, first of all, we're not a race. We're an ethnicity. Some of us are black. Some of us can pass for white. But that doesn't. But then again, within the Latin community, you have racism in there. Because remember, they had a system that was installed by the Spanish of people, categorized into one of 16 groups. With black people at the bottom, full black at the bottom, full white at the top, and full indigenous in the middle.
They say Mujer La Raza. Mujer meaning better.
It's Mujer La Raza. However, in Brazil they say Mayorar ou Raça. So they're on the same shit. Or no, there's Portuguese speakers. They're on the same shit.
Right, the Portuguese. Right, the Portuguese.
Or Mayorar ou Raça or Mayorar La Raza. So they're both on that shit. But then again, let's not forget, in the British in the French West Indies, they had some similar shit like that. Other than in Haiti, you had the same thing with the British, the British West Indies with the BI, the Cayman Islands, all the islands that became independent. Same thing if you go to Suriname, or if you look at the Dutch Antilles, they were all on that bullshit one way or another, because they understand what it meant to be racially divided. However, in places like Jamaica, they did have some pushback. They were talking about black love and everything, because remember, a lot of them were also influenced by Pan-Africanism.
I
And
mean,
let's not
Jamaica's so
forget,
mixed up, man. You got the Indians mixed in, right? You got the Indians that came over, right? They mixed
Mhm.
in with us, but everybody wants to be better than the average old Joe brother. Everybody wants to be better. So we gotta, oh yeah, this is what I hear. So, like brother said earlier, my brother, my champion, my savior. We mean that when we say it because this is the only people that's gonna rock for us, especially men. Especially men.
unfortunately,
If
unfortunately,
we don't rock with each other, man,
mhm,
we've been lost.
unfortunately, there's a flip side to that. It is my enemy, my rival, my betrayer.
Woo.
I'm not gonna apologize for that because it is what the fuck it is. Because there's always a flip side to that coin. I'm gonna tell you something right now. I'm gonna be straight up with y'all. I got a younger brother. He's been with me here for thick and thin until we parted ways. Now I have mental health issues and everything, and some of it he can't understand. And I said, look, I can't, I know you want to help me, but I know you can't help me, so I got to part ways with you. I love him, but I got to keep my distance from him because he's gonna probably do more harm than good trying to help me. But I also let him know I am my brother's keeper, whether I like it or not. But understand, I will delete you as I will delete someone for you. Which side of that coin do you want me on?
The
I am
better
his
side.
keep. Exactly. I'm the motherfucker you call. I don't I'm not afraid to admit I am the black sheep in my family, in a sense.
You ain't the only one.
Yeah. But like I said, and I'm the one you call when shit hits the fan. There are other Eritreans who I live around among. I help them out whenever they need me, and they're always grateful for me helping me out. And they always try to help me out whenever they can in return. My brother, I help him out when he can. He helps me out whenever I can. But there are times when he can't help me out and I can't go to him. It's not his fault. It's just he's not the one who's got the right tools I need for certain things. You know what I'm saying? And he understands that. There have been times where he asked me to help me or something. I couldn't help him, but what I could do was direct him to someone who could help him, which was even better. Am I making sense here, folks?
Crystal clear.
Yeah, man.
Exactly.
I mean, it's like that, brother. Sometimes I might not be able to help this brother for whatever he needs. But I've
Mm-hmm.
been many times, especially in the contracting work that I do. I see a brother needs some work. I might not be able to bring him in, but I know you do good with this. I'm gonna go ahead and give you. All right. I call him. Hey, I got a guy right now needs some work, bro. If I put my name on you, okay, you straight. All you gotta do is pull up. You can get some
Mm-hmm.
money. This is what we do. Why? Oh well, man. Why you want to do that, man? Just go ahead and put up the Home Depot, AL, right? You're gonna put up the Home Depot and go get some of the other diaspora people, which we know, go get some cheap Mexican. Why? Why? When it's a brother that you know that needs some work. I can't talk about a man and say he ain't trying to do nothing if I don't try to help him. So before I even say anything, because I don't operate in that type of language, no way. Hey, I'm gonna try to
Shattered.
help the brother.
Shattered. Let me put it this way. You ever notice certain contractors when they go to certain jobs, they always carry certain business cards. Apart from their own business card, they always have business cards of other people they've had good relationships with, right? Like say you're a contractor, you're looking at, and you're doing a project and you notice like the plumbing there's something wrong with the plumbing, or there might be a carpenter who's not up to snuff on the project. So you hand over, you put in a good word, and you give those people who in the know the business cards of those said individuals.
Of course.
And when they show up to the job, and when they call, they say such and such, recommended you.
Referral. A lot of my
Referral.
work is referrals because I
Mm-hmm.
can take a lot of that because I'm general contractor. I can take a lot of that work. But before I try to go and take all this, put everything on my back, trying to take all, because I could do it. But hey, look, I'm already taking care of, let's just say, the plumbing. And I got somebody that's gonna do, let's say it's a restaurant. Man, they might need the fire code. Okay, they might need exhaust. They may need whatever, electrical. I'm gonna call my people immediately, AC work, or whatever, HVAC. I'm
People
calling
you
my
can
people
trust.
immediately. Hey man, go ahead and get over here right now. I got something for you. Now I could do it myself, but why? I'm already in. I'm trying to bring you in. We can make a chocolate city around here. Come on, let's get this shit rolling. This is what we have to think about. And you're right. That's why you had an extra cord. Yeah. Bam, my partner, he do roofing. I do it all the time for him. And it ain't just like I'm doing it. When I shoot that card and they say, hey man, Shatter just shit me up, man, they do their job, shit. I'm gonna get me about a good 500 just for making that connection. And we keep it in the circle. So when he sees someone else that need the services I give, instead of him trying to do it all himself, he does the same thing. Reciprocation.
Just a minute, Shattered. Excuse me, Shattered, just a moment. Charles?
Here.
Charles?
Here.
Louis in the back.
There we go.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyways, you were saying, Shattered?
Yeah, shout out to Louis because this shit here, that shit here is fire. I need that.
that shit is live, bro. What is that? That's like GTA 5 level.
That's more like Max Payne. That's more Max Payne
than
than
GTA 5 joint right there, boy.
Shit. Man, it might as well be GTA 6. But Shattered, yeah.
You still waiting for that bitch, huh?
Yeah, I like the graphics. They tight, but fuck GTA.
Yeah. Shattered, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. My old job back in Trev, because everybody everybody deals in cash, and we didn't have online banking. This is early 2000s. When I started getting paid and everything, first thing I did was I went over to my uncle. My uncle worked. My uncle's job was like about 4 or 5 blocks from where I was. Although there was also some other good friends of his who worked who worked nearby where I was, a couple blocks near me. I went to him because he was a cost accountant for a construction company. I said, "Listen, Unc, where do I got to go? Which bank do you think I should go to deposit my stuff? Where should I open an account?" He said, "Try going over to that bank. Maybe there's something they can help you out with." So I went there. Fortunately for me, there were some people I went to college with who helped me out, who gave me the hookup on what I needed to do to get my bank account up and running. And then every payday from that day on, I would have my bank book with me so I could make my deposit. But while I was there, but if I couldn't do it, I would ask one of the employees who had to take, the job's money and deposit in the bank over there. I said, "Can I trust you with this?" He said, "Yeah, sure. I got you covered. Just to get your signature right there, you're good." I said, "Thank you." And I was straight. If not, I'll be the one who had to go over there and help them out. We always try to help each other out one way or another. It was good to have people we went to. Hell, I remember there was a certain bank branch that my grandma went to. But fortunately for me, there was a couple of dudes I knew who were with me in basic training and who was in college with me. And I was able to ask them to hey, can you help my grandma out, sort some things out, because my grandma, her generation, they're illiterate and all this thing. And most of them, they kept their and they old school. Where they keep their pocketbooks in the brassiere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's old school.
Yeah, that's OG. She gonna keep that money right there, real close.
Yeah. They used to keep it under the mattress back in the day.
It's gonna be warm and sweaty, guaranteed. Guaranteed.
Lewis, you still there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey man, what do you have you heard anything about this this drone situation, bro? Because I was thinking that it was.
Well, I seen them when they was here in where I'm at. I seen them in Jersey.
Oh, you saw something in Jersey?
Yeah, they were in Jersey.
Yeah,
man, I've seen a couple of them And what I was asking you, bro, is what did you see? Did you see like some low drones, or was it like high or what?
I would say low, but I think they were mid range. What my speculation is, they're U.S. government, but they're looking for something. But I think if they would tell the public what they're looking for, it would panic the citizens even more than what they're what the public is speculating what it is.
Big facts, because they can't just outright come out and if this is government drones they're using and testing, if they came out and told us the truth, it would panic the normal, level-headed layman who doesn't comprehend high level thinking shit. And it would push the mass number of sheep into a panic. Lewis is correct. If I was the government, I wouldn't tell you shit.
I've seen about 75-80%. A lot of these people, they are reporting on actual airplanes, and I can see that that's an obviously airplane. I damn near once seen the vertical stabilizer, seen Southwest. I'm like, man, it's not a drone. But for the, I would say about 3% of some of them that I've seen, very, very weird, because some of them are attacking. Like when I saw the one that they had over Wright Patterson, they were actually shooting. It seemed like about a good 30% of them was getting took down by anti-air at the security. The other 2% is I've never seen that shit. I have never seen anything that could go from stop zero to 700 basically miles per hour or more, damn near Mach 1. I've never seen anything like that. Never.
Shit is crazy, man. Shit
So
is
you
crazy.
mean to tell me they got drones damn near pushing Mach 1 speed? They have developed drones that push damn near Mach 1 speed.
I had ATAC on my line. Listen to ATAC. They shut down the fucking airspace, and then over Oregon, they stopped about, I say it's about 2 or 3 airliners. It was commercials, and then they had a commercial airliner that was hit in. They actually called in to Coast Guard, and they was like, look, this shit is coming over the water, coming out of the water, coming to us. Then when it goes out, it's like it's moving basically Mach 1, Mach 2 back and forth. And I'm like,
Well,
yo,
the government has stealth drones that fly off of aircraft carriers.
yeah, I know the
They look like
UCAV.
miniature
Now, I've
stealth
seen the
bombers.
UCAV stuff, right? You talking about the UCAV stuff, right?
They look like miniature stealth bombers.
Yeah, the UCAV. That's the UCAV.
Yeah.
Right? I've seen the UCAVs, but these orbs, where I saw this one where it was actually this guy that had this badass camera lens where he zoomed in on these orbs, and they actually got like this shield over them. That is weird. And then I saw a couple of them where they were actually attacking, where the drones actually were dropping out of the sky. And I saw one that got caught up in the tree in Jersey, and that shit looked like, now it could have been a fake video. I'm not putting that past it, but it's multiple people that had it on there. The shit literally looked like a jellyfish stuck in the damn tree. It looked literally like a jellyfish, and I had saw a couple of, which this was years ago before this stuff even happened. And Charles, you guys probably remember, y'all was in theater where they have these they have like these dirigibles over the base with these badass fucking optics where they could be able to track shit, miles and miles. They had the spaghetti monster, right? And the spaghetti monster was like this big fucking tail. Everybody that comes in, like, hey, the spaghetti monster. But that shit was weird because it's invisible. So I remember where they have invisible things. Well, I mean, not invisible, but the problem where I'm looking at is no RF. So there's no RF. The only thing that's over RF, from what my understanding was microwave. So,
Well, here's the thing with military technology. The shit that they letting you see is probably 10 years old.
Remember when they debuted the stealth bomber to the public? That shit was developed like 10, 15 years prior.
Damn near 30 years. Half blue,
Yeah, like
half blue.
so I mean, you'll be maybe Raytheon and all that, and the government is debuting their new little toys to scare off the enemy. That's what the government does, and they said that this is with this shit going on, it's time for the United States to pull out their brand new toys out of the toy box, and this may be a debut also. Nothing surprises me what this government does.
Look,
Yeah,
we,
I think so as well, man. I know we got some bad shit, but here's my theory, because I'm with you on that. I'm like, I was thinking of that as well. Like, if there is some kind of, nuclear or chemical, they would be down there looking for it. My thing is that what I seen at Wright Pat, that right there, when they shut down the airspace, I don't think whatever they had going on over there, that was a big problem, because we were actually shooting at it. So you would think, why would we shoot our own drones? Now that could be a red op where we were just doing it. But I'm looking at it like this, man. Most of that shit could be just what you saying. My theory now, I'm putting my tinfoil hat on, and this could be adversaries. But what I'm saying is that I have seen some of these orbs myself. I have not had the ability to have some of the actual cameras that some of these guys have had with it. But as far as the shielding, that EM shielding, it's like they got a photonic. I actually have a video. We're doing an eclipse. I actually took a video of the eclipse, and we saw some stuff that was basically like anti-photonic distortion. So it's like photonic, right? The photons, that's light particles. Where
Light
it's
bending.
actually anti-photonic, where it's like something that is dark. It's like it's I don't know
It
how to say
absorbs
it.
light.
Yeah, it's like it absorbs it. Yeah, it's not even reflecting it, it's absorbing it, and then it can change shape. That, now, I don't know what the fuck that is. That's like usually 1% of the stuff. And the stuff I took a video of, we could not see it with our own eyes until I brought it home and did the damn I actually took it home and I put some different filters on it, and I was able to actually see it. And I'm like, man, what the hell is that? My brother, I don't know what the hell that is.
Hey, Charles, you there?
Yes, sir.
Send me that picture, that avatar you have on. I can put that in the intro.
Okay, which one? The one I got now?
Yeah.
You talking about the one for the thumbnail or the one I got up?
Your thumbnail. No, your icon, your avatar that you have on the camera.
Cool.
he got so many. He do so much different shit.
That's like that vaporwave shit right there, bro. That's that vaporwave.
Because I could put this in the intro. Hey, Charles, play the video I got, like the dual cast, when we do the dual cast.
Yo, check out what Dr. Dunbar said.
Yeah, Shadow, I feel you with what you talking about. That's some throw ass shit. But see, you got to realize something. Back in the mid late 80s, guess what the government came out with? And it started in Charlestown. Remember Big Brother? Big Brother started in Baltimore.
Hey, Charles, are you able to play the video? No, I shared a video. No, I shared a video. Are you able to pull it up?
That was tight. That was tight.
I can put I can put that avatar into that. I edited.
I just sent it. I just sent the pictures from my 443 number.
All right.
That was dope.
Yeah, that was dope. Like, I think I might make some more avatars. It's a couple more I might add up there. I even got some. I got some of them as a Sith Lord.
Man, if you don't put up a Chris Cash one, you and me gonna have some problems. You see, you didn't let me know there was a Black Incredible Hulk. Chris Cash got to go up there somewhere.
Wait a minute. Don't forget the original Super Soldier for Captain America.
You talking about Isaiah Bradley?
Yes, Isaiah Bradley.
Hey, but look, this is my theory, right, y'all?
Bring it.
Remember back in 47, right? When before Colonel Koso, which Colonel Koso said, right? They took it over and they said it was a weather balloon, and they sent the shit to Fort Worth. And then remember that was back in the days when it was still Army Air Force. And then they sent it to Wright Pat. Here's my shit now. Okay, don't nobody get mad at me for saying this. I'm saying, what if them folks, they said they sent bodies, they sent the ship, sent everything out to Wright Pat. What if them folks want their shit back? They over there like, look, you gonna drop our people, man. Y'all done fucked us up. Joe Biden ain't working with our shit. We want our people back, man. We want our motherfucking ships back, and all that old shit y'all been making, saying that y'all did it y'allself. You know what I'm saying? We want our shit back. And we heard about some nuke shit going on. We trying to see what's up with that too. And they just shooting up a lot of that extra shit just to, throw that psyop up in there. They like I say, they steal everything from everybody now. They done stole everything from FBA. You know what I'm saying? Right? They done stole something from these motherfucking people. They want their money back. They want their people back, man. You can steal a whole bunch of slaves, and nobody ever came back for us. But they people, they coming back. They want their shit back, man.
I want to ask y'all this question because I know I'm going to be the only Manosphere channel, or one of the only man. I know Art's not doing one tonight, but I'm going to ask y'all this one. We've been having an issue with juveniles in America this past week. We had the Wisconsin thing, earlier this week, Monday? In Towson, Maryland, which is Baltimore County, we had 9 people shot, 1 injured from the car crash. What the fuck is going on with this generation where they are...
That's what's going on with this generation. So it's raised by women. And women who do not know how to raise young boys to be men, do not teach them how to deal with self-control and anger management skills. Therefore, you get what you get.
And I've noticed this level of hyper-violence because one thing about me, I already know that people who are anti-gun, and shout out to everybody, donating, because now I'm donating to the live stream so I can have more people. I know that the anti-gun lobbies are going to try to use these things to promote gun laws and gun control and all the other weird shit. But what say you that curb all the violence that's going on right now?
Man, that's
Are you asking how we should curb the violence? Is that the question, sir?
Yes, sir.
Iron sharpen iron. That's what I've always been taught. And guess what? If you got a piece of iron, what makes you think I'm not gonna have a piece of iron? I don't care how young or old you is. I'm gonna keep a piece of steel, because a piece of steel keeps a piece of peace. When the other dude know that you got a piece of steel and he know I got a piece of steel, he ain't gonna be so apt to want to use this piece of steel. He only wants to use a piece of steel when he knows nobody else got a piece of steel.
What's up, Biggs? Here's the craziness about it all. One, it goes back into education or lack of thereof.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Back,
Yeah.
it goes back into, like you said, when a lot of these boys and girls were raised in single parent homes, and particularly the mother, you can't. When people get upset because I talk about single mother homes, there was an issue with single mother homes back when I was coming up. It's exacerbated 100-fold now because the mothers are not one. The mothers don't take pride in being mothers. They're too busy enough to try to be twerk artists. And when you could have gave, and I've always asked women this shit: why did you have babies by men you don't think that could be good fathers? Let's say something happens to you, because shit happens to anybody. Could you give that child to that man to raise? And they don't think long term into what happens when you don't have somebody creating discipline and structure. Women are not known for structure. And the only way you will actually see throughout history women having structure, who are they raised by?
Men.
Fathers.
Yeah, exactly. So if you look at how 3 generations of women can live in a house, which is usually chaotic, and there's no men around, what happens to this ultra violent group of children who one day are going to become adults themselves? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? We're going to go around the panel and see what we do. Somebody start.
Well,
I think, man, to your point, men definitely we got to be more involved. And when we do get the boys, when we coming up with them, and you can actually be a part of their life. One thing about it, you got to separate them from the women. And any decent woman knows, hey, look, get away from me. You know what I'm saying? You need to get in. And if they don't have a father figure, well, if they chose a decent dude, or even just you know what I'm saying, like that coach, or you know what I'm saying, that father figure, that's gotta be number one. Number two, education for sure, because that's gonna help out a lot. And that in my point of what I'm saying is that only counts to the women who actually want their children to actually get there. A lot of these women, they'll fight tooth and nail, knowing they ain't taking care of that boy, knowing he needs some men energy, male masculine energy in his life. They'll fight to death to stop it. And we really have to go there, because if they're the ones that Charles, that are having the kids mostly at a 75-80% clip, they have to be able to at least let their children get some kind of masculine energy. Because that female energy, we see what that equals. A lot of cats that, want to shoot and kill, and any disagreement, any small disagreement, they want to shoot and kill the man. Come on, man.
I got the
Music ain't help.
answer.
Go ahead.
They need a martial arts instructor and a blowjob.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it back to the SL11's junior era. Boy, none fade off. Y'all not gonna like this answer. Leather belt to ass and foot and fist the ass if you not complying. I don't care. I'm gonna start off with a belt and work my way all the way up to a fist. But you go get some discipline, guaranteed. Guaranteed. He said, what he tell me? I'd rather put my foot up in your ass to keep you alive than let the white people do
it. I will say this though, we'll push back to AL. There's some people out there who did get the spanking and who got the belt to the ass. And they come to a point in their adulthood where they like it, or they look forward to being the ones to take that belt to somebody's ass and get paid doing it. That's one of the drawbacks. Hell, I remember an episode of Family Guy where Stewie got off from Lois spanking him one time, and then he did everything he could do just to get her to spank him again. I mean, Prince had a song called Papa from the Come album. We said, "Don't beat your children, otherwise they turn out like me." But I will say this, agreeing with Lewis. However, one thing we got to include, my friend, we gotta first of all, those boys, besides martial arts instruction, they gotta have instructions on how to wrap the rascal, as you say, and make sure they all get tested, because ain't nobody want to end up, like one Ron Mexico, aka Michael Vick. If you don't know what I mean, Google Ron Mexico, Michael Vick. You'll know what I'm talking about. That was some wild shit.
We gotta remember, and shout out to everybody, because I got all my shit turned back on.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus.
Shout out to All Might, because that's one of the number one rules of a father. You're supposed to stay in shape because your boy is going to get big and strong. And usually the way genetics play, they usually get bigger than you.
With the right nutrition.
You're supposed to teach them that the world doesn't care about what you feel.
Mm-hmm.
If I whip your ass, it's because out of love. And I tell people, discipline without love is abuse.
Yeah.
That's right.
And
we don't beat our children. We just correct actions. We just
You want to correct that action. Sometimes you got to do so. Sometimes you got to take preventative measures. Sometimes you got to pull him aside and say, listen. Sometimes, kids still need their parents to pull them aside, explain to them, because they love honesty. The worst thing you can do is lie to your child or betray that child. And so you gotta pull them aside, explain to them. I remember Charles. Let me give you an example. It was back in the 80s in the WWE. The Rougeau brothers and the British Bulldogs were having some heat backstage, all because of a rib by Mr. Perfect. Ray Rougeau talked about how his father, Jacques Sr., taught him how to box. But when he taught him to box, of course, he explained in French. He said, "Son, I'm teaching you how to box so you know how to defend yourself. Not to be a bully, but how to defend yourself." Right then and there, he explained to his son why he was teaching him to box. And sometimes kids don't get the message. Sometimes we got to explain, tell them, listen, here's what I'm doing, and here's why. And if and kids will appreciate when you be honest with them about certain things. Just like, parents got to explain to the kids, listen, I can't afford that right now, but you can make some money. Hey, more power to you. Just make sure you do the right thing. An honest day's work equals an honest day's pay.
Name, check this out, man. I know you gave me a little bit of pushback on it. I'm gonna explain to you how I know I wasn't abused by Mr. S.L. Evans Jr. and what I received was nothing more but discipline and love. For the simple fact, I'm 51 years old, pushing on 52. Never, ever have I ever been incarcerated by the feds, by the state. I might have went to the county a couple times, but I've never been incarcerated by the feds and by the state. You want to know why? There wasn't abuse I got. When a man disciplines you, a real man who loves you, he's gonna sit your ass down. He's gonna let you for 2.5 hours till your back gets numb and you can't feel it. Then he's gonna bust your ass. So therefore, you got 2.5 hours worth of what you did wrong, what you need to start doing right, what mistakes you made, what corrections you need to make, and then why you put me through this, me having to give you this ass whoop. And guess what?
Mm-hmm.
I learned that day. I learned every single time I've done something. That's why you can call me everything under the book. You cannot never call me a liar, and you cannot never call me a thief, and you cannot never call me a crook. Those are three things I can stop
And
because why?
ladies,
Put that in my soul off the rip. If you do any of these things
Mm-hmm.
under my roof, this is a ram in your face.
and ladies and
Facts.
gentlemen, we're joined by hey Captain Jack. Meet me down by the railroad track. You want to
Yo,
see the panel? What's up?
what's going on, yo, man?
Lord
Shout out,
knows he's gonna be a
What's up,
cheater.
brother?
yo,
That
yo,
sounds like the Admiral Smoke.
yo,
What's good,
salute,
buddy?
AL. I am a motherfucking fan, AL. I am a fan. If you put out paraphernalia tomorrow, I'll be the first one with the AL T-shirt or a hoodie.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum.
But
Hey.
AL said something that was very real, man. What happens is, shout out to my father. What happens is that for young men, you have to separate them early because remember, in the hero's journey, the mother's world is the world of comfort and it's the world of no responsibility. And so what happens is that you simply can't wait for the boy to become, let's say, a particular age and start the training. You really have to start to wean him off his mother probably around 7 or 8 years old. So when I'll never forget the day I was watching He-Man, and I was in.
Hold on. You know we gotta do it.
By the power of Grayskull.
That shit still gets me. That shit still
Oh
gets me.
man,
Hey, Charles, I gotta ask you. Did you ever have the Castle Grayskull with the green slime to come out? As a
Boy,
kid?
boy,
Yeah.
boy, you remember that? Boy, you remember that?
I had it as a child.
Yeah, I had that shit. You weren't cool if you didn't have Captain Grayskull.
No, and never forget all the real He-Man action figures that you had to go through hell and high water and beg to get, boy. Man,
In fact,
He-Man, Skeletor, the Man at Arms.
I still got the 40th anniversary. Damn, we are that old now. The 40th anniversary of Skeletor He-Man from my favorite comic book shop. Anytime you motherfuckers come to Baltimore, there's two places I'm gonna take you. To my man's comic book shop up there in Baltimore County, and also straight up Taylor Avenue on Lock Raven. We're going to Fire and Smoke later that night. Bring your liquor, because we're gonna get some wings and we're gonna be on some down home good old shit. But continue, Admiral Smoke.
So I'm watching He-Man, and my father is there because I'm in the room. It's my mother, my grandmother, and a bunch of aunts, friends, or whatever. And my father just stopped and looked at me, and I felt him looking at me, and there was rage in his eyes. Hand to God, if my father had heat vision, I'd be burnt to a crisp. And my father looked at me and said, "Let's go." I said, "But Dad, I want to watch cartoons." He said, "Let's go." And so I got up and went, and we walked out, and he said, "Listen, you are a boy, and one day you'll be a man, and you don't got no business being around a bunch of cackling ass goddamn women." Right? And so
Say it again, black man. Say it again. They didn't hear you in the back of the room, goddamn. Say it again.
and that's what he said. And so somehow I ended up in the hands that day. I ended up in the hands of my grandfather and my uncle George, and they took me out to Coney Island. Now they got drunk as shit, right? I'm in the back seat. I got my little circus sword and everything else you can get from an amusement park, And you know, my mother and my grandmother outside pacing up the streets because nobody knew where I was at. And you know, luckily we made it home. But my my grandfather, my Uncle George was drunk as shit. Right? I had the time of my life. They had the time of their life, you know, and so this was something that I was able to understand. And so when my father was doing things like that, what happened to me? Now I'm about 14, 15 years old. And my dad worked for New York City Transit. And my dad worked a double. He worked 16-hour days.
Oh, you
Right?
from the city?
Yeah, so I'm from Brooklyn.
I'm from Newark, New Jersey, right
Yeah.
across the river.
Yeah.
You
So my dad.
you can't hear it in his voice. He's an East Coast man. You can't hear that.
Wait. Hold on. You don't hear the baby in my man's
Man,
voice?
what the
Come on,
motherfucker?
man. Come
Yeah.
on, Louis.
So my dad worked 16-hour days. And so I watched my dad. So my mom kind of worked off and on. She was mostly a stay-at-home mom. And so my father took care of a family of 6. With his salary alone, he worked double overtimes with New York City Transit and then another job on the weekends. And it really hit home with me when one Christmas there was Sega Genesis and goddamn Transformers or whatever all over the damn house. You know, my mother got her hair done and everything else. And I watched my father get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go to work, and I watched him glue his boots back together. And that and that's the moment that I started to identify with my father. And so what happened was I would wake up at 4 in the morning before my dad went to work, and and that's when the old westerns came on. So we watched Gunsmoke. We watched what was that shit, AL? What do you do when you're branded and you think you're a man? You know, the cavalry guy that they fucking kicked out of the base and shit. And so
The Rifleman.
The Rifleman.
so me and my dad, that's how we bonded. So we would sit up and we would watch old westerns together before he left and he went out to work. And so what happens is that for young men, especially when you're talking about training them and transitioning them into manhood, it's not automatic. You're gonna be drug kicking and screaming. My dad rolled me like a fucking cheap mule, right, and broke me into it. And it's not going to, for a lot of guys, man. It's not gonna happen. Again, another Saturday, man. I'm chilling, watching cartoons. My dad said, "Hey, let's go wash the car, fix the brakes, and change the oil." I said, "I'm good." 3 days later, my father came back with the fucking, remember them fucking super big cups we used to get from the movies before they changed the law? My father came back with one of them cups full of water and threw that shit in my face and said, "Get your stupid lazy ass up." You know, so I had to change.
That was the last motherfucking thing you told your goddamn daddy. I'm good.
And then I had to change my fucking clothes and clean up the mess and go. And then to AL's point and your point about being fit, right? So my pops was still thick. And so I'm 15, my muscles are coming in. Like I look like a damn man, right? I'm 15 and I'll never forget, I got mad at my pops and I threw a body shot at him and ain't do shit to him. And then my father just king hippoed my ass, just hit me on the top of my head with his fist, and I fell to the floor. And he looked at me and said, "You know what? Consider yourself lucky. Because when I did this to your grandfather, he broke my nose and then kicked me out into the winter." He said, so he knocked me out and said, "Just go, you know what I'm saying? Just go back in your motherfucking room." And so again, for a lot of young men, having a man in the house that's competent, a man in the house that's active and hands-on with you, these are the types of things that makes a difference, right? And then when you're talking about, and when you guys are talking about gun laws and everything else, remember, for women, they desire security, but the security that a woman has is really dependent upon the level of freedom that the man she's with can obtain. And again, I'm not. You guys know that I don't promote political shit, but what I am saying is that if you look at the right side of politics, African Americans as a culture have been dissuaded from a lot of the things that influence freedom and power. So if you're looking at, I'm just talking about simply in principle. So if you're looking at the right to bear arms, right? So think about it. I'm saying, okay, listen, I want small government, less institutions. I have the right to bear arms. That's patriarchy. That's rule again. That's rule of the father. You know, limited interference from outside influences on you and your family, right? And so it's the freedom for you to control the factors of production, to police yourself with limited government intervention, right? And so again, I'm not trying to promote anything over the other. I'm just talking about concepts of freedom and power. So if you take those three things, if you have been in a culture that dissuades you from valuing those things, that in and of itself is like I said, is a problem. And so when you're talking about raising young men and all that stuff, and another thing too, and I know it's going to sound crazy, but another thing too, it's not crazy. What has already been proven is that the sexual freedom of certain types of women is not a good idea for society, right? So it's you know what I'm saying. It's just again, it's just not a good idea, especially when you're young, because what happens is that you get some girls that want to you get people who want to rebel, people, you know when you're just young, you feel invincible, you can't tell them shit. And another thing that I had in my favor was my mother loved me more than she loved the gynocracy. So I'm not gonna say that she
Wait a
doesn't have.
minute. Say that part again. I can't let you escape with that one, boy, because I think that's the missing component this whole space has been built on.
Yeah, so like again, I'm not saying that she doesn't have the tendencies, but my mother loved me more than she loved the gynocracy. So when I was a
I
kid, my mother would be like, "Son, let me tell you something about these bitches," and that was her word. Let me tell you something about these bitches out here. What gets them in trouble is all of them think that they pussy is better than the next one, but not realizing to a man,
God
pussy is
bless your mother.
pussy. And I'll never forget, my mother would say shit like, "Hey, when a woman starts crying, fuck her tears," right? Because like my mother, and that's what my mother would say. She was like, "Yo, fuck her tears, fuck this, fuck that." You know what I'm saying? And so my mother kind of, in a sense, laid out the nature of women for me, and my mother did not choose the sisterhood over me. That's for certain.
Now,
God bless.
you know
God bless.
what? You just gave me the next title of my next show. Does your mother love you more than the gynocracy? God damn, Spoke. You a motherfucker. Can we give a woo for that shit?
And look, after we get up, we need to go all throughout these Black Manosphere shows that we fuck with, and we need to be on a tip for a whole week talking about this shit and waking brothers up to the fact this is the subject matter you really need to be talking about. That what they say, that ugly hidden pink elephant in the room that don't nobody want to talk about, that everybody keep avoiding. No, we're not avoiding it this week.
But
We are all
AL,
yes.
sorry to interrupt, but how many times have a lot of the content creators, when you talk about have episodes on life lessons, you can't even get like 30 people in your freaking room.
So look
But
at mine now.
if you banging on a bitch, you'll get like thousands of people in the room, and you'll get a whole bunch of donations.
What does that tell you?
Yep.
What does that tell you? If it wasn't for you guys, look, my viewership went up when that nigga was coming over here to troll.
Yep.
But when we talking about real shit, like my man Smoke Sandog was talking about, remember, what did I say? We have owner operators. We have managers of grocery chains. We have people who went to war. We have military officers, military enlisted, NCOs.
We got a brother in logistics right here.
Logistics. We have. Look at the
Former-
legacy. Look at
Here,
Let me tell you how great a lot of
I'm
the
a former
motherfuckers-
assistant comm chief.
comm chief. Let's talk about how great the legacy of the men. I can't speak for everybody's channel, so I'll just speak on mine. Well, since we all in the same space.
All right.
Look, I have people who are high-ranking chiefs in the police department, military, and people will be like, "Oh, this guy's fake." I've been on these Manosphere streets for 10 years. About to be 11 next year. Now, one motherfucker said Charles is faking. If anything, motherfuckers actually confirmed everything that I said in my law enforcement and military career that, oh, that motherfucker been through some shit. Let's even look at the legacy a lot of our fathers, grandfathers, and uncles have. That verifies it. But when you talk about real shit, does your mother love you more than the iconocracy? That's the biggest fucking question that's never truly been tackled.
Damn. You know what? We have to bring, because I remember my own mother would try to have a conversation with me about stuff like this. But then again, she also had to have she had a harder conversation with my younger brother about certain things, about women and whatnot. She was like, son, you got to understand what these women are about. They're not what you think they are. Now, I already picked up on everything. I started picking things up on a visceral level. I just didn't have the vocabulary to articulate it. But fortunately, I just learned from other people's mistakes what to do and what not to do. And going back to AL, you're right about that. In fact, what you said about your grandfather, Eddie Griffin said the same thing about his mama, because he said, my mama beat my ass out of the penitentiary. Hell, his uncle Bucky, who was like his second father, he made sure to have a couple shells lined up for his monkey ass every time he got out of line. He said, listen, I got my my revolver. I can hit you from over here, boy. Get your ass back up here. Don't be running up the block.
Hey, Namer, I'm finna do y'all one better. When I hit high school, and it was just me and him, because my grandparents separated when they stayed married to the end, but they had to separate because it got that between that Vietnam Agent Orange, she just couldn't deal with it no more.
Yeah.
And she was like, I'm finna ask the most important thing in my life for you, grandson. You my oldest and I'm gonna ask you because you love him like no other, and you will not forsake him like no other. And you have been through more shit with him than a little bit. I know you won't walk out, but I do have to admit, I could only take 2 years of it, and I walked out. I didn't run away. I left home. I told her I'm not taking out another punch. But look at here. Every morning from freshman year to sophomore year till I left, even he tracked me down the week before my high school graduation. Hey, I know what 6'4", 1992 is, right? I still remember. And if you ain't walking across that stage, every morning it was pick a gun, 12-gauge shotgun, 357 Magnum, a 38, and a 1911 Colt set on that coffee table. All of them, every day. Pick one. That one. If you don't come home with that diploma, I don't care what you do. And he told me this as I told him I'm leaving his house. Hey, it still applies. If you don't get that fucking diploma, 6'4", 1992, I already called up to John H. Reagan High School, AISD, and I found out what day your class graduates. If you don't graduate on that day, you go face that gun you picked. All right?
Yep.
Have a nice day. Go out there and venture off in the manhood. I ventured off in the manhood at 11 years old when my daddy died, and I had to work and take care of my mama, my younger sister, and my baby brother. If I can do it, and get a goddamn high school diploma and work at nights and pack fucking stoves, refrigerators, and pianos up and down flights of stairs for rich white people, you can do it too. You better get that diploma. And rest assured, gentlemen, 6/4/1992 came around. It was only 2 people at my graduation. Not my egg donor, not none of my siblings, not none of my cousins, not none of my aunties, not an incarcerated uncle, not a dead uncle. It was only F.L. Evans Jr. and Bertha B. Evans there. And they made
Grandma and
sure I
granddaddy.
walked across that goddamn stadium.
You know what?
You know what?
AL?
What
Go ahead. No,
what
you go ahead.
AL said was, like I said, fam, it was again, it was very important, right, in regards to manhood. And thank God and shout out to AL for what he did. Because another tragedy that happens for men or for boys when you're too attached to your mother, what ends up happening is you miss the blessing of your father, meaning that you're listening to your mother and then all you're hearing is the faults of your father. And then you become a man and experience the trials of life. And now you're starting to understand your father, but he's no longer there for you to talk to.
Man.
So, you know what I'm
That's
saying? So,
real,
no,
bro.
and
That's real,
I'm
Smoke.
like, again, God bless AL for figuring it out. You know what I'm saying? Early, like I said, in that absence. But I'm just saying for those of us who still have fathers above ground and you spent your life attached to your mother, and now that you're a man and you've experienced women, you've experienced work, you've experienced, again, poverty, hunger, and you've experienced the trials of life. And now you slowly find out that your father and some of his decisions are making sense, but he's no longer there for you to talk to.
Smoke.
Right? So for those of us who have dads who are above ground, and you have your issues, whatever, especially if those issues weren't created by you and told to you by other people, I highly recommend that you go out there and you build your own relationship. Shout out to you, AL.
By the way,
Thank you, bro.
All the way on that right there, Smoke. You know what I'm saying? And my father just passed, bro, a couple years ago. And when
my
I went home to
condolences.
bury him, and I pallbeared, right? And I stood at attention as we put him down. That was one of his things. He told my auntie, he was like, I want all my sons stand at attention. They go down. And when I went and I looked at a lot of that gynocracy stuff, Smoking, you absolutely correct, brother. I got a chance, and a lot of people don't do that. And like you said, man, for those that are still have their father above ground, it's very important because before my father died, we had some problems, and I thought one way because I was taught one way, but when I actually got a chance to talk to my father before he passed, and we had conversation about some of this gynocracy stuff. I thought about what he said, and I said, you know what? I can see everything what he was saying. You feel me? And if you don't never do that with your father, especially if he done went down, it'll hurt you, man, to your soul, especially as a man. And you absolutely correct, man. And that's what I had to do as man. I can be the first one to tell you. I had to do that, and I'm glad I did because he died suddenly. You know what I'm saying? So I can't imagine if I wasn't able to, you know what I mean, go there with it. And he was like, son, don't even worry about none of that. I'm just glad that you doing well. You know what I mean? And that shit that means so much to me, man. It was like, man, I couldn't imagine if I didn't get to that point, you know what I'm saying, before he went down. It would have told me up, bro. And you absolutely correct on that, fam.
Because for me, I have the man that raised me that I call my father, and I have my biological father, and I have no ill will with my biological father, right? And I talked to them both, and I was like, and they're both in their 60s, nearly pushing 70, and they both told me something. They said, "Man, I would kill to talk to my father again." And I'm like, "You still have questions for him, even though you're 70?" He was like, "Hell yeah, I still got." I still got you know what I'm saying? I still got questions. So if you have men who are in their mid-60s, pushing 70, saying that they wish that they could talk to their fathers, despite being at the advanced age that they have now. I mean, you know, again, think about the rest of us and how truly important that is. So for anybody who's listening to this, man, if your pops are still above ground, man, yo, real talk, man, go, like I said, go fuck with them, especially before the trials of life take over. And then you realize, because the funny part is this, the more shit you talk about your parents, the more you end up being like them. So I talk top shit about my mom and dad as a kid, and guess what? I'm like fucking both of them right now. So anybody else, if you don't want to be like your parents, don't talk shit about them. So you just spent all these years sitting around with whoever talking shit about your dad, only to find out that you're slowly becoming him, and you no longer have him to access the shoulda, coulda, wouldas, you know, in the advice that you may want and need, right, for whatever circumstance you're in life.
Fortunately for me, I look like my dad, and he passed away last year.
Yeah, man. Rest his soul, man.
Well, yeah,
I
man.
know. It was hard. It was in a way, it was. I've mentioned this before. I'm gonna say it again. I called home the day before he passed, and I promised my mom. Asked if I could talk to him. She said, "No, you can try to call him tomorrow." Next day, I was supposed to call him, but an hour before that, I get a call from my sister, and she told me he had just passed, and I knew something was wrong. And I asked her, "Is there something that was going on with our father?" She said, "He died in his sleep." I went into big brother mode and asked him, "How are you holding up? Is everybody okay?" All right, okay. I said, "Listen, do you need anything? Just let me know and everything." You know, we had a conversation and ended laugh. Me, it took me a while, but when it finally kicked in, especially considering the fact that I made peace with the fact that I was probably never going to see him again. And I probably wouldn't be there when he passed. I made peace with that because I understood the circumstances would not allow me to. But when
I'm gonna tell y'all something I rarely seldom discuss. But I'm in a room in a fellowship amongst real men, so I can speak free. My grandfather suffered from cancer, lung cancer, liver cancer, and skin cancer. Skin cancer from Agent Orange. The lung cancer from smoking behind all the pain and drinking behind all the pain that Agent Orange was causing. And the disappointment of all the witch ass betrayal, witch ass bitch ass debauchery that his daughters, you know, put him through their young teen and adult years. Because mind you, they were raised in a military family with two parents their whole lives. But for some reason, they thought they was above and better than everybody else, and they didn't have to deal with it. But mind you,
that orange you do it too, though, bro. That's my uncle died of for
Yeah.
complications. That orange with the lung cancer, and then
Let me
he
get-
had got that heart thing too.
Yeah. Let me get this out. I have to get this
I
out.
got it. All right, come on.
This man had to have a whole right lung cut out, damn near a whole right lung cut out his chest because of the smoking. Didn't quit smoking, just kept smoking and he switched from cigarettes to keep smoking cigarettes to cigars and tobacco pipes. That's where my tobacco habit comes from.
Oh wow.
This man, when it was time for him to go, me and my baby cousin, we get a phone call. We couldn't find the middle cousin. He was here, there, and everywhere. But we raced up to the hospital, the same hospital my daughter was born in. We raced up there. And he said, I'm ready. I said, what you mean you ready? He said, I'm tired. I said, man, you're 63 years old. You done fought in the Korean War, Vietnam twice, and then you did a stint over in Australia. You raised 5 kids, 4 of them legitimate, 1 illegitimate. But as far as I was concerned, and all I ever knew, and all we ever knew, you raised 5 kids. You took care of your family. You left the military and you went out and you started trucking all over the country. Then you turned around and you started your own business. You did all that. It was not, you was not ready. I'm ready to go. I said, so you leaving me. I'm just 25. I still got shit I got to learn from you. I'm not done. He said, I've given you all that I can give y'all. I'm tired.
He was right.
And I'm gonna go. Now, you do all your tear crying right now in my face. Because what's my rule? You do not show up on my day. This will be my final day. In my best suit, in my best casket, in my best going away house. There will be no crying over me at this funeral. As far as you get, is my wake. You say whatever you have to say. But if you know, and I'm saying this to you, not nobody else, because you clung to me your whole life, and he know I was not going to be able to honor that wish. I said, man, the sun rises and set on your ass as far as I'm concerned. He said, I know, and I thank you and I love you for paying attention and respecting me. He said, but you gonna honor my wish. And I said, you goddamn right, I'm gonna honor your wish. As far as I'm gonna make it, he gonna wait. And when I went to that damn funeral parlor, King Tears, off of 12th Street, one of the oldest black funeral homes in Austin, Texas, he said, you will not bury me nowhere else. You will not take me home nowhere else but King Tears. I got up bright and early, the morning I wake, the same day as his funeral, and I walked my ass down the street and around the corner to their funeral party. Because I have to down the street around the corner from their funeral party. I got dressed in the nicest apparel that I had. I walked in that mortuary. I could get no further than that front door. I could not even walk up to his open casket. I said everything I had to say to him 100 paces away from him, and I said goodbye. And I said, I love you too much to disrespect you. I will not be attending your funeral. I'm saying everything I have to say to you right here, right now, in this mortuary. And I went, before I even did it, I told my grandmother, I said, I'm honoring his wish because he knows how bad I'm going to break down at the sight of watching him fall in that goddamn ground. And she said, baby, I know, I respect you, I love you, I love you. And if this is what you got to do to honor this man, so he will not be disrespected, you do what you have to do. All his daughters bitch cried and moaned and complained. His sister went the fuck off. Everybody went off when they came back in their house. Little did they know, I had a fucking mental breakdown during that funeral. I went in his room. I went to his closet. This man said 6'3" tall, 265 pounds of pure man. I could not fit not nothing this man had on, but I put on his dress uniform, his military dress uniform from head to toe, and I'm walking up and down and around our block over and over and over in tears. And out of my grandfather. It was so bad, my neighbors had to come and get me and bring me back in the house. And I was just like a walking zombie, walking up and down the block. Because our block was shaped like a triangle. I'm walking around it over and over. My neighbors had to come get me, take me in the house. And when they came back in there, they came back from their funeral, they tried to read me the riot act because
Look, bro, my
I
OG
took
told me when I had felt that, bro, and they told me that same thing. I was on my grandma. I'm like, man, what? You know, I'm tripping, bro. And she was like, you ain't got to tell him you love him now. You showed him why he was alive. He already know. Don't even trip, because it was like that, man, because I was going through it, man. You feel shit like, no, he know. Because when he was alive,
the last beer he had in that house was Pabst Blue Ribbon. And I looked at that beer, I'm like, man, all my life, all I ever seen you drink was Gilby's vodka, 90 proof, Slitch Malt Liquor, Blue Beer, Blue Bull Beer, and Tall Boy, uh, Budweiser. When I seen that Pabst Blue Ribbon in there, and the way that can look, if anybody knows what Pabst Blue Ribbon look like, it's dressed and shaped in the color of the flag, red, white, blue. I took that can, I took all them cans, I took the liquor out the freezer. I didn't drink the liquor. I poured it out. All that. I said, this is for you. This is your last drink. I won't drink this liquor, but I'm gonna drink this beer for you and with you. I said right there in his seat, and I sat there drinking that beer as all them witches, all these heifer bitches walked in that house trying to read me the riot act. I stood up, and before I could say a word, there was Bertha B to my rescue. I had never seen my grandmother cuss out a whole pack of hoes like she did that day. She said, you don't say a motherfucking word to my grandbaby. My grandbaby's hurting harder than any of y'all could be hurt right now. He done lost his granddaddy, his best friend. He done lost his hero. So can't nobody say nothing to that boy right now. That's my house. This is still my house. And if you got anything to say, I will hit you upside your head with a goddamn African soup ball.
yeah, that's OG
And when
right there.
they all shut the fuck up. Because if you ain't never been hit by one of Bertha B's African soup balls, I'm here to tell you, you don't want that because you will be picking your ass up off the floor. Because she wasn't nothing but 5'4". But trust me, when she hit you with an African soup ball, and I used to say, Granny, what is an African soup ball? And she'll raise that fist in that arm up, and she said, this is an African soup ball, boy. You want some? I say, no, ma'am. She said, I see you getting smarter already. And she told him, I will hit your ass inside your head with this African soup ball, and you are not going to see it come. And they all shut up. And that day right there is the day when I lost him, and all I had was her. She was already my world, but she became my goddamn everything. I miss you, Granny. Today's your birthday. I miss you, girl. I miss both of y'all so bad.
Birthday to Granny, man. Happy birthday, man.
Happy birthday, Grandma.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. You know, AL, man, I feel you, man. I love me my grandma Willie. Matter of fact, my grandmother was sweet, the short, sweet old lady. Matter of fact, if I could show you a picture of her, remember Chili Willie the penguin? That cartoon.
Oh, yes, I
I'm
do remember.
Chili Willie and she was so short. And then so my grandmother, I'm like, Grandma, you hungry, baby? What do you want to eat? Grandma, can I have some oatmeal with grits with fried chicken and bacon, and my grandmother, she would make it. Sweet old lady. And only to get older and hear stories and hey say, Willie ain't take no shit off of off of nobody. So to your point, my uncle had just became Muslim and his name was Kareem. And everybody was calling him by his previous name. And my grandmother said, he said his name is Kareem. God damn it, his name is Kareem. And I'll never forget, I asked my grandmother when she was alive, I said, Grandma, how did you feel when Uncle Kareem and Dad had become Muslims? She said, if Allah can get them two niggas off the street, I'm all for them.
Hey, big grandma wasn't lying. Grandma wasn't lying, and she understood, man.
You know what I'm saying?
That's OG right there, dog. She talking with some wisdom, bro.
Yeah, she said if Allah could get them two niggas off the street, I'm all for them. And it was the same thing, man. Like, you know, again, these women in your family that love you, that loves the family more. Like even man, I have my aunt, man. My aunt Elaine in Summer, Alabama, man. Like my aunt Maddie and man, my aunt Elaine, man, you couldn't. My aunt Elaine was so famous for her generosity that people would bring food to her house in the 90s still to cook. So people will bring rice, they'll bring chickens, they'll bring all that, and she will cook for the whole neighborhood. So if it was Sunday and you were over there around Plant Street or whatever, you could just walk in and out of Elaine's house. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you couldn't touch that kitchen. That was her kitchen, her
Sacred.
house. It was sacred, fam. And after she had her stroke, and she had to watch people in her kitchen, clean her kitchen, move stuff around. She wasn't trying to hear it, bro. she said she wasn't trying to hear it. It was sacred. It was hers.
Yeah, man. My OG, man, when she died, bro, what's so crazy about it was like when she died, bro, it was like you don't never know the glue that's holding the whole family together until you lose that OG. And then you like, damn, shit, she was holding the whole thing together. And my grandma, she was like that, bro. Like, she was on, like, we had people that were Muslim, we had people like Pentecostal, we had people that was Jehovah's Witness, all that there. But when you was in her house, yeah, you wanted to eat. Okay, on Sunday dinner, when she cooked that, she gonna cook that Sunday dinner 9 o'clock. It's done. If you don't go to church, you ain't finna eat first. Everybody else that went to church, you gonna eat first. And look, she wasn't the lovey-dovey type of grandmama. But what I remembered was the glue. That's when you know you got a real OG, because she not gonna let them damn hyenas talk down on nobody. If they wrong, they wrong. She ain't gonna take no sides or nothing. She's straight up with the right. When we lost her, it was like, man, that shit hurt me to another level because she used to run a. Remember when the old black grandmas used to have the social clubs, and they used to have on certain days they cook, right? Like you was talking about, they cook.
Yes.
You feel me? They had cooking like that, and then the social club come over, this and that. They got her friend, this and that. They granddaughters, they been damn near try to hook you up with the granddaughter damn near. You feel me? Up in there with doing with the social club. And it was everything was straight. Ain't nobody finna come in the kitchen. You couldn't even walk in that damn kitchen and she was cooking. You better get your ass up out of there.
I remember. It's interesting you bring that up because I remember. Now I was born and raised in the Middle East, like I told you, right? But
right.
My grandma on my dad's side was the reason for all of that. Because she and a bunch of Eritreans moved to KSA and other countries like Kuwait and whatnot in the 60s. This is after the end of slavery in some of these countries, and some of them start working as domestic workers and whatnot. And that's how my dad was able to migrate there, and then eventually married my mom and brought her there. She and a bunch of the women who were there would eventually return back home by the 80s and 90s. Many of them were retired, able to build homes, but they would always. All these women were involved in their children's lives, one way or another. In the case of my grandma, she was over there, so she had her sister raise my father and two of her own sons with him. And when some of those women that were like my grandma who went overseas, they got back, they all kept in touch with one another. And they would do the same thing, like try to introduce some of the grandkids to one another, hook them up and whatnot in marriage. One time I remember came home and they were like happy to see me because a lot of them remember seeing me as a baby because they were there when I was born. And I understood that camaraderie among them. Because that sisterhood meant something.
Oh yeah, and then they hooking you up. That's her home girl. She know their family. You know what I'm saying? They know all that. Yeah, she gonna try to hook you up with their granddaughter, cause she already.
Well, they
know
didn't do it
what
with
time
me,
it is.
but they didn't do it with me, but you know, but I understood that camaraderie, that sisterhood, because they were away from home. And they had only each other to rely on, even though it was kind of rough in the 60s and 70s in the Middle East, you know? Especially when shit was crazy at that time, especially after the third and fourth Arab-Israeli war. And a lot of them, you know, when they came home to an Eritrea that was changing also. Some of them came home during the final years of the Independence War, but they still had that camaraderie. And not just among themselves, but with the other women in the other in their respective neighborhoods. They kept that, and most of them, they knew each other through their local churches and whatnot. So there was that sisterhood, that sense of community, and that sense of family. Some of them would even like, you know, sometimes like if I was out somewhere and I knew somebody, one of the neighbors, I had to go say hello to that woman.
Of course, yeah, and that was another thing what Charles was asking earlier. What do we do? And I'm with that, brother, because first of all, as a parent, when a grown person walk into my house and I got my kids there, first of all, if my people, coming through, you speak to them. Number one. Number one, you speak to them. You don't let your child, somebody come around you, see they just display all in the phone. No. You speak to that person. You respect them. And that was a level of the respect level of it all. You feel me? And we had that back in the days. I think we have lost some of it, right? But as men, like we have to respect it because at the end of the day, there was a level of respect that was held up amongst all.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
respeto, they say in Portuguese.
And what's respect in Portuguese?
They say respeto. Similar, just like Spanish, they say respecto.
Okay, and what I mean, like on a respect level, right? Now you think about it. Think about this. Remember, these are OGs. This is how they came up. My OG was on a level like this, bro. She was
Wait a
on the
minute.
level.
Let me ask you something first of all. And this is not to try like one-upsmanship and anything like that. Most of y'all grandmothers, they were able to go to school when they were young, right?
My grandmother, no. She was one of them grandmothers like this, bro. She was mad when I had got this super duper contract. And because I was working for an older white lady, she didn't want him even working for him. Because she was like, I remember when we had to be like, you talking about domestics, right? She was like, I remember when I was working for domestic, white folks didn't like us, this and that. I don't want you working for them at all. But I'm like, you know what? Hey, mama, this is a client of mine. She pays me great. She pays me good. She's like, oh, okay. She can pay you good, but I don't like that because they didn't want their grandson working for no motherfucking me white person at all. She like, nah,
and
I
endure
don't
the
want
humiliation in the process.
You feel me, bro? Like,
oh, cool. Hey, I understand a lot of the things you're saying. Cause in fact, I'm like a couple sets ahead, man. Which is a bad habit on my part, but it is what it is. But my grandmother's generation, they were. And this is Africa, folks. I mean, they weren't among them was maybe some of the first to get an education. But seriously, it was my mother's generation that were the first generation of women to get an education. But even though my grandma was illiterate, she knew. She was well aware. She was very, very resourceful. I mean, she spoke like 3, 4 different languages. And I learned from her a lot of things. Hell, she was in my life for most of my childhood. Hell, as far as I was concerned, she was like the most important person in my life. But when she
Yeah, see,
passed, I
being in
may
the
appreciate
South,
that.
bro, like when you talking about like that, see, now it's not Africa, you know what I'm saying? But
No,
from where I'm from, in the poorest place, in the poorest county, in the poorest state in America, you know what I'm saying? It's like she was on some level shit like, y'all got to leave. Like, you got to get up out here, get your education. If it's military that's gonna flight you out, let it be that. You know what I'm saying? If it's
she
schooling gonna
foresaw
flight you
things,
out,
huh?
get up out of here, because we already know what Mississippi is. At that time, you know what I'm saying? We already know what it is. Okay, you're gonna work on the
Gonna be
farm.
stuck.
You're gonna work on the farm until you die.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? That's how it was back then. So she wasn't having none of that, especially her grandson. The younger year, my mother generation, they was the ones who actually got that education. See what I'm saying? They left because you couldn't you couldn't go to school down there. It was no jobs, it was no nothing. Like if you weren't working on the farm, you weren't doing shit. You know what I'm saying? So you had to go up north. That's where everybody had to go up north. They get them jobs. A lot of people went to Detroit, right? GM or Ford. They had the big job where you could go up there and get your job.
Big
Even
migrations
Chicago.
during the 50s and 60s and everything. To a place like Chicago and Detroit and Michigan, a place like Illinois, Michigan,
Yeah. And some
New
went to the
York,
East Coast,
Jersey,
right? Some went to the East Coast. Some went up there.
New Jersey, for example. Remember,
Hey,
when
Charles,
Black
check your
folks,
phone.
yeah, sorry. I mean, Louis could explain this, like, the bricks. When Black folks started moving into Newark, white folks started moving out. Because and the big fear was like, white flight also equal capital flight. That was some scary ass that would affect the community, affect the city really hard. Because they always had this and the thing about red lines, they also believe that black folks always bring the property down, which is not true. But there's a TED talk about that I remember, where a white woman said to the presenter of the TED talk, who's this little black dude named Rich Benjamin, he quoted the woman. She said, one black neighbor is a great dinner guest, but 50 black people in the neighborhood turns the whole neighborhood into a ghetto. But you were right what you're saying, Shadow. Everybody had to go someplace else to get where they needed to be. Especially
And
when
that's what
things
they
were
say,
really
right?
bad.
They say that. I'm with. I understand that. Like down south, we got the track, right? Go across the track. I'm a white folk. We had to fight that red line, and I know some of the brothers who was the pioneers of fighting it, who went over there and bought a house, and they had to have the experience of they go to work, come home, somebody that spray painted nigga on their house, you know what I'm saying, and broke their windows and shit like that of that nature. And you would think, oh yeah, well, we not wanted over here, we gonna leave. No, them brothers was military veterans. You feel me? The first brother, he definitely was. And as that was happening, he did not leave because they wanted him to leave, because they say, oh, yeah, get the black people in there. Okay, it's going to bring the property level down. Woo, woo. And it was Mississippi. They was like, fuck the property level. They was like, we didn't want no niggas across the track anyway. You know what I'm saying? So, it was brothers that had to go and do that just to even stay, because it been probably easy for them to leave, but I done bought my house. Would you leave? I mean, come on now. Shit, they come up my house. I'm not finna leave. Fuck that shit.
I paid too much money for this house to move the fuck out. I mean, D.L. Hewley talked about, like, when about redlining. We talked about like what happened to him. When his family tried to sell the house they had owned, and they got lowballed, and the house appraiser told them, listen, if you guys want the top dollar, you're gonna have to replace all your pictures and put in the pictures of white families and shit like that.
Well,
But we
that's how
digress.
it go when you selling it, right? They want you out of the house. If you're selling your house, a lot of those people in that certain type of way, when you talk about real estate people, when
Yeah.
you got them in there, it's open house, whatever. Hopefully, you already got you another place where you can be at where they can run this stuff. But let's just say you didn't. And what you're saying is absolutely correct, because even if it's not the pictures or whatever, but it's like, black folks, just
Ain't tracist a
typically
nigga.
they're gonna try to lowball you lower than just say the average Hispanic or the average white family. And let's say Remax was doing it, or Better Homes and Gardens, or what is the other one, Keller Williams. If they were doing it, they would be able to get more money off the GP if they thought it was a white person's home. And that's facts. Now people want to get in and fight on that point, but it's just true, bro. If you do real estate, you know that. And we fought for years to try to get that done. And Houston is a big city, and it's got one of the most multicultural populations. You know what I'm saying? But we still have areas that are strictly black. We still have areas that are strictly Hispanic, strictly Asian, strictly Caribbean diaspora. We have different neighborhoods, but it's so big, it's stretched out here. But yeah, man, when you got certain people that move in, in these different areas, I've had many problems. I moved into an all Hispanic neighborhood, and the problems that I would have there, I wouldn't have, let's just say, in a white neighborhood. But the problems that I have in a white neighborhood, it'd be separate from that. So, as black men, we have to stick together, because we know that all the others are against us. So once you know that, you move and you operate. Hey, I want to get my money. I want to sell this house. I'm gonna sell this house any way I can.
Which brings up back to which ties it up to certain. We're talking about having our fathers in our life, like Sandman said. Like I said, I already made peace with the fact I was never going to see my father when he passed. So when he passed, considering that he had a stroke years prior to it, and it did affect him in a kind of way, but he did recover for the most part. But when they told me how he passed and everything, I had to, when it finally set in, I just had to smile, and I had to have a little bit of a laugh. Not to keep from crying, but I was just glad, I was just relieved he went out the best way possible. You know what I'm saying? Because he died in his sleep, in his own bed, in his own house, in his own country.
No pain.
No pain. Away and out of and in a better position, and he's with the ancestors. But also when and I still remember everything he taught me. In fact, growing up in KSA, like I said, the rule was if you're going to do something you're not supposed to be doing, don't get caught. In fact, if I had kids, I would have looked at them and said, listen, if you're going to do something stupid, you got two choices here, son. You got two don'ts. Daddy, what do you mean two don'ts? Don't do it, or don't get caught. You understand what I'm saying? You don't do it, or you don't get caught. And if he does decide, and if he does choose to say don't get caught, I'm looking at him and say, all right, what did we learn here? You had a choice, right? What was it? What was it? Don't do it. What was the other one? Don't get caught. Which one did you choose? Don't get caught. Don't get caught. And what happened? I got caught. You got caught. And now you got to face the consequences. But you know what you're going to do right now? You're going to face some consequences. But afterwards, we're going to fix this mess.
Look, bro, you all the way on that. And look, we talking about loss, right?
Mm-hmm.
But look, I'm going to tell you something about loss. What I had to learn, because I lost a lot of people, right? People close, people we knew that was older, and then some of my brothers and some of my people that was not as older, and it was like, we weren't expecting them to lose them. I lost a lot of my brothers. And I learned from my grandmother, because all those women I was telling you that was in her little social club, she outlived all of them. Wow. She went to each and every one of their funerals, right? She would eat, and I was like, damn, I cannot imagine if I outlived all my friends, all of them, right? Imagine the hurt, the pain that you have to deal with, right? You outlive all. She outlived some of her children. feel me, had to go to some of their funeral, which is the worst feeling, right? She's like, you have to see your child die.
Yep.
So, you know, I had to learn from her because she didn't, you know, she didn't go down that line of just being so remorseful that she couldn't operate every day. I had to learn from her. And I still to this day have problems with it because people say, oh, yeah, you know, the person dead, you know, you just get over it. You know, oh, yeah, you know, they gone and this and that. That shit sound good on paper, man. But if that person really affected you in your life, it's gonna be certain time. Their birthday could be, you know, certain time that you know, every Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever, or whatever it was. You're gonna remember them folk. And
Which is why,
you know what I mean?
which is why every August 27th, I make it a point to call home. On my dad's birthday, I call home and talk to my mom. Because my mom, she lost her father when she was 15, but she was the most, and she was like the one who kept me sane. Even though I had to wait a week to call home because, you know, traditions being what they are, our traditional, you know, funeral process being what it is. But I still remember my parents' wedding anniversary, their birthdays and everything. All holidays, I make it a point to call home. And my mom is always great, and it makes it more important to call her because she's always grateful to hear from me. You know what I'm saying? And I do talk to her about, and we do have our laughs. We do have our moments. Hell, I got relatives who are all over the place. I get to call them when I can. And even though sometimes they say, you know, I'm glad you called. You're such a good kid. You know, your father raised you right. I said, I am his son. I'll always be his son. But eventually I have to become my own man. Because if you're going to be a man, the first person you got to be a man for is yourself, not for everybody else. This goes back to what Patrice O'Neill talked about. Like he said, I got to put myself first because everything depends on me. If I'm not okay, if you know, my blood sugar is not okay and things like that, I can't handle my business. If I can't handle my business, I can't take care of the people that depend on me. Which is why I'm grateful for all the things I learned in life. Hell, sometimes I look at a situation and then I realize my dad was right, and I just start, and then I say to myself, "Thanks, Dad." Oh, I mean, the ancient Greeks had a saying. They said, "True wisdom is old men planting trees whose shade they will never sit under," because it's not about them. It's about the upcoming generations, and they have to teach those generations to be prepared for whatever's coming their way.
Man,
That's
look,
why it's
the
important.
only time a person die, bro, is when
Mhm.
you forget every lesson that they taught you. You feel me?
Right.
If you speak on them lessons, because they're gonna get louder. As the person die, everything they said is gonna get louder in your ear. It's gonna get louder.
Yeah.
And the fact that everything worked, what they said, they was giving you some wisdom. And the only time that they really die is when you forget to pass that wisdom on and hold their name up in that way. So they can never be forgotten because their wisdom still lives.
I pass that on to my younger cousins any chance I get. I got
when you
cousins
forget
who are
about
teenagers
them,
right now.
that's when they die. When you don't pass on the wisdom they gave to you, that's when they die. Their physical
That's what's
form may
up.
be gone, but that is what it is because our mother will always say, well, what do you want to be remembered for? Right? Like, you know, when you leave this earth, right? And I asked anybody on this panel what they would ask, because it's a great question, right? What do you want to be remembered by? Right? If the person that you gave this wisdom to don't speak your name, or even just you ain't gotta speak my name and tell them, you just go ahead and give them the damn knowledge. It's gonna up me up. Because once again, it don't matter who come to my funeral, I'm dead. Okay, what makes sense, the OG say, look, you love the person when they were there and you fucked with them. That's all you need. Don't go back and forth trying to work your mind. about what you said or what you didn't say. If you said everything while they was here, don't go there. Just keep their name alive by the lesson that they taught you. They will stay alive because you ain't forgot them, and you keep on with their good wisdom and put it on to someone else, pass it on to someone else. They don't die. They never died. You know what I mean? They only die when you let them die.
I remember.
That's real.
I remember a neighbor of mine. She lost her husband. This little woman still keeps on moving. She's always in good spirits, especially because she got a grandchildren. Most of them now, and they're adults, and they give her a reason to laugh and smile. I know another woman who was widowed but remarried, but she has a good sense of her, and her kids keep her going. Her grandkids, and she's got even great grandkids now. She's got a good sense of humor, and makes me appreciative of things. I got a soft spot for older men too. Not like that, folks. I mean, I like to be around older men because I like to learn from them. Just like I didn't have a grandfather, but there were older men who used to teach me stuff. Oh, I still, even though I didn't always have my dad, I always have my uncles. Because like Chris Rock said, your uncles prepare you for life. You learn from your dad how to be a man, but you learn from your uncles what type of man to become or not to become. You don't want to be, are you either going to be someone who you want to be someone like Uncle such and such and be on the straight and narrow, or you can be like Uncle such and such who is religious. You don't want to be like Uncle such and such who's been in and out of incarceration shit, man. But you don't know the whole story sometimes. You don't know the whole story. Hey, El, how you doing right now? Hey, El? Hey, El? Yo, can anybody hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. I'm just wondering, is AL okay? He's a little quiet.
He must be AFK right now.
Oh, okay. But yeah, it's like interesting conversation. I'm just like, I'm just glad to be having this conversation with y'all. In fact, I'm glad I got a chance to be on this panel, just talk with y'all because it's been a rough week for me, and I really need this. Charles, thank you for having me up, man. And Shattered, you're a good brother. You've always been down.
No problem.
You, man. I love y'all, man. For real.
No problem. If everybody's enjoying it, hey, stay as long as you want and talk. Shit, that's why I just quiet up.
Yeah. Speaking of, and look who's here.
Ladies and gentlemen, since he does it for me, I got to do it for him. Where is that joint?
Where'd he go?
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus.
He'll be right back.
Where did Bay go?
He'll be back. That goddamn Turk.
Anybody else got any other subject they want to talk about?
Well,
give me 1 second. I got something to show.
Hang on. I got to switch phones, Charles. Hang on a second.
Charles, did you hear about that new quantum computer that they just put out? That new quantum computer that they just put out?
I heard VGS mention something briefly about it.
That new quantum computer that they just put
Somebody's on YouTube.
Mention something briefly.
Yeah, it was 58 qubits is what the original Google, I think it was their original, but the new one is 104. And from what I understand is it would have taken the supercomputers that we have currently, I think he said 16 septillion years to figure out this damn problem. And the one they got it done in like 5 minutes or some shit.
God damn. What type of firepower do they have?
Septillion. That's longer than the whole universe from what we understand, the Big Bang. That's actually more years than the universe has actually been in existence. And we went from that to 5 minutes. Man, what the hell?
I think it's like one of those heavy things where, think about it, we don't even have the technology for some of that shit. And Jesus Christ, some of the shit that you actually have in that computer to figure out things so quickly.
Well, it's
we're making ourselves.
Think about the quantum, right, Charles? Now we're used to digital, and everything that we do in digital is zeros and ones, a combination. Everything that we're doing right now, we're speaking, we're on the internet. Everything is built on zeros and ones, right? So now with the quantum computing, as we understand it, it actually adds an extra pair. So it's like a negative 0 and a negative 1 and a plus 1 and a plus 0. So now you add 2 extra bits. So then they're quantum entangled. So theoretically, whatever the one does, the other one does, no matter how far it is away. And when you break that down into superconductors and you're putting it in a chip, I mean, it's like basically the same way where they actually did the tests of it. They had one, they had it in I think it was in Cali somewhere, and then they had another one, they shipped it off. It was a piece of this deal that they did with the quantum deal, sent it over to England, basically Great Britain, and they were doing the computations, and the half that was in America was able to communicate that on the quantum entanglement to where they could get the actual code from it, the in Britain without a internet connection.
Yeah,
So that was
like
quantumly entangled. So where
check your phone, Charles.
All right.
Sorry.
So you didn't have to have it connected in some way with the computer. Do you know what that means?
That's some heavy shit. And I'm gonna tell you, to Mr. Meach, I gotta check that out. That's literally like you're putting spacefaring shit now. That's like spacefaring shit now. Like, dude, you could literally solve stupid problems.
Ridiculous. They said basically what it is doing, it proves the multiverse theory. It basically proves it because it's saying that it's drawing, like once they created it, it's drawing basically the power from the dimensions, which they're saying in quantum, whatever we sure about string theory. If you go into string theory, anybody knows anything about string theory, it's saying 17 dimensions that they can figure out. I think it's more. But once they figure it out, imagine if the AI was able to, like you said, Charles, we don't even have all of the damn back end stuff to even make with the stuff. Imagine if the AI was able to get a hold of that shit.
I mean, you're really like just Boy, you can. I think it's one of those things where we don't even comprehend what we're doing yet. You know, we don't even comprehend what's going on. And when it come when it comes to that shit, you're just like, wow.
Now, look, when they were looking for the God particle, right, in CERN, and they finally found it, right, the Higgs boson found the
Even though
God
the
particle.
God particle, which is funny, is already a part of you, so it took us this long to discover what's inside you. Even the
Oh,
Bible
it's true.
said there's greater inside you than in the world. People
And,
didn't figure that shit out.
and I tell atheists and agnostics this all the time. I'm like, look, even as a scientist, even scientists like, man, this shit is so perfect that it's like almost impossible to get it to where we have it at now. So actually, evolution, I'm gonna say, oh, evolution disproves God. Quite the opposite, brother. It proves. Even the biggest atheist scientists like, man, this shit, because imagine, okay, electron, right? Go to the smallest atomic level. You start to look at it when you perceive the electron and you look at it, it acts different than if you were not looking at it. Because a neutron, the electron is supposed to hold down the neutron. So you got protons that, the electrons, I think there's a negative, but the proton is positive. And then you got the neutron in the middle, which is neutral. So
Yeah.
the electron spins around it so that it holds it together. So when we look at it, we see the electron spinning around it. But if you don't look at it with CERN and different things of these nature, they have seen that sometimes the electron is there and sometimes it is not. But when we look back at it again, those neutrons, instead of being released and being just released back into, that's normally happens if it loses the electron, it be released. But when we look at it, the neutron is still there and the electron is back again. And when they looked at it, it changed it. When they physically consciousness looking at it changed it. We don't even understand what the shit is, man.
You
We don't.
basically, from what you're telling us, basically you're dealing with a mini nuclear fucking powered subject matter. You're probably dealing with subatomic particles on a real shit. Like, think about it. Like,
Smaller than an atom. Smaller than an atom.
smaller than an atom. And you're dealing with power that we can't even we don't even have a real comprehension over this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Einstein came up with these different particular equations, and it stands true to this day. That's why we have atomic clocks. The reason why we have atomic clocks, because gravity, space-time as we know it, space-time and gravity and mass, it warps time. And people always say, well, time is a man-made creation, but no, it's not. Time is different and gravity is different. We don't even fully understand that, because as gravity increases, time is distorted more.
It's distorted. So you got to look at the what I always call this the box. The first layer is what in the three dimensional.
Right. 3D.
There's time. There's space. Then you have time. And then you have what? Forget how to,
matter.
You have matter. Then after matter, you have. I forget how to word it because
mass,
it's
matter, time.
Matter. You have time, and then you have the fourth dimension. And the fourth dimension is supposed to be God damn it, it's been so long since I said this shit. Because that's how you really get your times and your distortion.
Time would be the fourth then, right?
I think time is your second, because you need something to exist to create time.
Okay, mass, energy, right?
Energy,
matter.
mass, matter, or time. And then that's why, when they talk about Mr. Missile Click in the Superman comics, he was a fifth dimensional imp because we live in what? The three dimensional, meaning he's two dimensions above us. So the things he's able to do that's normal to him, like anybody could do it, he would look like a god to us because imagine how us, a two-dimensional being, would be to us. We would look like a god to them. Like, how are you picking up that broom? You must have the strength of a god, because a two-dimensional being would not be able to comprehend that. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
Well, look, if you're thinking about think about Mercury, right? Mercury is the fastest planet in the system. Now it's the closest, and it's burning hot as hell, but it moves the fastest. So its day, I think its day is like 8 hours, and then you got like Neptune. I think Neptune is the longest. I'm not for sure, and it spins counterclockwise, I believe. So just imagine, we could just go to Earth, right? Go to Earth. Imagine if Earth was a 48-hour day. So if it was a 48-hour day, do you get older or do you get younger per go around the sun? Imagine if it was heavier. So now that means that the gravity was more. So when we walk, we have to have more power just to even walk.
Yeah.
So imagine if it was 3 times as much. Even you look at the best astronauts, right? They go up there. What do they lose? Bone density, right? They lose that because the gravity is not there anymore. Imagine a race that was able to live on a planet that
Yeah,
revolves around. What is
that's
the
how they
age?
that's how they made the concept of Kryptonians. The gravity was heavier, the planet was denser, they were absorbing a lot of energy from a red sun. And because it was on a different wavelength, when they got to a yellow sun, it actually supercharged their cells because, you know, like a photosynthesis on steroids, on super steroids. I just looked it up. A day on Earth is 24. Mars is 24 hours and 37 minutes. Jupiter days last around 10 hours. Saturn's last about 10.7. Uranus lasts about 17 hours. Neptune 16. Let me see. Essentially
Neptune
gas
spins
giants like Jupiter.
counterclockwise, right?
It says essentially planet gas giants like Jupiter and Saturn have shorter days than Earth due to their faster rotational speed.
More mass.
Yeah.
How many
And
Earths can fit in Jupiter? Well, like
1,000.
10 million, 1,000.
About 1,000. I think it's like about 1,000. Because I know it takes
Can
like
you
what?
imagine 1,000 more real estate, 1,000 times more real estate on the planet?
This is a day last on Jupiter. Let me see. How long does a day last on Mercury? Mercury's days last 1,408 hours. That's a hell of a wait for your birthday, isn't it?
I think Venus is the longest because Venus is almost totally locked. Venus
Venus
is like a super greenhouse
effect,
planet.
yeah. Venus is 5,832 hours. God damn.
That's one day. So that means like if you grew up on Venus, right? If you had counted a year, right? That'd be all that
you would
time.
never live to see 21.
Or your biology will be changed so that you might actually live more commensurate to the amount of what that planet is, because you grew up under that. That's why you said about silicon-based life forms, stuff that we don't know. They've got just here on Earth, right? You can go down deep, and they got these volcanic vents, right? Everybody cooks their crabs and their lobsters and shit. We boil them to death. But you got some of these crabs and these lobsters that go way down up in there in the deep. And these damn vents got
You
the
would have
water
to,
like 500, 600 degrees,
you
and
would
them
have
crabs
to,
still alive. Like,
you would
how
have to
can they still be alive?
you would literally have to, like, you would literally have to be, how do I call it? You would literally have to grow density. Like, your bones will be so damn dense. I mean, look at what they say about Aquaman. Like, Aquaman is like 400 pounds because he's so dense. That's why he can withstand oceanic pressures. He's like dense as hell. Like, he's literally bulletproof. So even though they even said there's theoretically he would be stronger than, in his golden age form, he was probably stronger than Superman in the golden age because he would just handle so much oceanic pressures. So you would have a denser body. You would probably have developed a different way of your circulatory system, and it would just affect you differently on a scale.
It's a different whole planet. You evolved on a planet. Like you were talking about with the red and the yellow sun. Imagine you got these different type of organisms we got right here on Earth. They don't get no photosynthesis. They're getting no. You talking about 4 miles down, 500-degree water on average. You got crabs just walking around there like they're not getting boiled. How much? You man, how you gonna boil that motherfucker? Like if he can sit down there in a volcano vent and just eat some carbon off of there, ain't never seen the sun at all, and still alive. Now this is on our Earth. I tell people this: how selfish do you have to be? God made this from what we just in the Milky Way. What is it? 1 billion stars, and we can see hundreds of billions of galaxies from what we can see. You mean to tell me there's nothing else? God made nothing else but us? How selfish could you be? How selfish could you be?
I mean, you got to think about it. It's like in real science. What happens to your bones and your muscles when you lift heavy weights repeatedly or consistently to be
They tear and recreate.
and they become what?
Stronger.
Stronger and denser. So your physical body is pretty much the same thing. Like right now on Earth, this is the reason why I tell a lot of young men lift the weights you can now. It's like earlier, like I was listening to this one black guy. He was a Navy SEAL. He said during SEAL training, you got to lift weights. Then they were like, you need to get stronger. It's not just about you being big and strong. You got to be strong enough to carry somebody who's carrying a flag vest, 210 rounds, and whatever fucking gear, including their body weight. You got to drag them or carry them.
Yeah, fireman carry.
Yeah.
Or over the shoulder. Either way. And a lot of times, sometimes you'll be lighter. You'll be lighter than that person. You have to be strong like that because that man could be heavier than plus his gear. You got to get him up out of there. Ain't no question about, you going to get him out, or you have to fucking carry him out of harm's way.
And I mean, you got to be able to do certain things that most people can't even perceive. I mean, you're looking at if you had to live on gravity. Think about the moon when astronauts they're bouncing. There's a sixth of the gravity, so the resistance would not even be there. Like,
yeah, but Charles, we know, of course, that the world is flat, and the moon is just a figment of our imagination.
I've been told that stupid shit before.
Have you seen that bullshit? I'm like, dude, man, if you just got in an airplane, hell, if you didn't even have to do that, you could just get on a helicopter on the ocean, and you could look like, man, we know over the horizon. I tell niggas, you know the first thing I tell them flat earthers? I say, if you do know when you on a mountain or a higher level, when you you got the high ground, you have to actually factor in the curvature of the earth to make your shot go in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if it's flat, you would not have to factor that in. That's part of the shot.
I mean, you could just look at. I tell people, look at a table, right? Look at a table. If the Earth was flat, wouldn't the sun cover the whole flat surface or a majority of it instead of rotating around it? Or
Well,
we
why?
rotate around, or we're rotating around it?
But the water, okay, the water would eventually just roll off into space, right?
Yeah, either
Be
that
flat.
or wouldn't evaporate properly. It would just evaporate.
They have killed, the Catholic Church has summarily killed men, scientists, for saying it was round. They killed
Yeah,
them for saying it.
yeah. That's well. If you don't stay in power if you make people smart. You don't stay in power if you make people smart. I mean, especially their type of power.
Well, those kinds, I look at it like this, bro. They know, okay, the Masonic groups, and you can go back to the Knights Templars, and you can go back to the Crusades. Those men knew. You can go into uh, you know, the Muslims. We knew what the world was, because if not, think about it. How could you have a ship if you sailed the mighty seas and you come back to the same place? If you keep sailing, eventually you gonna come back. If it was flat, wouldn't you fall off the side of the earth, Charles?
Yeah, I mean your rotation, even when it comes to air, it wouldn't be the same. So I mean, uh,
Bro, I tell motherfuckers straight up, bro. You can buy a Mylar balloon. If you think I'm lying, and I'm not here to try to tell you what it is. If you believe YouTube videos and niggas telling you this shit is flat, okay, well, look, brother, look, we can go half. I'll even go half with you. We can buy the Mylar balloon, buy the helium, get the permit, put the GoPro up there with the GPS, send it up there to the ionosphere, and you can see it yourself. We'll go and pick the shit up. We'll go and get the video, so we know there's not somebody on the internet that's making fake videos. We have the video here. And when I tell them that, it's like they just have this blank look on their face. I'm like, man, stop it, bro. Like, bro, stop it.
like I mean, it's funny how some people really fiercely believe this shit, and they'll walk around like they're the snootiest, most intelligent motherfuckers that ever been born. And I think
It's
that's part of
smart.
the comedy.
Oh, it's smart. I know it's flat. I know. And I have flown airplanes. I have hours. I just got up in the air myself. If I would have thought that bullshit was real, which I know it's not, but I can see the curvature of the earth. If you just on the ocean, fuck the plane, man, you know what it is. When you got over the horizon, what do we have to do if we got comms? We got to have a fucking relay, correct?
Yeah.
Because over the fucking horizon, we need a fucking relay to be able to relay our comms. So if it's over the horizon, you can be over the horizon if it was a flat earth.
I mean, don't tell them that. That's blasphemy, man.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know the ice wall and no one can go to Antarctica, but you can actually pay a couple $1,000s and go down there. But can't tell niggas shit, man.
I mean, hey, it is what it is.
Hey, Charles,
Yes, sir.
check your phone again. Tell me what you think of this thumbnail.
All right.
I want to give Neymar a virtual dap and shoulder hug.
So that's tough. That shit's tough.
I heard him earlier, but I didn't get a chance to get on to give it to him.
What's that?
Neymar.
Oh yeah.
So dap,
Drop it
virtual
off,
dap and shoulder hug, bro. Be all right.
I think that it's kind of funny because I don't know about anybody else, but lately I've been getting a bunch of people trolling, and it's one of those uninteresting things because I don't need to go look at somebody else's content to make content. The same hate that many people have now is the same hate they have for homegirl, and all she was doing was cooking. But we learned a valuable lesson here, haven't we? We learned that if you're attractive and you're doing something to catch the attention of men, guess what you're going to be? You're going to be the enemy of the state.
Yeah, it'll be up for what? They mad that girl, bro. They didn't got her channel took down off the damn internet. They ain't got her channel. She got like 3. I actually followed the chick. She had like 2 or 3 other little channels. They hitting her shit left right. My man, she ain't got no BBL. She ain't got no fake titties. She out there doing her shit, talking about she gonna cook for her man. The hell what you hoes say in the comments. Man, we need to protect her at all costs.
But that's what happens when the gynocracy is. The gynocracy cannibalizes his own, okay?
You know, the other night, and I couldn't get up here before they stopped talking about it. They were talking about they're mad because she's cooking. They're not mad because she's cooking. There's plenty of people out there cooking. They're mad because she's specifically talking about cooking for men. And because she's black, you can infer that she's talking about cooking for black men. And then when she say, "Hey, I'll cook for your men," you're gonna have to work. They don't like it. They don't like anything that they don't like any time that we might benefit. They hate it. They don't like that shit.
But they
Look at. I just found out about and they took the girl channels down. I'm pretty sure they destroy themselves. I just found out this morning. I didn't even know this. I already knew the hate they had for Caitlin Clark, and now she's in Europe with a $90 million contract. Y'all are fucking idiots.
Stupid.
You know what a chick said, and a chick said this. She said Europe literally won the lottery without even trying. And I switched that up a little bit. These bitches, after all of this complaining, the WNBA did, not getting attention, not making the same money that the dudes in the NBA making everything, right? Y'all bought a lottery ticket in Clayton Clark and then gave it away. And now she is and I don't know how many years that contract is for. The last I looked, it was up to 92 million. I don't know how many years it's for, but even if it's a $10 million,
like a 3 to 5 year contract, it wasn't even no big contract like that.
Even 5 years, even a 5-year contract, that's $18 million a year. Y'all just gave it away. She would have caused the average pay across the entire league to go up because more people are watching now. And now that there's more people watching, you have more bargaining power to get a higher percentage of what the WNBA brings in. And you did it out of jealousy. You bitches are sad. You're pathetic.
And look, she bends the knee to him. She tired of getting hit in the damn eye.
Hell yeah, she tired of getting fucking eye gouges and fouled and nobody's taking up for the coaches and the goddamn players alike.
Yeah, she tired of that shit. She like, fuck it, I'm gonna just roll with you. I know I can't go roll against you because
well, guess what? Guess what?
I'm gonna roll with you.
Guess what? Angel Reese and the rest of these fucking Neanderthals. You get what you fucking asked for. You get what you no, let me change that. You get what you earn. You get what you earn. Don't complain. Don't fucking complain, which you will, but we don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear you complaining when down the line your numbers start to drop the fuck off. Even the NBA's numbers are starting to drop off. What are y'all gonna have when the NBA starts losing more and more money, when their contracts start getting smaller?
Do you think that Angel Reese's career, even in the WNBA or whatever, and we know that the white girl, she went over there, she got her fight. Who you think contract gonna last the longest? Money aside.
You talking about Caitlin Clark or Angel Reese?
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark. Look, let me tell you something, man. Angel Reese is putting far. I've never even watched her play, but I'm gonna tell you this from what I've heard. She from her behavior, she's putting more effort into attention than she is into the actual fucking game.
Yep.
She probably should be leaving podcasts alone and all this other shit alone, looking for fucking attention, because you're not a model. You're not a fucking podcaster. You're a goddamn baller. You're a WNBA baller, and if it wasn't for that, nobody would give a fuck who you were. So that should come first.
Look, she gonna get pregnant by Fel Antonio. Okay, and she gonna be gone, son. I promise you. Give her one Fel Antonio baby, nigga. One.
I don't know if y'all know, but basketball is not her main source of income, and neither is the endorsement deals. Okay, there's a reason why she posted Shaq blowing up her phone. There's a reason why she posted that.
Yeah,
Shaq get down. See, you see, he already got Brittany Renner. See,
that's true, but guess what? If it wasn't for the WNBA, Shaq wouldn't know who she was.
These chicks are out here selling cooch.
Yes, I believe that. I believe that 100%.
Shaq buying it too. Shaq buying it. He don't give a damn.
She should be using that time to practice so that she can actually be the number one player in the WNBA. I'm just saying.
She doesn't even know how to play. Have you ever watched her play?
Well, she should spend some time learning how to play.
Yes, her.
Because a pair, it's with what we see with Caitlin Clark. They can't say, "Oh, men just don't want to watch females play sports." Well, Caitlin Clark proved that was wrong. So now, what's the excuse?
Nobody wants to watch a bunch of man-hating black lesbians.
Nobody that can't at least ball. If you gonna be a man-hating black lesbian, at least be able to play ball. But you can't do that and then not even get any entertainment. I don't even have to like you to watch you play ball.
Yeah, let Caitlin Clark go ahead and be Larry Bird, and then if old girl
exactly.
Angel Reese, if she can slam that ball and be a Jordan or
she ain't got to be able to. She ain't even got to be able to slam. There's room for one. There's room for more than one great player in the WNBA. The NBA is full of great players. It was full of great players the last decade in the 90s. Why is it that they're acting as though there can only be one Highlander syndrome? Because there can only be one. But guess what? If you play better, you'll get the fucking attention. Caitlin Clark ain't getting that attention because she a girl. Caitlin Clark is nothing to look at like that. She's not fucking Alyssa Milano or fucking
Gonzo.
Pamela Anderson.
She's Gonzo. You ever
but
seen
she
her on the side?
he said, but she can ball though.
Skinny head, man. She ain't got no titties. She tall, motherfucker, white girl.
With that giant nose.
Yeah,
but she can ball though, and that's all we give a fuck about.
That's why they watch. She's shooting that bitch like Steph Curry on their head.
But these chicks sitting up here thinking they got their bad bitch syndrome, and they think bad bitch syndrome is why people tune into the WNBA. Ain't nobody. If motherfuckers want to see beautiful women, if motherfuckers want to see beautiful women, they are not looking into they are not turning on the WNBA to look at beautiful women.
They'll turn on the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders things on.
Thank you. And let's keep it 100. Just to sometimes people need that arrogance check. Angel Reese is not pretty like that. That's a 6.
She looks weird. Even all gussied up, she looks weird.
That's a 6, man. She ain't ugly. She's not ugly. But she got a nice body. She's a 6 with a nice body, man. That's all. And look, ain't nothing wrong with being a 6. Ain't nothing wrong with being 6. That is not an ugly woman. But get over yourself. You got some attention and you're fucking it up. You literally, now I'm gonna say this because I thought that this morning. That's how much it pissed me off when I heard about Caitlin Clark leaving and the reason for leaving.
Where's she going?
She went to Europe. She's already gone. She got a $90 million contract.
Is
I
that
don't know. Europe, somewhere in Europe. I don't know.
I heard about that.
But
Okay, look, I heard about that when the season ended, but is that an actual thing?
from what I heard, she's already. From what I heard, from what I saw on YouTube, she's already. They already have video of her playing or practicing. One of the two, either practicing or playing. But check this out.
Right.
Here's what I thought this morning when I watched that video, because I watched a couple of videos after I first heard it. Right, is men extrapolate, and women seem to not really get this. Men extrapolate ideas from watching sports. It's not just, oh, he missed that shot, or he got mad because he got somebody didn't call a foul, and we just leave it at that. No, we extrapolate things about what kind of character you have, right? What kind of team, what kind of person you are, right? You and your teammates and the coach, right? We don't just leave it at sports. When you look at this, when you look at what just happened with Caitlin Clark, do these women not understand that men, black and white, and every other race that likes to watch sports, are extrapolating that y'all are piss poor managers when you get what you want? You manage you manage the thing you want after you get it. You manage it poorly. Do you not think that that's going to affect whether or not a man votes for a woman for fucking president?
Ooh.
Look how you handled this. This was a fucking a pun fully intended. This was a layup as far as management. You got somebody that came in and they gave you everything that you've been complaining about, and you found fault with that and ran them off because she was white. Because she was white.
Yep.
I've said that.
And if that was Keisha Clark.
Oh man,
you could.
Europe couldn't even give her a contract to get her over.
Hell no.
I've said that the WNBA is the mirror of black female society.
Say it again, because it is exactly that. And you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? We're sitting up here saying this shit. They should be soaking up what we're saying to them, but instead, you know what they'll say to them? They'll sit up here and act like what you just said is just flat out not true. Like we're not watching them do it. We're watching you do it, and they will still deny it.
No, they gonna say we trying to holler at Kate Clark and we got latent white women. We gotta go and fuck with the white women. They gonna say that. They gonna say stupid shit. This is what the God actually does. You're right. They should listen, because that's the problem with Kaya and the whole situation with that. Because if they just listen to what she was doing, shit, they could get their ass some pointers. Because this bitch is cooking, she twerking that ass and bring you a plate. That should be.
I'll say this much, right?
What you got, Charles?
I'll say this much. The WNBA is a reflection of gynocratic culture. 101.
Yes, it is.
It's a goddamn shame when.
Before you move on from that, Charles, do you think that they know that we can see that?
Not when they're in their hubris. If you ask me, Charles, investigate a crime. What am I gonna take first? I'm gonna take the tangible evidence.
Yeah. Investigate the scene.
Investigate the crime scene.
And what's gonna hold more for me?
The 3-pointers.
Tangible, or the circumstantial?
Tangible. Shell casings, blood on the scene, any other DNA on the scene, damage to the scene.
Yeah, dropping your 3-pointers
Charles,
with
play my
hands in the
video.
face and out gouging, hitting more than Steph Curry. That's tangible. We know she Larry Bird over there. killing them.
Yeah. Now, how do they think? How do they think? And I really don't think they care. Is what this comes down to. But we, mulatto minister, we can see what you're doing to that woman. We saw what y'all did to her. We don't like when that shit happens in the NBA. You think we're cool with it happening over there?
They ain't having it.
Now
over
you know
there.
what's funny. You know what's funny. You know what's funny. No, I'm talking about happening in the WNBA. You know what's going to be funny though. You know what's going to be funny is when you start having people who liked watching her play ball saying, "Well, I guess now I got a reason to start watching the European basketball just because she went over there, just because she's over there."
Oh yeah,
Especially if she's in
whatever
the Euro
cable
League.
network that airs her games, they gonna
Yep.
see an increase.
Yes, they are.
They're gonna see an increase in viewership.
They didn't give her 90 million for nothing.
Fox Sports go carry those games miraculously on your package. Just watch.
Wow.
Amazon might even want to get the rights.
For a cheap package too.
Hey, Bay.
Yes.
What's going on?
I'm doing all right, my brother.
I'm not welcome in the Black Manosphere, Bay.
Why is that?
Is it because of the smell of butter again?
Who was that?
What you say?
Who was that?
Tell him why I'm not welcome in the Black Manosphere, Charles.
Oh, when motherfuckers talk about that because his mother's white, he's not black.
So,
nigga.
I'm denouncing the red pill. I'm creating a tan pill.
You gonna create a red bone pill?
Yeah,
red bone pill. Red
You know
bone
what?
pill.
Sergeant Willie P to be right up front showing you how it's done.
The red bone pill.
The red bone pill. God damn it.
Hold on. Your daddy black.
There you go.
But wait a
There
minute.
you go.
That don't be enough for brothers who, call themselves trying to gatekeep blackness based on.
But wait a minute. Hold on. If you're half black and half white, wouldn't that make you the original red pill?
Ooh. Good one.
Hey man. Hey Charles.
Where did this come about?
Say what? Oh, I just heard about it this morning. I'm not sure how long ago it happened, man. But it's just, you know what? It just discussed. Like, okay, if you fumble the bag.
Hold on, I was talking to Red Pill.
Oh, you talking about? Okay. I thought you were talking about Caitlin Clark again.
Oh no, I'm already, look. We already know she dealing with a bunch of lesbian, catty, jealous bitches, and that hate her. And my whole thing is this: if I'm the new coach coming in, and I really do think they need to hire a man as a head coach so he can give her what
They need to hire a man as the commissioner.
They need a she needs a power forward.
DEI won't allow them to do that, Charles. DEI will not allow.
DEI is dead. We got a new president. DEI is dead, but she needs
the
a power forward.
WNBA still has the money, though. See, like you said,
What money?
NBA is
The
losing
money
money too.
from the NBA.
And the NBA viewership is down 50%.
Right. So look, she needs a center and a power forward. You get a man coach up in there, they can make trades, get the players that they need, and I guarantee you they'll win the championship within 2 years. But at any rate, if I'm the new coach coming in, I'm telling them chicks right there in the locker room, I'm like, look, I don't care if it's Caitlin Clark or the fifth stringer on the bench. If somebody knocks your teammate to the floor, I need to see wheeze flying. Like, how dare you let somebody just knock your teammate to the floor and you do absolutely nothing about it?
I saw that.
Well, they have an attitude problem, man. You got to fix the attitude before you fix anything. They got the piss poor attitude. Nothing you do is going to work.
Flying, you're cut. Your ass is out of here. This is a team. You're supposed to be sisters, right? For the sisterhood, right? For the sisterhood,
yeah, but we know how jealousy is, right? These bitches get jealousy even in the gynocracy. They get jealous.
I don't care.
That's why you need a male coach, like you said.
Right. Exactly.
That's why you need a damn coach.
If I see one of our players, one of your teammates, one of your sisters get knocked to the floor and you don't do shit about it, I will get your ass up out of here.
Now here's the thing.
I will trade you to the worst team in the league.
Here's the issue. Once you have male coaches there, and he does put his foot, they start putting their feet down. How long is it before he gets hit with a fucking SA charge, a harassment charge, or something?
Beer won championships in the WNBA. No charges.
Yeah, but how long ago was that?
It doesn't matter. As long as you keep that door open, or have somebody with you, the assistant coach, or somebody with you when a player wants to have a one-on-one, whoever, then you ain't gonna have no problems.
That's true.
As you protect yourself professionally as a coach. No, ain't no come into my room to discuss an issue with me unless there's somebody else with you.
Now, do you think as what you're saying? I agree with. It would help.
We can
Here's
talk
the question.
outside the parking lot.
Here's the question. Like your man just said, like DEI is dead. Just for the sake of politics, do you think they would actually replace women with men in a woman league?
Yeah. Because at the bottom dollar, guess what? When you want to get a house built, are you going to accept a DEI hire?
No.
No.
Or are you going to get the best possible motherfucker?
I'm gonna get the best
Well, the question is, why haven't they done it yet? Then
quarterbacks. Remember the black quarterbacks? What they always used to say. Even though we know we had scrambling black quarterbacks that been to the Super Bowl, won Super Bowl previously, and they always say, "Oh, if he scramble, he don't got no accuracy," or they try to say he can't stay in the pocket. They put up, Peyton Manning and Brady, but remember Lamar Jackson, remember C.J. Stroud. Look at these scrambling quarterbacks, C.J. Stroud and Lamar Jackson. You can't just say they're scrambling quarterbacks. They had to do that. They didn't want black coaches.
Lamar Jackson. Let me put it to you this way: Lamar Jackson been in the league for what, 6-7 years?
Well, look at Michael Vick. I mean,
right now, if he retired, would he be a Hall of Famer?
No.
If he retired today.
Yeah, because he's number one. How many records does he hold? Several. Number two, he's actually got a lot of records right now. Number two, how many black men do you have with multiple MVPs?
You got Dion. Dion had a couple.
Whoa, good question. Good point. Good point.
What's up in the background? Everybody good?
Yeah.
Dion's never had a MVP.
Yeah.
Most he had a
By the way,
defensive
before
player.
we continue,
They ain't give him that for Dallas when he was doing that shit in Dallas and Atlanta and shit.
Defensive player, yeah. Pro Bowl, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Didn't he? Didn't Emmitt Smith win 2 MVPs?
by the way,
I don't think
before we
so.
continue,
I don't know. I gotta check it.
hold on, guys.
But you gotta.
Excuse me, guys. Yeah, I got something to say. Meech, can you hear me?
What's up? Yeah. Somebody's background is real loud. I can't. All right, go ahead.
How about now? Okay, just to answer your question regarding the WNBA. Do you remember Miguel Nunez Jr. in Joanna Man?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. I remember the movie vaguely. I don't.
That should answer your question. If they should allow women in the WNBA.
Oh, man, look. Let me tell you something, man. They are. Look. They probably would want some of these dudes claiming to be females to actually come over there and play.
Absolutely.
You actually see somebody dunking and fucking actually playing with some heart and shit.
Oh, more than just heart, And they
but you know what, dude? The issue I have is that you did so much bitching, so much whining and complaining
Yeah.
before about the shit that Caitlin. You were complaining about not having the stuff that Caitlin Clark brought there. All that time before she came. Before she came, y'all was constantly complaining we should get more viewership. The NBA should help us more. We deserve more money. All of this shit, right?
Catching
Constantly complaining about it.
commercial flights and sitting next to Bob, who's on his way to Fort
Exactly.
Lauderdale for
Exactly.
vacation.
Exactly. And complaining to men about it. Not complaining to your fucking women about it. Because these feminists, these feminists should have these stadiums filled, right? But you were doing all that complaining, right? These arenas. You complaining, right? Okay. So then somebody actually came along and brought y'all all the shit y'all were complaining about. Would have raised the money that y'all got, brought more viewers, would have got you you would have been able to negotiate a higher percentage of what the pot for the entire association. And what do?
Well,
Don't come fucking complaining anymore.
Women
But
don't
here's the
support
thing. Here's the
sport.
thing.
Wait, can I say something, Namer?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
All right, one with the Bill Lambier. Bill Lambier coached like last time 5 years ago, and he was the one that built the foundation for the Los Angeles Aces. And when the current coach that came from the Spurs, when she took over, they had won the championship. But everybody credits Bill Lambier for building a foundation. Women don't support sports. Look at the UFC.
They
you
don't.
got Amanda Nunes as a women's champion, and she's a lesbian.
Yeah,
And you
so
don't
you
see a
can't
bunch of people
say.
supporting her.
And on top of that,
Alliance
here's
was
the
a double
thing.
champ too.
Here's the thing. She's the greatest female combat champion of all time. One of my Facebook friends tried to say, "Well, Cyborg's the GOAT." Yeah, but Amanda Nunes smoked her ass.
Yeah, look, be honest, both of them some bad
Featherweight.
motherfuckers. That's
Oh, they
another
so
thing
bad.
right there. That's another thing when they talk about men don't like to watch female sports. Men like to watch. Men support fucking female boxing. Men watch soccer, volleyball.
Mixed martial
Men watch
arts.
female track and field. Men watch. So it's not. You just have to give us something to actually look at, though.
Female mixed martial arts.
Exactly, but
Female
you
tennis.
got to give us something to look at, though, because like you just said, Charles, Amanda Nunes and Cyborg, I like them as fighters.
Yeah.
But you gotta give us something to look at. Y'all want to prance around here and think it's whole vision. We can go to the internet to see whole vision.
And guess what? Here's something too. I watch college.
Yeah,
female
your camera's
basketball.
on.
I know. I'm trying to show Chuck something. Chuck, I'm about to put this Cuban stogie in the air for you and then all of my belated grandparents.
Oh, okay.
Salute.
That's what's up. Salute.
More men support
That's some
female
cigars for my
than
nigga.
women.
So just to add to the conversation, like the WNBA is subsidized by the NBA, and also look at that
True.
old nigga AL over there.
Andre, I'm sorry to say this, but I don't know if that was the right time to be saying that. You know, if you didn't hear the conversation earlier, you might want to take that back.
Dre.
But
bad timing.
So
Bad timing.
the only reason most of these women even watch sports is because men are there. It's just being where men are. The men over there, they make it look exciting. They make it look exciting. So we're gonna go and attend sports with them. If men just stop watching, if men stop going to football games and basketball games, baseball and all sports, right? Shit would dry up. No women would be going.
So I have a question for you guys. Is there a female football league in the U.S.?
No, not like the WNBA.
It's a lingerie.
Yeah, it's the lingerie league. Nothing serious.
Nothing
Yeah,
serious.
that is legend.
That's serious bodies in that lingerie. I'll tell you that much.
Well, not that kind of serious. This thing.
They got some ass.
If the women were playing football in lingerie, I'd watch
the ass is serious. The league ain't.
They're in booty shorts for the most part, or cheeky bottoms.
Boy shorts. Yeah.
So booty shorts, lingerie. I would watch it.
No, bro. Look, I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I went to the Houston Energy female flag, and they had another one where it was like contact. But
flag football.
Some of them chicks was nice. Not like butches though. But like you'd be surprised. I'm like, this little chick, like she's bowling them over. I'm like, man, what's up? This something bad, bro. Like they nice.
So
you know what I'm saying? They nice.
Yeah, but you just ain't got enough of them though.
well, so example for female sports, like you know, like female boxing, female like almost UFC type, whatever you want to
Mixed
call
MMA.
that, like yeah, MMA. Like I have watched that, and like I'm not a fan of it because I don't want to see chicks fighting, but there has been some decent looking chicks. It's just the fact they're beating each other up is like, yeah, it's not attractive.
Yo,
but
ain't nothing like seeing.
I would watch it though. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, nigga, look, ain't nothing wrong with watching. I like a good UFC women fight, a good straight up 1-on-1. I mean, just to see two badass multi-martial art bitches go at each other. I'm talking about go hard now. Ain't no fixed fights. This shit's real. They gonna beat each other to a pulp. Somebody gonna submit or something. You feel what I'm saying? They gonna go in. That's what I would like to see. You know what I'm saying? Preferably the more nicer in shape type of bitches, not the butch looking bitches.
Yeah, I ain't trying to see no butch bitch fight.
I don't want to see no butch bitch. I want to see a nice in shape, nice, pretty, nice, fine two badass bitches just beat the shit out of each other.
I'll be honest with you, man.
Oh,
I
you
don't
the two
care if
girls
she
that fought
ugly or not.
for the Tyson fight?
When it comes to fighting, I don't care if she pretty or not.
No,
I just want to see them go at it, and preferably I'd rather see two ugly girls. Preferably, I'd rather it be two ugly girls because they're not going to be in there trying to be pretty. I want bitches in there growling at each other.
Trying to put one of my bitches in some golden gloves or something because that bitch had a hell of a three-piece, and I said, "Bitch, you didn't miss your motherfucking goal because you was a goddamn boxer, bitch."
So Beach, like
wait. Was that? Did you say that before or after she knocked you between the washer and the dryer?
Shit, man, I'd have didn't choke that bitch out, boy. That bitch
Hey, you
was
ain't
dangerous.
shit for that.
That bitch was dangerous, nigga. I swear. I ain't lying to you, bro. I swear. That
So,
motherfucker, I said,
like,
bitch, you
what?
I was trying to get that bitch in some MMA. I'm
Well,
like, bitch. Boy,
what?
look here. I'm talking about, I know I'm handling it bitch, but against a bitch, I'm gonna feel sorry. If they put that we put that money behind, I'm like, I'm gonna feel who they got next. Oh, the Mexican bitch, they gonna bring the Mexican. Okay, she gonna destroy the Mexican. She gonna have to have a hard-nosed black bitch. She gonna kill that white woman. Don't even put no white woman. That motherfucker's a damn honey badger. That motherfucker got a 3-finger killer bitch. Dead.
So for what
that's a freak though. But see, you
Hold
got a lot of
on,
them
Andre.
they'll get on them whole big bitches or not. You know, you got a heavy hitter. Muhammad Ali was never big when he was the best. He could move around. He was Sonny Liston. He said, man, he big, he fat. He can't handle me because you got to move, man. You just can't be all just solid block. You got to move. Boxing.
You're not like in the pocket all the time. Sometimes you gotta be an outside fighter. Depends on your range and your body type.
Man,
I mean, you remember Joe Frazier? Frazier against Ali. You saw the size difference and their styles of fighting. Same thing with Mike Tyson. Peekaboo style.
With all of that said, I don't care if the bitch is pretty or not. I prefer some ugly chicks in there whooping each other ass because you're gonna get a real fight.
Why do you prefer ugly bitches fighting?
Because they're not gonna be in there trying to be pretty.
But
most of them hoes, I'm telling you, the bad ones.
Wait, just like what I've been.
They're not concerned about their looks.
Well, what I'm trying to say, like as a man, like yes, ugly bitches fighting, like they're gonna go all out and stuff, but it's like, but as a man, I'm sure you guys can understand, like. If I'm gonna pay any attention to women,
what's happening with the background over there? Who is that?
That ain't me.
Oh, sorry, that's me.
And shit. But
that's me. Excuse me.
Just wait. Just to finish what I'm saying is yes, as a man, like yes, ugly bitches fighting, they're gonna go all out. We all know this, but like, I would like just because men like typically like we are more visual than women are, right? So. Like,
well, I don't want to date the bitch. I want to watch them beat each other up.
Well, just to finish is if I'm gonna spend time watching this shit, like women's sports, it better be some pretty fucking bitches. Otherwise, I'm not interested. I'm sorry. Call
Yeah,
them
but not when it comes
misogynist
to
or
fighting
whatever.
though.
But like, if the bitches ain't pretty, I don't care.
When it comes to fighting, who cares? Because they gonna beat each other up anyway. One way or
Well,
another, somebody gonna
so
come out there fucked up anyway.
but would you rather watch pretty bitches or ugly bitches fight? Just
Ugly bitches,
really.
absolutely.
So
Cyborg. Most of the bitches in fucking MMA in the UFC, they are not pretty.
so wait. Just can I quickly pose this to the panel? Would you guys rather watch ugly bitches fight or pretty bitches fight?
I don't care.
I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't fucking care.
I don't
I mean,
care,
on
man.
the point of it is like, okay, I want to see a good fight.
Yeah.
Whether it is or not.
Well,
Okay. You know, it's just like that. Like, but if a bitch look better, it's not a bad thing. It's a plus.
Well,
So if both of them
exactly,
was
but that's exactly the
Look,
truth. But
I've seen
Andre,
some girls that was
look,
some nice
look,
looking
look.
chicks
Look, if you
that
want to
was
see
actually
pretty
on
chicks
the
fight, all you
UFC
have to
beating the fuck out of each other, right? When you see it like that, and it's not like some bullshit that we see at the Olympics now and all this old fuck shit, motherfuckers going against the other type of motherfucking niggas and shit, talking about they women. That's what I'm talking about. Real women, man. I'm talking about. You see the little short motherfucker, Honey Badger. She'll beat the hell out of that tall bitch, and it be crazy bouts, different weight class.
So
Yeah,
the issue
take it.
is you guys are adding extra parameters. I'm just like, obviously I want to see a good fight. Otherwise I wouldn't watch it at all. I don't care how they look.
But would you pay pay-per-view prices for it?
It depends on how good they are. I don't care what she look. At the end of the day, I'm there to see performance. I don't care what the sport is. Now, if I want to look at pretty athletes, you know what? I'll turn to volleyball.
So well,
man, that is a great sport,
like,
brother. That is a great sport.
Well, you guys are moving the goalposts. That's not actually what I said. Like,
I'm not talking about what you said. I'm talking about what I said. I said I don't care how a girl looks when it comes to her fighting. I don't care if she's pretty or not.
So you have moved the goalposts, basically.
How did I move the goalposts? If the initial statement, which is why you responded to what I said, is that I don't care if she's pretty or not when it comes to her fighting. I don't care. I'm there for the sport.
What are you doing?
So what I was actually saying, since like the goalpost has been moved, was that I would prefer to watch a good fight regardless of how they look, but
okay.
As a man, would you rather watch a fight with ugly women or pretty women?
Matter as long as they can fight.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter.
What's the argument?
What's the point, man? What's the point?
Yo, name her.
Yeah.
Look at my
we can't do
icon.
this psychopath.
Hang on a second. Hang on, let me pull out my phone. Just came from the store. What is this? Hang on a second.
It's the same thing, man. I don't know
Can you mute up that noise in the background? Can somebody mute up? Because I can barely hear what other people are saying.
If I can see two bad bitches go at it and they the baddest of they baddest, or they cool, or they didn't did they knockouts, they didn't been there, and we paying money to watch them. They the baddest of the baddest, but the bitch, I done seen a couple of them, and I can't name their name, but I done seen like where it's just like the chick, I'm talking about, they going hard. Now I'd pay for that now on a big scale, but for it's like all that old powder puff shit they doing, I'm not paying.
Okay, let me put it this way. Then. Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying if you got they both fighters, baddest bitches in MMA, right? Baddest bitches in the UFC, right? Okay. For me, I'm there to watch them fight. Their looks doesn't add to it at all. Why do I care about watching a pretty bitch get kicked in the Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Quit calling it bullshit when I can't fucking finish talking. What do I care about watching a pretty bitch get kicked in the mouth?
So the reason why I say that's bullshit, because you said that them being pretty doesn't add to it. Like,
it doesn't.
Well, wait. Because you complained about me interrupting you, but you're interrupting me, which you've done multiple times now. But
you keep on saying that. You keep on saying that. But you can't misquote me though.
If I'm able to finish what I'm saying,
you can't misquote me, and I won't interrupt you.
Well, if I misquoted you, I'm sorry about that.
Well, what I'm saying to you is, if you do misquote me, I'm gonna jump in on it.
Yeah, like that's cool. I apologize if I misquoted you, but basically, they could fight. It doesn't matter how they look. It really doesn't matter. Like, I want to see a good fight. I don't give a fuck. I want to see a good fight. Male or female, I don't give a fuck. I want to see a good fight. But if we're talking about chicks now, like, would you rather see like chicks that look better, or would you rather see two butch bitches fighting? Like, what
I
would you
want
rather
the
see?
bitch that make me
If
more
give
money
me
every
give
time I
me
bet
give
money
me
on her ass.
like I
Every time I
just
bet
like I
money on this bitch, she fight hard. I'm bet my money on her ass.
like I just said to you, if you generally speaking, if you take two pretty chicks and you take two ugly chicks, both of them have all four of them have the same fight level. You put those two ugly chicks together when in a combat sport,
So,
generally speaking, two ugly women will give you a better show.
what? Well, just like look, let's say like the four of them, like the two ugly chicks and the two pretty chicks, are all on the same level. Who would you rather see, the two ugly
That's
chicks
what
or
I
the
just
two
said. The
pretty
two
chicks?
ugly chicks. Two ugly chicks.
You'd rather see the two
Now,
ugly
now
chicks?
hold on. It ain't that I
That's
won't watch the
interesting.
two pretty chicks. It's not that I won't watch the two pretty chicks. If they can really fight, I'll watch either one of them. But I'm
Well,
talking
I
about just
said
for.
like I said if they're on the same level, who would you rather see?
That's what I just said to you. I'm saying I would prefer to see the two ugly chicks, but I would still watch the two pretty chicks if they can fight great. That's
So
I'm
if
not gonna hold on a second, man. Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm not gonna not watch them because they're pretty, and I think that's what y'all are. No, I'm not saying I'm
so
not gonna
so
watch two pretty chicks.
wait so let me rephrase this. So if the two ugly chicks and the two pretty chicks are on the same level and they have the exact same mindset, who would you
Uh huh.
rather watch?
Well, now you're saying they got the exact same mindset. That changes
Well,
everything, doesn't it?
well, because I think that's the reason why you said that you would rather watch ugly chicks, because I think
Exactly.
that.
But if they because typically speaking, they won't. Now, if they all got the same, let's say this. Let's say that they have the same rankings, right? They have the same number of fights, and then all they fight, I know they've been a dog. Then I don't give a fuck. I'm watching either or. It don't matter to me. But I'm saying, generally speaking, pretty women don't go all in like that because they don't want to fuck their looks up. Generally
So
speaking.
so basically, you have an issue with pretty women. Is what you're saying?
How do you get that?
Well, how I got that, because I literally asked you, like, if they
We're talking
had
about
this.
sports.
Yeah, yeah, we are talking about
And
sports. But like,
and
wait,
specifically, I
just
said fighting
can I
sports.
finish what I'm saying? I was saying, like, if they had the same exact stats and the same exact mindset,
And what did I say?
you said that you would still rather watch the ugly
No,
chicks.
I
I'm wondering
didn't.
why.
You're not listening. You're not listening. I literally said this to you 3 times because you kept on asking me the same thing in a different. I literally just said to you, if they have the same mentality, and the only way for me to know if they got the same mentality is if I can see their stats.
Yeah,
Then I'll,
that's
I'll
what I'm
watch
talking
either
about. Like,
one. Then I'll
if they
watch
have the
either
same
one.
mentality
I've
and the
already
stats,
said
that
that to
stuff.
you. Are you not listening? I said then I'll watch either one. I
Well,
said that to you.
you said that you would prefer to watch the ugly
No,
chicks,
I
and I'm
did not.
wondering
I
why.
did. That was not my response to what you just said.
That is what you said. You can pull it
That
back
is
up.
not what I said. And if you stop talking over me and let me finish, you might hear that. What I said, when you said to me, hey, if they all have the same skill level and mentality, I said, well, then, yeah, I'll watch either one. I said, if I could look at their stats and see that they have the same mentality, then I'll
Well,
watch either one.
that is what you said, but you said that you would prefer to watch the ugly chicks.
No,
Hey,
that's
hold on a second.
before. Hold on a second. That was before you talked about the same mentality.
Yeah, after I added in, you still said that you
No,
would
I
prefer to
didn't. See
watch
what
the
I'm talking
ugly
about with the
chicks.
misquoting? Now this is why I overtalk you because you're misquoting me now.
I'm gonna say this:
I mean, you can pull it
an
back up.
athlete is an
Andre.
athlete is an athlete.
Damn. Exactly.
Andre.
Okay, I'm just gonna
I just
say
it's just goofy, man. Either way, I said what I said. I don't need to back it up. I said exactly what I said. Okay, so at the end of the day, for me, and I'm saying this because I don't know the brother's name, and he said he would prefer he want to see pretty women fighting, and I was like, I don't
That's
care.
Andre.
I don't need not Andre. I'm talking about the guy that lives
That's
in
what I
Houston.
was saying earlier.
Yeah, I was like, I don't care how
Coach
they
Jack.
look, right? They can be ugly,
I've seen
right?
a couple of them that was
Well,
going hard, but once I said, I'm telling you, whoever gonna put the money, I mean, some of them, I'm
You
telling you, like
so
she ain't letting you
so
hit 100 face. I'm talking about the motherfucker like 100 badge. I'm like, bitch. I'm
so
like, man,
like
my money. I'm like, can we get a UFC fight with this motherfucker? You know what I'm saying? Like a real, I could tell her daddy trained her ass. And
so
that
uh
motherfucker
so
just be killing
so
type of bitch. You
so
feel me? But she
speaking on
pretty though, but they don't hit in the face. That motherfucker slide. That bitch like Muhammad Ali. That bitch killing these little bitches.
So
She killing them ugly bitches. She making them pain. I'm telling you. I cannot think of that girl's name, but I was watching her.
Just real quick, just speaking on bitches fighting, like I would like that's I'm not interested in that at all. But if they are gonna fight, I would rather watch some pretty bitches fight just to get my attention.
Okay, I mean, hey man,
That's
I ain't
all I'm
knocking.
saying.
I'm not knocking
mean,
it. You like what you like, bro. It is what it is.
You want to get who's gonna make the money. If they're gonna win, that's who you're gonna put your money on. You know, looks don't have nothing to do with that.
If I was a betting man, I would bet on ugly bitch. That's all I'm saying.
So you just shitted on what's his name, Thug Rose. You just shitted on Ronda Rousey, Amanda Nunes.
Well,
even though she's ugly.
Ronda Rousey's not too bad.
You just shitted on fucking a couple of women. I mean, see, that's the problem. An athlete is an athlete is an athlete.
There you go.
Okay, it's not about pretty. If you're a fan of the sport, see, that's the reason why it's hard to talk to people about certain sports I like, because they weren't about the pretty.
I do not care about a athlete being pretty, dude. I really fucking don't.
I want to go back. I want to go back a little bit.
Good.
The worst part would be number one. What if Caitlin Clark was an 8? Those bitches would purposely try to fuck up her face.
Oh, absolutely. She'd have caught hell out there if she was an 8. An 8 white woman? No, they a young one too. She's one of the youngest ones in the fucking league because she just got there.
At that point, they'll just be clotheslining her every time.
Yeah, like
well, they were damn near clotheslining her already.
That's what I'm saying. Eye gouging. The one chick was eye gouging. She
The
got
refs weren't shit.
eye gouging.
Hold on.
Still in the league. I'm like, how you still get your contract? Eye
The
gouging.
refs weren't shit for cutting that shit out. They should have suspended people. Yes, there's a hardness of the game you should be able to play.
Yeah, everybody gotta take an eye gouge.
So
take one.
Wait, just real quick, because like just the other day, like Charles, we were having a conversation about like illegal moves in football, like talking about poking people in the eye and stuff, and
eye gouging.
Yeah, like eye gouging. So
eye gouging.
If Caitlin Clark was an 8, like imagine what they would have done to her.
Now, you tell me, with all the shit they let happen to her, how does that mix with the fact that in the fucking NBA, just looking at somebody after you dunk on them will get you a fucking technical foul? These motherfuckers is full of shit, bro. They really are. That's another part. That's another part of the reason that the NBA viewership has gone down so much. I was like, are you fucking shitting me? One dude, look. He slapped his head. He clapped his hands together real hard out of frustration. They called a foul on him for clapping his hands together out of frustration. He wasn't even looking at anybody. He wasn't looking at the coach. He wasn't looking at another player. He wasn't yelling. You know, it's just one of those where you're like, "Fuck," and you clap your hands together. He got a foul for that shit.
So Meech, like I'm not even a sports fan, but like what I have seen, like BGS and like other content creators have shown that like Caitlin Clark has like the same level of like accuracy as like a Steph Curry.
Oh yeah, she bad. I didn't know she was that nice, but she is. She got a fucking. She is a sniper.
She's definitely a 3-point shooter. Like she definitely is. And it's like
she has been playing since she was 5 years old. In fact, when she started playing at age 5, she had to play with the boys because there was no girls' league in her home state of Iowa. And then eventually she got to, and that's how she got so fit. She able to handle all the physicality. But here's another thing: what if she was an 8, but also a blonde? Ooh,
man, come on, man! But you don't.
What her hair color would have.
Don't turn her into the fucking apple pie of women. American pie. Don't do that, sir. You talking about a blonde hair, blue eyed 8, and she a monster on the court? Do you not know? Do you not know how much? Because it's one thing when you're watching them play. But if off the court, if she steps off the court and she's Pamela Anderson, they lose their fucking mind. Them chicks will be able to handle that.
Even though I do have to say, I think Yasmin Bleeth look better, but
Yeah.
and I get what you're saying.
Yasmin Bleeth was fine though.
I'm gonna just say this: she would have caught hell, and it's
Yeah, absolutely.
This is one of the babies you let go.
Yep.
This is the babies you fumbled the bag.
Yep.
Fumbled the bag. And hold on.
Sorry. Hold on, Greg.
I just want to say this. I want to see all them bitches when they get the reaction. Not only did you send her out of your league, and that was the reason why you were getting so many views and people packed up. Y'all weren't even playing in your regular fucking venues. Y'all were playing in bigger venues with sold out seats. Now you can't even get your own grandmother to see you. And then here's the fucking irony of the part. She's getting 90 to 95 million a contract.
92 million last I saw. 90 fucking 2.
You bitches could play for 100 years and you won't see that money.
Exactly.
Like
I would just say that you're eating so much crow right now. Go ahead, Dre.
The Caitlin Clark like situation is like an example of what I was talking about. Is that as men, like, we don't give a fuck about how they look. We care about like their statistics and their actual fucking, like proficiency in whatever sport it is, right? But that's what we care about. But all I was saying is would you care more if this particular athlete looked better or not? That's all I was wondering. It's kind of an experiment. I was just wondering.
Oh no, I mean a pretty woman is a pretty woman. Once she's off the court, yeah, because you're looking at a pretty woman off the court. Who don't want to see a pretty woman off the court? But what I'm saying is when she's doing her job, I don't care what she looks like.
Yeah, like that's what I was trying to say. It's like I don't care how they look as long as they're doing what they need to do. But it's just I was just wondering if you would prefer at least for like the like a MMA fighting kind of field, like you were saying that you prefer like an ugly chick. And
look, I would prefer that all women. I would prefer that all women were prettier. I mean, that's just a thing as being a man.
All right, at least you said that. So we
that all women on the planet were prettier. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't want. Let me say it like this. I don't want an ugly woman for ugly woman's sake. No, hell no. No, I don't. We can agree I'm not gonna turn the channel because she's not ugly and shit. No, I'm not gonna do that.
I think that might have been a misunderstanding. But
yeah.
On that.
But think about this. If she got 90 million from Europe, imagine what she would have gotten over here doing her next contract.
Well, Caitlin Clark is actually the star of the WNBA, but it's like
not
these
anymore.
Women are fucking hating on her, and it's like she's literally holding the league up on her back.
Yes, she is. Yes, she was until she left. Until they chased her off.
On her flat back, she's
holding her up. Very, very flat. But them 3-pointers though. Her bank account ain't flat.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? So all I need her to do is be great on the court. That's all I care about, man. That's all I care about. You will I tell you this, if these chicks put on a real show, you will never hear men complain about chicks in the fucking WNBA needing to be thicker. That's just a nicety. But nobody will care. Because look at the Olympic 100-meter dash. Shelley Fraser Price, she's thick, but a lot of them chicks are skinny.
In shorts.
And they don't care. They don't care. They're like, we want to see you perform.
Too. So they got some thick thighs and them abs too.
So, but it's fucking pitiful is all it comes down to, man. Like I would be if I had friends or family in the WNBA right now, because and it's not gonna be every single chick in the WNBA is like that. Not all of them. And I feel bad for the ones who are not fucked up because they didn't fumble the bag. They threw that motherfucker out the goddamn window over a cliff out of a car.
I actually want to introduce this to the panel, if I'm okay to say this. What do y'all think about like the Cooking with Kaya situation?
More hate and shit. We talked about that earlier. They were jealous because she's talking about cooking for black men, and these bitches don't want to do anything like that. She's putting what we used to say back in the days is putting ideas in the men folk head. She putting ideas in these young dudes' head, like, oh, why shit this chick likes to cook. I'll find a chick like that instead of just accepting what these other bitches are doing. And they didn't like it. I didn't know they got her channel taken down, but I'm
Say,
not surprised.
Meech, have you heard the latest though? VH1 gave her a deal. While all these black
I
bitches was
love it.
hating on her,
I love it.
VH1 gave her a deal.
I
Yeah,
love it.
yeah. She actually has a show on VH1 now.
And guess
I'm not
what?
sure what it's called, but apparently she has a show on VH1
She
now.
she gonna end up marrying an athlete, and these bitches gonna lose their mind.
Well, they're already losing their minds, like just based off her TikTok shit. Because like I actually been trying to find her channel on YouTube for a while now, and I haven't been able to find it. But I think like the channel that I found now is her real channel, like on YouTube, and like
Well,
she gained,
somebody
like,
just said they had her channels taken down.
yeah, like she actually gained 5,000 subs in like the last week.
If she gets that show on VH1, let me tell you something. She gonna end up marrying an athlete or a rapper or something like that, and these bitches are going to fucking lose it.
You know what the
Let
sad
me
thing
ask you a question, Meech. No, real shit. Hold on. Let me ask you a serious question. The whole panel. Y'all seen what Hunter's girl look like? The half breed, the mixed breed, Hispanic kid. Versus, see, I ain't never seen nothing Kyler did, and then I ain't even been really paying attention to this other than what you boys be saying and what I hear and what I read. I could care less. You know what I'm saying? Because I already know what she up to, but you know that's still no there.
I
My
can't
question
understand you, AL. There's a background. Is that you or somebody else's background?
that's
That
me.
was
That's why I'm trying to
Oh,
speak
okay.
and get it out of the way real quick.
Okay.
This is the thing. Do you think Kyra looks better than Travis Hunter's girl? And if so, we need to sit Kyra on Travis Hunter. She'll be a better problem for Travis Hunter than this Hispanic chick. Question.
I don't know. She don't look better than her, but also this Kaya chick. I mean, she might be fucked up in the head too, but she's just willing to cook for a man. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
My
like
thing is though is that these chicks, anything that comes down to a black man getting some sort of satisfaction or some sort of pleasure, these bitches will shut that shit down.
so Mr. Meach, I would say that like both of these chicks, like Travis Hunter's girlfriend or wife or whatever, and the Cooking Micaiah, they are both strags. They both are, but the difference is at least the Cooking Micaiah.
At least you get a meal out of it. Yeah, at least you get a fucking meal out of it. It's called the best deal. Go for the best deal you can get. And even if she's a strag, it's better to be to be with a strag that'll feed you than a strag
Yeah,
that won't.
exactly.
And these chicks do not like that. Think about this. It's not even their fucking business. What are y'all mad? And these chicks are mad. What are you mad at her for? You don't know her. She didn't actually take your man.
Well, like actually looking at her content, she did say that like
She said it, but
she actually did say that cook for your man or I'll take your man.
yeah, but see, it's a
She
whole
did
lot
say
of
that,
bitches
but
out
it's
here.
like that's the truth though.
But the thing is, you got all these bitches, you got these female rappers and everything else talking about fucking somebody else, man. Why ain't they got the same ire for them? They ain't mad at a Cardi B or Megan Thee Stallion for saying some shit like that.
Well,
But you mad at her? You know why? Because she's a regular chick that can cook, and you might actually run into her ass in a Walmart.
Well,
She's attainable.
I'm glad you brought that up because Cardi B was talking about not talking about, but like she's accused of and has said that she lined dudes up and got them raped.
Yes. Oh, yes. That was a long time ago. Yeah, we talked about that repeatedly here. That was years ago.
Yeah, but like right now they're mad with Cooking with Kaya, and all she did was make
Exactly.
videos.
Exactly. Because you know why? Because they like when motherfuckers talk about harming black men. Dude, let me tell you something, bro. We have literally play audio here of these bitches having their own fucking panels and bitches getting up there talking about black women talking about they enjoy seeing white cops rough up black dudes.
Like for example, like I actually like played some cooking with Kaya videos to like to my ex. Like I actually played like some cooking with Kaya videos just to see what like her reaction would be, and I mean she didn't get upset. She didn't get upset because she could actually cook. But
Well, and see now, okay, now there's a good thing. I'm glad you said that. She didn't get upset because she can cook and she's willing to do it. The same way that uh the only people who get offended when asking a woman her age are the women that ain't young no more. The only women that get offended when you ask them their weight are the women who aren't slim anymore. Right? A woman who is 5'8", 5'9", and 140 pounds ain't gonna give a good goddamn about knowing that she's 140, and she'll probably volunteer it. A woman that's fucking 19, 20, 21, 22 years old, she ain't gonna care if you ask her age, and she probably volunteer it.
Mr. Meese, the only thing I disagree with is that I've heard that the average for like a black woman in the U.S. is about like 5'4" and like 180 pounds.
Well, but see, I'm not talking about the average. I said a woman who is 5'8", 5'9", and about 140 pounds, she's not going to care about you knowing her weight. Most of these chicks are not like that, though.
5'9" is kind of
Dude, I've dated. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying to you, though. This is what I'm saying to you. Listen to what I'm saying to you. A woman who is not overweight and who isn't old isn't going to care about her age and her weight, right? The same way you said your ex didn't care, wasn't offended because she can cook and she's willing to cook. These chicks out here, they don't want to cook for a black man, and they don't want the idea out there being the idea to even be out there. I'll be honest with you. I don't even think it was her saying "I'll take your man" that they were mad about. It's the fact that she's willing to cook. Period. If she made that look, if her channel was about her cooking for her own man and he was black, they would get the same fucking result. They don't like it. They don't like us being happy. In fact, they don't like us not being miserable.
Yeah, that was a part of the argument that I made, because I was basically like she's basically saying that I don't want to cook for you niggas, like, basically.
These women don't want to. Cooking with Kaya is saying that she would, but these chicks don't like it. They don't like it. And what's crazy is most of the chicks that are mad at her probably don't live anywhere near her, which would most of the time would mean that their boyfriends don't live anywhere near her either. But they don't want that. They don't want anything communicated that it's okay and in fact desirable to cook for black men. They don't want that message out there.
Yeah, and Mr. Beast, by the way, that is the reason why I stopped fucking with the chick, because once she started like talking to her friends, like her friends are like, why are you doing all this shit for this nigga? Like, you should be like us type shit. And it's like, yeah, fuck you if you're gonna be on that shit.
These bitches will do that shit every fucking time, man. And if she's their friend, misery loves fucking. That's exactly what I was getting ready to say. Misery loves fucking company.
My bad.
See, there are no, you good. There are the classic sayings, right? They stand the test of time, and people tend to fucking forget that. That statement right there will be around forever because it's going to be true forever. Misery loves company. The one thing, you know what, a lazy person hates being around people who like to are productive and like to go out and get what they want. Somebody who just wants to be, they hate that shit. They'll try to convince that person to be lazy. They'll try to impede that person progressing because they don't want to watch you be better. They don't want to be there by themselves.
So, Mr. Beast, it was why are you cooking and cleaning for this man? Like, you don't have to do all that, but it's like
exactly.
But all the people that were saying that were single women.
Most of the time, that's the way it is. And these will be the same bitches. These will be the same bitches sitting up here telling her she needs to accept nothing less from you than, you know, taking her out 3 nights a fucking week to Ruth's Chris and fucking Texas Day Brazil and spending fucking $500 a goddamn week on her and bullshit like that.
Unless she's a
But you know
vegetarian or
what?
some shit like that.
But you know what though? Here's my thing. Here's what I say, and this is what I love about social media, is that they have been given they've been given the microphone to tell on themselves, and they tell on themselves repeatedly. You used to have to hire a fucking detective or private investigator to find out this kind of shit.
Yeah, you're right.
They tell on
You know what?
themselves.
Yeah, you know what, Meech?
What up?
Our man down in South Florida, what does he always say? The internet will what?
The internet will expose it. Yes, indeed.
Hey
The
Charles, look
internet
at
will
my picture.
expose us all.
No, it's the internet is undefeated. It's
That's another
it's
thing.
going
Pretty
to
much. Pretty much.
And
No, I'm talking about Mr. Z's quote.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
yeah.
It's the internet will expose us all. I mean, look, I don't. Let me tell you something. Somebody telling on themselves. Do you understand that's a free service for you? You not only did you not have to hire a private investigator, you didn't even have to you didn't even have to have suspicions that would even take you to get a private investigator. They just literally just they can't. You come in the house and the fucking gift is unwrapped on the table for you. You didn't even have to go search for a gift.
Well,
Yep.
that is one of my worst traits, is that I am an honest person, so I tell the truth all the time, unless it's going to incriminate myself.
What's the Canadian equivalent to the Fifth Amendment?
So over
Andre?
here, he's talking.
No, Andre's Canadian, so I'm asking, what's the Canadian equivalent to the Fifth Amendment?
Well, I mean, you're putting me on the spot, so I'm going to have to look up what the Fifth Amendment actually means.
When people say I plead the fifth, he's asking you what the Canadian equivalent is to that. I don't know if you ever heard that term before. I plead the fifth.
i.e. meaning your right to remain silent, sir.
Yeah.
That's what the 50.
Well, actually, the last interaction I had with cops, like, I was talking crazy, and but we ended up.
Were you high or drunk at the time?
Yeah, but what would you say in Canada if you wanted to remain silent? Is there something like that there?
Well, it's the same laws as the U.S. Like, we are your neighbors, so it's the same laws, but it's just like we ended up having like a geopolitical conversation. Well, both of the cops, thankfully, were both ex-military, so yeah, like we had a geopolitical conversation.
Oh, okay. You gotta be careful. You have these conversations with Dre. Some people are not ready to have these conversations. I made that mistake a couple times.
Yeah, like maybe, but yeah, we had a geopolitical conversation because the cops that I spoke to were all ex-military, so.
Okay.
Well, it was to the point where like the staff were like, "Can y'all keep it down?" Because we were having a good conversation.
Why'd you mute yourself, Dre?
Why muted myself? I mean, I didn't really want to add to that, but like I can add it.
Okay, fair enough. No, it's okay. It's okay. I understand. Just kind of I misread you.
Yeah, like I talk to a certain limit because I do have, like
just like you got limits to the number of minutes, just like the minutes limit on your phone on your cell plan, huh?
Well, I have limits to the stuff that I talk about because.
Yeah. Where did Mitch go? Oh, by the way, Embrace Village. He'll be back. By the way,
what's up,
Embrace.
Bart?
More like when Harry met.
Hey.
What's up, Bart? If you want to come up here real quick, I know you might be tired, but here you go. There's the link. If anybody else want to come up here.
Yeah. By the way, to Embrace Villainy, I appreciate that, man. Really appreciate what you said earlier. I needed that, you know.
Well, art Art is the super teacher in space, and I will apologize to Art for how I've been acting recently. I will apologize for that.
Wait till it comes up. Maybe you can do it to him when you can hear it. But anyway, all things considered, like, you know, when we're talking about like you know, pretty women, you know, who are in mixed martial arts and whatnot. One person I can think of in particular is Valentina Shevchenko. She's not the hottest woman in there, but she's kind of cute. But in the cage, she is a sniper. Her background is Muay Thai and Taekwondo when it comes to stand up. Her ground game is primarily judo with a little bit of wrestling.
So,
but she likes to snipe you from, you know, so when she fights you, she's like, you know, sniping you first.
So the point that I was making earlier, it's not about how they look. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I really don't care how they look, but preferably I would rather them be pretty. I would.
I know,
rather,
but
I would definitely rather that be the case. But as long as they're actually in whatever field they are in, or sorry, whatever sport they're in, as long as they're competitive and I would assume like one of the top competitors, like I don't care. I really don't care how they look.
I've seen women's rugby 7, and they get pretty physical in those games. Women's rugby 7, they're pretty physical. You got women who got cauliflower ears in the scrum.
So I would like to pose this to the panel and also to Charles. Charles, are you here still?
He's still there. He's there. He's just handling something at the moment.
Yeah, because one of my older brothers, like he actually played rugby, right?
Oh, okay.
And he was playing rugby, and somebody died in the game that he was playing.
Do you know what was the cause?
He got tackled, and he got like dogpiled basically, and he died from that.
Oh, okay. If it was like that, yeah, that can happen sometimes. It's rare.
Like nobody got charged. Nobody got charged because like it wasn't intentional, but like
yeah.
So that's what I'm saying.
There's been a couple
men look
cases
at
where
this shit differently.
I mean, you've had situations in the past where, you know, both in rugby as well as in American football, or maybe possibly Canadian football, where you've had guys end up paralyzed because of a bad hit or a bad tackle. But of course, people don't want to talk about, like, you know, in rugby, they've been taking the concussion protocols a little more seriously than in the NFL. But they're still coming to deal. They're dealing with things with
Rugby is a little bit.
It's more physical, but
Yeah,
they got to be
it's
careful
more
because
physical
you don't
than
want to get
football.
concussed.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, you got in Australia, one of the great kings, a guy named Wally Lewis. This guy's a legend in Australia. Last year or year before last, you know, he's been retired. He's been a rugby analyst on certain news channels. He had to come out and talk about the fact that he'd been diagnosed with CTE. He's like, you know, his brain is like really degenerating. He's had to use markers and notes to help him remember certain things. His significant other, his long-term girlfriend. I'm sorry, I have to use the term partner. Oh, you guys hear that? That's Mr. Z just gagging. Sorry, Z. But his longtime and better half, she's has to also help him with that. So this CTE stuff is really serious. Just like, you know, people who had like concussions and brain injuries. In soccer, they've had to worry about guys having sudden deaths because there have been guys who've had undiagnosed heart conditions. Like I remember, like a few years ago, a certain Danish player, he collapsed in the middle of the game. Fortunately, they were able to revive him. But that was a scary moment. They've had to do serious EKGs, even though it's hard to detect these underlying conditions with the EKGs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's not an easy thing. I mean, in certain leagues, players who have this heart condition, they can play while having like it's not exactly this little device inserted into their chest, kind of like a pacemaker. But in other leagues, they won't allow it. So it varies from country to country in Europe as well as in other parts of the world. But that's in soccer. Because you don't have to worry about getting hit in the chest or anything like that. But anything can happen. They're more worried about head injuries and whatnot. You've had guys get knocked out, trying to challenge for headers, and they have head-to-head collisions. You've had guys have head-to-post collisions. But you've also seen guys like twist their ankles, break a leg or something like that in the game. Man. But mixed martial arts, you've seen some of the most brutal injuries ever. I don't have to mention leg breaks.
Yeah, those are usually really fucked up injuries, man.
Anderson Silva. I remember that was one of the worst ones. Who else got it bad?
So
yeah, go ahead.
Just to pose a question for the panel, like, how are y'all doing for the holidays? Well, just the entire panel and also the chat. You get involved if you want. How are you doing for the holidays? I'm curious.
How am I doing, or what am I doing?
Well, how are you doing, and what are you doing?
Not much of anything, and chills for now.
In my case, it's going to be pretty chill, but it's going to be a lot longer because I've mentioned I'm Orthodox. So besides this Christmas,
if you're Orthodox, like the holiday season doesn't apply to you.
No. The holiday season does apply to me because
it does,
January.
But just like
but no,
general...
understand what I'm saying. Understand what I'm saying. January 7th is when I traditionally supposed to celebrate Christmas, but I celebrate both Christmases. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you do both. You must be balling then.
I'm gonna be spending it at home, but I'm gonna be like calling family and everything for the most part. But not much. But I do celebrate both Christmases because back home we do celebrate both Christmases. But the January 7th one, that's the big one. Because the majority of us are Orthodox. I mean, many countries, that are predominantly Orthodox, January 7th is the more important one, but they do celebrate December 25th. You know what I'm saying?
So, Charles, since you have a kid, I would like to ask you this question: at what age did your kid or kids find out that Santa doesn't exist?
We never really did the Santa thing. I guess it must have been an indoctrination in school, but he really didn't care too much about it. So,
well, you also had a son, so that's a little bit different.
Even if I had a daughter, I don't think too much would have changed because it's like I was a little bit more honest about the world. It wasn't like, oh, Santa. Really?
Well, my thing is that, like, I did a bit of both. Because like what I was doing was like, yeah, Santa gave me this stuff, but like this is what I bought you.
We didn't. It's like my son was cool. We didn't really watch Sesame Street much. Sometimes we did, but he likes watching what I watched and got into what I like. So we will watch some educational shit, and then we'll watch like some superhero stuff. I mean, each kid is to their own. Like, you thought about Santa, but I lived in a row home in the city, We didn't have chimneys, so I'm like, how the fuck? Well, he came through the dryer. So you're what? You're looking at the laundry on December 24th.
Wait. Can you say that again? Santa came through the dryer?
It's some stupid shit that the parents come up with, okay? And you just don't really believe in that shit. Like, I really think it was like a bit much, and sometimes, but it's not a real big thing. Anybody else want to answer?
Me, I
Well, I mean,
didn't
you're
know
not a
much.
father, man. Like, no offense, you're not a father. Like, it's just like
No. I know, but I do have nephews and nieces, and for us, Santa is a European concept.
yes,
You know,
it definitely is, but like that is
so
a
we never heard that
worldwide
concept.
that is a worldwide concept that Santa
Mhm.
is involved with giving your kids presents when it's you working your fucking ass off to provide for your
Yeah.
kid or
I
kids.
remember when I was a kid. Hey, when I was a kid, we would put up a Christmas tree, but we would wrap our own Christmas gifts as well, and we'd have fun with it. No, because we weren't really that big. We didn't,
Well, name
we
like
knew
you're not
Santa
gonna
wasn't real,
understand.
but we don't.
You're not gonna understand this, but like basically,
Mm-hmm.
it's just just going over to my ex's house and just like seeing like all the Christmas decorations put up, and I'm like, where did you get that from? And she was like, you bought that. And I was like, I don't even remember that I bought that, but okay.
Well, Mom did something just to make her, she didn't try to destroy, she didn't say anything bad about you. She just wanted her to know that.
It's like I did pay for everything, so
That's cool.
I will never fucking do that again. But like I made the mistake of doing that, so
it is what it is.
this is why I
You live, you
advise
learn.
to not do that.
Don't worry. I would make it more entertaining and more awesome and memorable if I showed up dressed like the Grinch. Because hey, I know the Grinch isn't real, but at least we have a little fun with it.
I mean, that's one of those things that people, I guess, historically had their little traditions and nuances. It's like I'm a laid back type of guy. It's like, who cares about the gift wrapping and shit?
It's
3
just
months.
the point of family.
It's the point that you do at your time. Sometimes your time alone, time with people.
So, Charles, like, I actually need advice on this. Like, I obviously would prefer not to say this publicly, but I'll say it anyway. It's just like I am trying to figure out like a Christmas gift for my daughter.
What are you trying to figure out?
Well, the problem is like her mom like has been denying me access for a while, so I don't know what she actually wants. So I was like, I could just take it to the store and just.
Can you call your daughter?
Andre, it's simple. Just ask your daughter what she wants and just go buy it.
Well, wait, just AL, like, yeah, like that is part of the problem. Is so my daughter is only 8, so it's like
Okay, well
she doesn't have her own phone. Well, I actually bought her an iPad, and like on her Christmas list is a newer iPad. So I'm gonna buy her that. But
I'm gonna put it to you this way. Is there any interference when you call it?
it's always interference, man. Because like
What type of interference? Like she doesn't answer? Or what?
No, it's her mom is the problem.
And what way?
Well, her mom is like, if you want to talk, well, like when she was mad at me, she was like, well, I mean, she's always mad at me, but she, like, one of the times she was like, if you want to talk to her when you want to, buy her a phone.
Cool. Buy her phone. That's a gift.
Well, the problem is, it's like, I've been paying for everything.
So what?
The
Wait a
longest
minute,
while.
wait a minute. Hold on, Andre, let me ask you a question.
Here's the part. Hold on. Here's the part.
Okay.
If you buy her the phone,
Mm-hmm.
you would have access to your daughter to talk to your daughter at any time, right?
Well, the problem is, it's like I have already like I haven't bought her a phone because I don't believe that like especially a girl like they should have access to this kind of stuff.
No,
So
no, 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 no. You're making more excuses on this one. You need to talk to your. Listen to me. You need to talk to your daughter. If the mother is being an a-hole because she's butthurt about something, buy the fucking phone. Guess what? If she has questions, you can actually do whatever limiting on the phone or what you want her to see, and you can put before you give it to her, you can actually put a lot of limits on the phone and put a code on the phone so she can't get into certain shit.
So Charles, the problem that I have is it's not about buying her a phone. It's like I actually gave my daughter an iPad, and the reason why I gave her an iPad it was like the iPad, like because she likes to play like Minecraft and Roblox and that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that like an iPad would be more beneficial, but we could also talk like over FaceTime, right?
Mm-hmm. So what's the
So
problem?
What's the problem?
So what? So why didn't you ask her over FaceTime?
well, the problem is, it's like my ex was like, she doesn't have a charger for the fucking iPad. And I'm like, how do you not have a charger? Like you're like you have an iPhone, so how do you not have a charger?
Did you
Like
get
that
her
doesn't make
the?
any fucking sense.
Just get your daughter a charger.
Yeah, I've actually bought my daughter multiple chargers, and I gave it to her mom, and I was like I bought multiple. Like I literally bought like fucking like
How come?
bought
Like, what's
like
the
5
court?
chargers, and it's like
What's the court situation about visitation for your daughter?
well, we haven't went to court yet. That's why I'm still dealing with the bullshit.
Do you have a court date coming up?
Well, I don't have the money to go to court,
And
so
it's yes or no, man.
well, we haven't gone to court because I don't have the money for that.
So I'm gonna
Well,
put it
I'm
to
not
this
trying to
way.
focus this on me, but
I'm gonna put it to you this way. So you get shit in black and white. She's gonna do this bitchy role. Why? Because she probably still wants you, and she's taking it out on you. And your daughter's the only thing that you know that's gonna hurt you.
Charles, she actually literally said that like I know that you love your daughter more than anything, so
What do you think else? Now, if you told her I will walk the fuck away and talk to my daughter when she's 18, what will she say then?
well, I have actually said that as well, but it's like I can't stick to it because I actually love my daughter, so it's like
I mean, you can love anybody, but
I
are
can't
you
stick
going
to
to
it.
put yourself through torture where, look, like I would just send her. This is what happens when you grow up in a single parent home. You give the statistics to her and say, here, do you want to be a grandmother at what, 35? She's what, 8? You got about how many more years before she started her menstrual cycle? I think y'all need to see a third party sit down and she needs to grow the fuck up. And
Really?
part of me, I think that both of y'all kind of have to grow the fuck up about that. You know, because you got to do what you got to do. If you need to see your daughter and she's refusing to do this, I don't know what you do for a living. I don't pocket watch, but you could get help when it comes to child custody.
Well, Really, you think that? Because like I I can't front. Is like I have said before. Is like I left her twice.
Now, in other words, you don't have to go back to the woman.
Yeah, you don't have to go back to her.
What you need to do is you need a third party and be like, look, this shit, y'all raising a child. Whatever shit you, her, or she, I can only go what you said so far. But whatever that bullshit throws out the window when you have a child.
Yeah, like I left her twice, and but
Don't make it a third time.
well, I mean, like I'm going on like potentially going on the third time. Like I
So
hate
in
to
other
admit it.
words,
Like,
what she really saying is you still fucking her on the side.
no, like I still fucking her. It's I want to be with my
So in other
my
words,
child.
what's the big reason why she won't let you see the child?
Well, I got with a flatback white chick.
Mm-hmm.
She's jealous.
Who's jealous? Tell her to get over her jealous ass self.
Yeah, and because of that, like she fucking hates me for life.
So what? Who cares? Who cares? I'm pretty sure she got a new man too. So get the.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, my ex, she was like a bisexual, so
So you already.
Oh, she got a new woman. So what?
yeah,
So
like
you,
she gets with women. That's the only reason why I'm even willing
oh,
to give
so
it a
she
chance.
just used you to have a child.
Sorry?
Did she just use you to have a child?
Potentially, I'm not sure, but potentially.
Mm,
Okay.
So how long we got together?
12 years.
12 years, and how long was she bisexual?
Before we met, I think about
Has she
almost
been with
5
any
years.
other men before you or
Well,
after you?
4 or 5 years before we met.
Has she been with any other dudes before you or after you?
Yeah, of course. Like I said, it was like 4 or
So
5 years
what you
before
need to
we
do
met.
is
She was
buckle down and be like, look, I want to see my daughter. You can be mad at me all you want, whatever. It's not going to change anything. I'm here to
so
see.
so Charles. So basically, so just to say this, one of my friends, like some of his one of his accomplices, like, sorry if I'm butchering this, but
Accomplices.
yeah, they actually shot somebody outside of her house, like back like where I'm from, because she's from the same. Because basically, like, we're from the same city, but we moved to a different city, and that's part of why we got along. Is like we're from like the same city, but we moved to a different city. But yeah, like one of my old friends, they shot somebody in front of her house, and yeah, and like I'm actually mad about it because my kid was there at the time. Like, like they shot somebody in front of her house. So yeah.
Okay, what does that got to do about you seeing your child?
Sorry.
What does that got to do about you seeing your child?
Well, that is part of the reason why she likes me, because it's just the people that I know and what I used to do. That's why she likes me.
Okay, what does that got to do with you seeing your child?
Well, basically, she would prefer me to be on this kind of shit, but it's like,
I'm an investigator, dude, by trade.
yeah, like
What
that's cool. And it's like,
what
I understand
what
this.
do
Like,
you
So in other words, there's no real reason why she's not letting you see the child. Go see your damn child.
Well, basically, my thing was like, uh, I want to be on like some positive stuff. So
If you want to be on positive shit, here's my shit. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't take what I say as an insult. Take what I say as somebody who's looking, who wants you to be better. Both of y'all need to grow the fuck up. Because who's gonna end up being hurt is that little girl.
Yes.
And God only knows what she already seen.
yeah,
You got these petty little squabbles. You could go see your child. Guess what? If you're not on that dumb shit, you could have to tell her, I'm not on dumb shit. If she, guess what? Whatever you do for a living, once again, I don't pocket watch.
yeah, like
If you got a public
that's
defender
cool.
or whatever, you got to do what you got to do. If she doesn't want to do it, get the cops involved, get the law involved. Because right now, y'all both don't have any legal counsel in between you seeing the child or in between her holding.
What Charles, I'll say this is like one of the highlights for her. I'm not sure why this was a highlight, but it was like a lot of my friends deleted a lot of her friends.
Well, you're dealing with a hood bitch. That's all.
Yeah, like that's what I'm glad. I
That's what Here's the crazy part. All the shit that's being displayed is some juvenile, I think I'm a thug type nigga. Okay? That's what she's excited about. She got a real nigga. She got you there to say to the next nigga, or the next bitch, if you do this, I'm gonna call my baby daddy. That's y'all fucking Canadians. Stop this bullshit. That's
yeah,
so
like whoever just said that, like that is true. But
that's all it is. I mean, it's so bullshit because right now, go see your daughter, dude. There's you're not giving me.
Whoever just made that last comment, that is true. But like, I'm not sure who that was, but
it does not matter.
It doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Right. It doesn't matter. Here's the part you're focusing on the wrong shit. And I'm gonna tell you that's one of your biggest flaws, man. You focusing on the wrong shit. Go see your daughter.
I would if I could, because I actually wanted to see Sonic today or last night, because it just came out in Canada here, so I wanted to go see that, but she's at a sleepover. And
Guess what? The Christmas break is coming. I'm not sure in Canada, but I'm pretty sure.
Christmas break started on Friday.
Okay. So you got how many weeks? 2 weeks? Go see your damn daughter, man, because you're not.
I seen her a couple days ago, but I'm fighting to do this shit.
Stop acting like this your first time dealing with women.
It's not.
Tune that shit up. Tune that shit up if you really want to see your kid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give you advice. Tune that shit out. Nobody gives a fuck if she wants that. Shout out to Bay, that Antonio shit. That's on her. Let her go get up.
That's like actually the main problem, because like I used to be like that, but it's like I don't want to do that anymore. So that's the main problem.
Guess what? If it ain't about your daughter, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense, nigga. That's the best advice. Go see your damn daughter. If she's mad that y'all not together, that's on her. That's something she can work out between herself, her brain, and her God. That's it.
So like the main attraction, like initially, was like
listen to what the fuck I'm saying. It's over.
I'm glad you interrupted me.
It's over. It's fucking over. There's nothing sexual nor attractive there should be around you and the mother. It's only the daughter. That's it. That's all. Fuck it all. Look, You came looking for advice. Don't shoot the goddamn messenger because the messenger already got his rightful pull. Okay? Listen to what the fuck I'm going to tell you. Go see your daughter. There should be no obstacle for you seeing your daughter. Everything else is basically bullshit.
Well, I ain't trying to make this about me, but like,
And it's not about you, it's about your daughter.
yeah, like,
That's the point that I'm trying to tell you. Go see your daughter. If there's no court order, knock on the door at a decent time. Hey, go get my daughter dressed. I'm taking her to go see Sonic.
well, today or tomorrow is when I'm gonna see her again, but it's been a while.
Yeah, so guess
Well,
what?
well, it hasn't been a
Well,
while,
just
but
go see it. Just go see it and start talking about it.
Like, here's my thing.
it
This
is
is the
not that
pro-
Yo,
easy.
I'm out. I'll check you guys later.
All right, man.
All right, bye.
See, this is the problem, okay? You got to be a man of action, okay? A man of action. Your actions speak louder than anything else. It, if you really want to see your daughter bad enough, come hell or high water, shit is going to prevent you, right?
Nothing is gonna prevent me from seeing my daughter unless something.
You can FaceTime her and be like, okay, what is on your Christmas list, right?
Well, the only reason why I don't know her Christmas list is I haven't had the access to know this.
Well, they're gonna find out what she wants.
So wait a minute. She doesn't have access. So what's keeping you from going up to go talk to your daughter?
Well, I have to actually take my like I got to take her to court like to actually get regular visitation because like the laws here are like actually worse than you guys have in the U.S. It's actually
So
worse here.
is she physically preventing you from seeing your daughter?
She's not physically preventing me, but like legally, like
No, 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 no,
I
no,
have no say.
no, no, no. In other words, if you tell her, I want my daughter to come with me for the weekend, is she going to say no?
Typically, she would, but
No, no. Is she going to say no?
So the only time since I left her that I was able to actually have my daughter over was she wanted to go out to a fucking party or some shit, and I was like,
So what does she normally say?
no.
Why?
The why is not the problem; is the
No,
fact
no,
that
no, no,
like
no.
she
You
has
ask for my advice. This is the important part. Why?
because I have no jurisdiction to argue with her.
Yes, you do. You're the father.
Well, I am the father, but like since we have not gone through court, I have no jurisdiction to.
I don't give a flying fuck. Why? Ask her why.
Well, you're next call. Like we can speak about jurisdiction. Like
No, no. Ask her why. You didn't even ask, did you?
well, the why doesn't matter. So like I have no right to.
Okay. Okay. Let me put it to you this way. What grounds do you stand on when you go to court of seeing your daughter? Right now, what grounds? Did you document every time you called?
Yeah, like I have all the stuff documented, and
Do you have a journal?
taking to court.
So, in other words, why would she tell you you can't come get your daughter?
Well, the thing is like.
Don't tell me half truths if you want my advice.
Well,
I'm gonna warn you on that one.
Well, I'll tell you full truth. Like full truth is, I actually started the process of taking her to court. The reason why I stopped because like.
No.
She started being reasonable, so like I went
You're
back
jumping
into
the
my.
gun.
Wait, just Charles.
No. Because you're jumping the gun. Why would she not let you see your daughter?
Because she's fucking jealous, man.
No. What did she tell you? Why will she not see?
Well, she's like, I don't want you to have our daughter around this white bitch. Like that's how it started, and that's how it's.
Did you jot that down? Did you jot down the time and date that you called and she stated that?
I didn't jot it down at the time, but that was before I found the space. This is like why I've been around.
So when the last
Every
time
month
you seen
about
your
this.
daughter?
Sorry?
When the last time you seen your daughter?
2 days ago.
Okay. So was she around? Was the mother around?
Yeah, like both of them were around. But
So in other words, go see your damn daughter, man.
Mm-hmm.
If she got a problem with that, you could call the police, get a report.
well, Charles. The problem is like she wants me to kiss her ass, and like
Now
I'm not
guess
gonna
what?
fucking do
Fuck
What
all
else
that.
that.
is new?
What else is
Women,
new?
women,
Fuck all that.
women always want you to kiss their ass.
What else?
That's part of life.
I don't care if she's black, white, or indifferent. Every woman wants you to kiss their ass at some point. Some less than others. Other race of women do it differently, but guess what? You got a black woman pregnant, right?
Well, I mean, I spent 12 years with her, so I'm
No,
not.
you got her pregnant, right? At
Yeah,
some
but
point when you had that baby, did she feel like she owned you?
I mean, she deleted my twin boys, so
Did she? So here's my thing. You can go get your daughter. If she has a problem with you up there, call the police, get a report done. Why? Because you go to fucking court, guess what they're gonna look at? They're gonna see your efforts. And they're gonna see her constantly saying no. Paperwork talks, bullshit walks. How much
so
paperwork do you have back in your ass?
so for example, basically, like her shit is like you work too much, and it's like yes.
Who gives a fuck? You have to work to take care of yourself and your child. That's a poor ass excuse. Next.
Well, it was basically she helped me out like before I got to the position where I worked too much. And then when I started working too much and like taking care of everything, it was like you work too much, and it's like basically you can't win for losing. Like
Welcome to manhood. Next.
I don't fucking get
Frederick Douglass said it best. You may work for everything. You may not get everything you work for, but you're gonna work for everything you get. But I'm gonna tell you, out of good faith, go get your daughter. Call the police if she refuses. Get it documented that you made an effort. You go in front of that court, and they're gonna give you at
well,
best.
Charles. Like the reason why I can't call the police is that she's knowledgeable about certain things that I've done in the past. So
Do you have any open warrants?
no, I do not.
So who gives a fuck?
Well, I'm not sure about like the statute of limitations about certain things, but no, I have not killed anybody.
So guess
But
what?
there's other things that I've done that, like statutes, limitations. Like I'm not
Here's
sure how it works.
my thing. You're gonna have to call the police if she refuses to get a documentation. You're gonna have to start a paper trail because right now, if you tiptoeing through this shit, you're gonna do this for the next 10, 20, the 10 to a what, 14 years. And that's gonna put all that stress is gonna put you in an early grave more than anything else.
Shit, I actually just beat a case like fucking a month ago for attempted murder.
Wouldn't be the first person. Here's my thing. If you want to go see your daughter, you and your son, your daughter's mother need to sit the fuck down like some intelligent people, or at least pretend to be intelligent people, for 10 to 15 minutes.
Well,
either that or go to court.
Well, yeah, kind of making this about me. Like I don't want to do that, but basically,
Well, if you ask me a question that pertains to that, it is about you. What else do you want me to say? You want me to send SEAL Team 6 or Delta Force to go snatch your child and take out whatever thing that's a possible threat?
Well, the problem that I'm having with my ex is that basically she wants me to be what I used to be, and it's like I don't
Then
want to be
don't be
there
what
anymore.
do you want to be what you used to be?
No.
Then don't. Tell her get over it. Tell her if you gotta say it in a nice way, get over it. But the most important thing is your daughter seeing her father, right? If she got a problem with that, ask if she how old is she?
My daughter?
No.
How old is who?
The baby mama.
She's a year younger than me.
So she's 32?
Yeah, she's 32.
Guess what?
Yeah, that's definitely a cop thing.
Does
But
she
yeah,
want to be
she's
does she
32.
want to be a grandmother at 37? Ask her that.
Sorry?
Ask her if she wants to be a grandmother at 37.
Of course not.
And guess who needs to be in their life?
Me?
Exactly.
But there is no way that you could actually fucking influence this shit without violence. It's all I'm saying.
There's ways. Here's the fact of the matter, man. You're asking a person for solutions, but all you're giving me is more questions. Which one is it?
Well, what question did I ask?
You said you're looking for advice. Go get your daughter.
Yeah, I have been asking for advice. Like understanding it's the Christmas season and all. It's like, all right. So to get to the point, because we've been talking about like other shit, but like to get to the point, it's basically I have talked to my ex, and I was like, "What does my daughter want for Christmas?" Right? And she can't tell me, so I was like, "Okay, so can I just take my daughter out and just ask her what she wants?" And she's like, "Why would you do that? Like, like you ruin the Christmas experience." And it's like, I'm like, "You ruined the Christmas experience." So like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, how the fuck? Like, I don't know.
You just don't want to take that route.
Well, I'm not sure if you understood what I said, but it's like basically, it's I would just prefer to just send you the money and you fucking get her presents, but I would like to get her presents that she actually likes. But since you are refusing me access to her, like that's when it becomes a little bit more complicated. So, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I know you don't have this issue, Charles, but yeah, a lot of men have similar problems. That's why I talk to you.
Dang. God bless you. I mean,
So, Charles, for example, it's like I told my ex, I was like, I could just send you the money and just buy her shit. But then she's like, she's not gonna get what she wants. I was like, all right, so how about I take her out and let her pick out what she wants. And then she's like, "That's not the real Christmas experience." I'm like, "What the fuck am I supposed to do?" Yeah, you don't have to answer that, but like this is like what men are going through. Investigator Charles, I'm
Now.
not sure you could understand this.
Now, so what do you have here is what?
Yeah, it's cool if you don't get it. Like I'm not expecting you to understand it. It's cool. Hey, Charles, are you still there?
I'm still here.
So basically, I was asking, should I take my kid out to pick out what present she wants,
That would be
or
a great idea.
Yeah, like I thought that was a great idea, but I was speaking to my ex, and like she was like, "Why would you do that? You're gonna ruin the Christmas experience for her." So I was like, "Okay, so if I can't take her out, can you tell me
Sometimes,
what she likes?" And
what did I always say? Stop listening to crazy bitches. If you want to spend time with your daughter and it's about Christmas, go the fuck ahead. Who cares? It's about the daughter anyway. Oh man, I'm gonna just say this: stop listening to crazy baby mamas. Take time to spend time with your daughter. If it ain't about your daughter, y'all two ain't got shit to talk about.
well,
Y'all don't. If it ain't about your daughter, you don't have shit to talk about.
that's the reason why we're having this conversation, because like I want to give my daughter like a gift that she would actually like.
I'm asking, does she want her daughter to know her father? Come on. If she's that stupid, you need to be working on shit to take over.
Well, my daughter actually made a list of stuff that she wants.
So, that being said, let me get out of here. Getting tired. Thank you, everybody who showed up. Thank you to everybody who donated, man. Thank you to everybody who came on the panel, gave some insight. Let's get out of here, get some rest, man.